I know what I want. Like I'm driven from the inside of my heart, and like nothing can put me out of my path.
Wembanyama, essentially a lock to hear his name called.
Can't accept the loss, I'm hard-headed. There's a little bit of madness to my method. Many falling off that fine line that I'm treading. I risk anything to be great, and I'm not letting nobody rob me of my victory. Number one, that's what I'm meant to be. When by any means, only thing that makes sense to me, I can make nice or make history. I got that dog in me, yeah, turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. I take on anyone, I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me, so what's up? Yeah, so what's up? I told her move over. Enough of that mediocre, I've been the man since cruising around in the stroller. I got ice in my veins like a cut in Minnesota. Why not show you how I'm built? Come a little closer, ayy. Lot of heart, been smart, aura gotta glow. We can restart, give head start, still get the same result. I'm about mine, don't you get it confused. I'ma win again, yeah, that's all that I do. I got that dog in me, yeah, turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. I take on anyone, I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me, so what's up? Yeah, so what's up? They don't get it. I'm different. I'm the type to break through the door, tear down the walls, start up a war. They don't get it. They don't get it. It ain't clear. I know you probably think that you might, but you never seen a bitch like me. I got that dog in me, yeah. Turn me up. Big energy, got the crowd going nuts. I got that dog in me, yeah. I take on anyone, I don't need a one-on-one. I got that dog in me, yeah. I'm talking all bite, no bark. I could rip your squad apart. I got that dog in me, so what's up? Yeah, so what's up?
What's going on, y'all? It's draft night. This is what we've been waiting for. Hit that like button on your way in. JC Diero saying, dog in me. You like how that music started right when we got to Case and Wallace, right? Because he got that dog in him. At around the 7:25 mark, we're going to be joined by Leo Bias from Basketball Zone. We're going to break it down for you. Leo's going to be on track of Twitter and all the crazy stuff that's going to be unfolding with trades. We've already seen a couple trades go down. And I'm obviously going to be on track with all the draft coverage. Let's get this party bumping. We got 128 people in here. We're 4 minutes into this live. We can get this up to about 400 or 500 people by the time the Raptors pick. That'd be great. I'm going to give you all my analysis. I have clearly scouted this draft extremely, extremely deeply. So you can expect, at least for the first round, you're going to get some pretty deep insights into who these players are and how they fit with their respective positions. So I'd be remiss if I did not start this out by giving you my big board. While the draft is happening, you're going to be able to see it behind me. Hopefully I don't get demonetized for doing this, but my head's cutting off a little bit of the broadcast. The draft will start at 7:30 on the dot, and I believe the first pick will be around 8 o'clock. So right around 50 minutes from now, we're going to have probably the most obvious first overall pick in NBA history. If you're one of those people who bet $60,000, $70,000 on Victor Wembanyama being the first overall pick to secure yourself a $600 bag, well, congratulations. You'll be able to take your girl out on a nice date because that's in the bag. Where the intrigue starts is at number 2. I don't think it's going to be Brandon Miller, but we will see what Twitter reacts to with that. I think he could fall. I think there's been some rumblings. Certain players could fall. I was looking at mock drafts from last year. There were guys by some very credible draft analysts who were mocked 6th, who went 16th. Obviously talking about AJ Griffin. There were guys who were mocked, in the 2nd round, like 50th, that went in the 1st round. This could be wild. This is a very deep draft, but obviously it starts with Victor Wembanyama. So I'm going to give you through to those of you who are just tuning in. I'm just going to go through my top 20. I'm going to go through my big board. This is my big board. It is a very unconventional big board. I'm just going to give you a little bit of what I like about each player very quickly and just give you a couple of landing spots that I really like for them and what they bring and maybe what their max upside will be. So obviously first overall pick, Victor Wembanyama, right? We got so much hype and it's really hard to live up to the hype, but the psychology of this dude is something special. Every time I listen to him talk, I find myself learning something new about how to prepare for something or just life in general. He's wise beyond his years. He's prepared for this his whole life. And you can tell. In terms of fit, obviously, the San Antonio Spurs are a wonderful organization. They have a forward vision and they have really good ties with his camp already. So I don't think he could have ended up in a better situation than he did. Number 2, Scoot Henderson. I see a lot of Baron Davis in him. I see a lot of Derrick Rose. I see, bits and pieces of some bigger players in a smaller package. The way that he's so physical. He's such a dog, he's such a genius playmaker. He's unselfish. He's a culture setter. He's a team guy. I really like him. And I think, anyone who picks Brandon Miller over him should be fired immediately. My third player, of course, is Thompson. Questions obviously about fit, competition level, shot, but there's no question about athleticism, defense, versatility, and just his ability to get downhill. The way the NBA is played, this is just the type of player that, could easily go first overall in a couple of drafts too. I know that maybe seems like a hot take for some people, but I've looked at the prospects for 2024. I think Amen would have been the number 1 pick next year for sure. So I like him a lot. Jury's still out on whether that shot is going to ever come around, and it's going to be important for him at some point if he wants to be a star. But I see all-star potential for sure. I do not see him slipping past 4. I think he's pretty much, this consensus is like a top 4 is a lock. But if he does slip down to 5 or, God forbid, if he slips down to 6 to Orlando, I mean, consider yourself very lucky, Magic fans. Very much considered putting Anthony Black a little bit higher. I really like him. To those who say he's not overly athletic, I think, what are you looking at? I mean, he's a big point guard. He didn't measure out as well as people would have hoped, but I like his mental makeup. I like his feel for the game. I like his intangibles. He's just a really solid player all around. Just a tremendous competitor, just a guy who loves the game. I could see him being, like he says he models his game a little bit after Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I could certainly see him being a shorter Ben Simmons who can take some threes, maybe won't ever be a 38% three-point shooter, but I think he can get himself up to 32, 33%. He gets downhill, great off-ball cutter, probably the best off-ball cutter in this draft. I really like him, and his defense is just, it's next level, man. This guy picks up full court, relentless energy, great communicator off the ball. I think he can actually anchor a defense someday. I see an all-star. Number 5, Jordan Hawkins. Really high on him. Movement shooter. Think he has a lot more in the bag than he showed at UConn. Obviously a national champion. And for good reason, man. I talked to 2 players who played against Jordan this year, and I talked to a third this morning. And the consensus has always been, he killed our team, he destroyed our defense, he was impossible to guard. Just a really, really smart player who does a lot of things to get himself open. I think with an expanded court, with better players around him, where he's not the focal point of a defense, I think he could be a really good player next year. I think he's a pretty good defender. I know he's another guy who didn't measure nearly as well as people would have liked him to, but you really can't teach his shooting, the way that his shot comes off his hand. It's so smooth. I see an all-star as well. So, I mean, there's like 6 or 7 guys in this draft where I'm like very confident that they will be all-star level type players, depending on where they end up. I'd like to see him in Toronto, obviously, but I think he could be a really good fit in Orlando. Orlando has been mocking, Grady Dick has been mocked to Orlando. They have a ton of players who don't shoot the ball necessarily very well. Paolo, Franz. I think Jordan fits in really well with that. Paolo is a big playmaker. Franz is a big playmaker. Jordan can just weave off of screens. I think if they don't get him at 6, I think they'd be crazy to pass on him at 11 unless someone really great drops to them. Number 6, Brandon Miller. I have a lot of questions, not just with his GOAT debate. I mentioned yesterday as a joke that I would literally disown a child if I had a child who said Paul George was their favorite player or that Paul George was the greatest player of all time. It's not just about Paul George, man. His performance really dipped when the competition got harder. His percentages dipped. I don't necessarily get why people think he's the second best player in this draft or even the third best player in this draft. His athleticism is somewhat questionable. I think people really just like to anoint the best player in college basketball as a de facto top guy, but it just so happens that the 3 best players in this draft weren't college basketball players. They were in the Overtime Elite, the G League Ignite, and overseas. And, in terms of his overall mental makeup, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading the tea leaves a little bit too much. Obviously, he's a very good shooter. Didn't finish nearly as well as you would have liked in the paint, but overall, I could see him carving out a Rashard Lewis type role in the best possible situation, but I do not see him as a star, and I certainly don't see him as a franchise savior or a franchise guy. Also, intangibles are not great, and I don't necessarily love his leadership. But, hey, he could definitely, this is the first one where I'm like, I could be so wrong about this, but I don't think I am. Number 7, Dereck Lively. Honestly, a lot of people see him as a non-shooter, and perhaps that's a byproduct of what he showed at Duke, but his shot blocking is off the charts. He just shuts down the paint. He's a live wire athlete. He's a full court, he's a gazelle in the full court, and I think he could actually develop a shot. He has pretty solid mechanics out there, and he seems to be a hard worker. Again, this is a boom or bust type of thing where there is some bust potential, but I don't think there's very much. I think there's downside floor. He's a role player. A lot of people have compared him to Willie Cauley-Stein because he kind of looks like Willie Cauley-Stein. I don't think he's Willie Cauley-Stein, man. I think he's a little bit better than people think he was. Jarace Walker, again, a really interesting player, very interesting athlete, versatile defender, really showed some shooting range. His physical profile just screams NBA ready. Creation is a question mark. It's a massive question mark. I question sometimes why he didn't use his physicality more. Obviously, you look at guys like Oscar Tshiebwe in the NCAA, and there just isn't anyone who can profile to match up with someone like this if he chooses to go at guys physically. This is just an impossible guy to stop. So you look at a player like this and you say, why weren't you more productive? Why were there so many floaters instead of dunks? And, there's question marks there, but I'm willing to live with the fact that maybe he was just developing skills. Maybe there was a conscious effort to do that. So I think he's a really good player. I think he's a versatile defender. At worst, he's going to be a very elite role player. If the shooting really comes along, if the shot creation comes along, maybe he can be a little bit more than that. Ausar Thompson, the other guy from the Overtime Elite, obviously, just like his brother, there are questions about the actual competition he faced. But again, he's very toolsy. Again, there's just very little in the way of, there's so many different outcomes for guys like Ausar and Amen. And, if you can confirm in the interview process that they really are committed to working hard and that they love the game and that they're going to fit in mentally and emotionally on the NBA level, if they're willing to work hard and they have hoop dreams that extend beyond just getting drafted, then there just are so many different pathways to these guys being successful, from elite role players off the bench to just incredible second, third type options to secondary playmakers. His shot, has been described as being further along than his brother's. I reiterate what I said yesterday. There's a lot of work to be done. His foot placement, shooting form, consistency, mechanics, nothing about it is great. I think when defenses really start to give him a lot more space, again, it will hinder some of his effectiveness getting downhill. But he's a really good passer and a really twitchy defender, and they just don't make athletes like this who are long, rangy, and have this type of lateral quickness. So I really like him. Number 10, the French mystery prospect Bilal Coulibaly. Again, really a player that some people consider raw. Some people say late bloomer. Some people say, he could be just so much better. He's showed a lot more playmaking towards the end of his season as Mets 92 saw him bringing the ball up the court more. So you do wonder if this is a late bloomer or an inconsistent motor, right? There are people who've watched him earlier where they said, he watched him for 15 minutes and he didn't do anything on the floor. And then suddenly, he's blossoming, and week by week, we're seeing new things. So was this a case of a team taking it really slow and building up his role as the season went on? Or is this a late season surge that's a very small sample size and, someone's going to draft him and realize that he just doesn't care enough to work hard enough or do this enough? So all accounts I've heard, he's a really hard worker. He worked really hard with Victor Wembanyama, really worked hard to develop his game. I think his shot can come along. His defense is incredible. With Bilal, obviously, the upside is enormous. The downside is also pretty enormous. I think there's a big boom bust potential here where at the worst case scenario, he's a G League guy. And the best case scenario, he's the third best player in this draft. So if you're comfortable, if you've talked to him, if you've got intel on him, if you know everyone around him and you really have a good sense of that this guy's going to work, that he's going to adjust, that he's going to be able to adapt to the, to the culture shock that is the United States or Canada, wherever he's drafted, then I think that the potential is obviously tantalizing. And, there's a reason why he's mocked in the lottery, because there just aren't a lot of guys who after 13 or 14 present any level of floor that is able to mitigate Bilal's upside. A guy who's fallen a little bit more in the draft than I probably would have liked is Cason Wallace. Questions about size, measurements, athleticism, burst, shot creation. Is the shooting real? It was sort of a tale of two seasons for Cason. Is he a point guard? Like, he's a pure point guard. Like, how great is the creation? Or is he more of like a connector or a secondary playmaker? Whatever he is at the NBA level, he will be a pro, he will be a role player or a starter for a very long time in the league. I just don't see how a prospect with this many tools defensively and this much desire to be good can fail at the NBA level, right? It's not like his measurements are terrible. He's not really old. Like, it's not like a Davion Mitchell situation. I mean, he does have a lot of Davion qualities on defense, but I think he has a lot more on offense than Davion ever did. So I think if you end up getting this guy in the back end of the lottery, you can rest easy that you've got, at worst, a really good contributor who will help you win next year. Kobe Buffkin, the late bloomer who really, really turned it on after Jet Howard's injury, and, paint finisher, shot is coming along. I think you can buy it. I believe he shot about 36% for Michigan last year from three. He's long. He's not overly athletic. I think you wonder sometimes how much of the shooting can be real, how much of the athleticism will translate, how much of the downhill stuff. Some people have said De'Aaron Fox. I'm like, wow, athletically speaking, this is not even close to De'Aaron Fox. So I like him a lot, I think, at the back end of the lottery. But I mean, to those of you, saying 7th, 6th, 5th, I think maybe chill on that a little bit. Rayon Rupert from France. just a really toolsy defender, really one of those guys where at the back end of the lottery, you want guys who have, I mean, unless you're going complete upside. And I mean, there are guys with higher upside for sure, but I don't think that this is a player who is going to fail at the NBA level. I doubt someone's going to pick him 13th, but I think 5-10 years from now, when you look back on this draft, it wouldn't surprise me if he's the 10th, 12th, 13th, 14th best player in this draft. Just has a lot of tools to succeed. Really good sort of family background in terms of basketball. Just a really good player, really a lot of tools, multi-positional, can defend, 3-4 positions, elite wingspan, really good athlete. So I like a lot of what I've seen from him. And if he starts to slip, towards the end of the first round, beginning of the second round, which I suspect he might, I think someone could have a really big steal on their hands. Cam Whitmore, the biggest faller of the draft so far that we've talked about. Concerns about his medicals, concerns, about shot creation, concerns about his ability to bully ball the way that he did at Villanova at the NBA level. So I think there's valid concerns here, but obviously the athleticism is tantalizing, and he just has the veneer of a star. So I wouldn't be surprised if Washington takes a swing at him at 8. He has potential. Obviously, I don't think he has as much potential as some people think, but he's a good player. Better shooter than perhaps people realize, but I wonder about the feel and basketball IQ a lot. Brandon Podziemski, like really off the charts, analytically just off the charts, a really solid playmaker, big guard. I don't know if you see him as a 1 or a 2, but I just see him as a guard. I see him as a playmaker. I think there's a lot of Dereck White in his game, a little bit of Manu Ginobili. I would love to see him end up with like the Los Angeles Lakers. I think he can replace a little bit of what they may lose with Austin Reeves. I think he has a lot of that. Again, people question, how great was the conference? How great, was the competition that Santa Clara played? I think they played some pretty good teams, and I think he showed up in those games. He says he models his game after Manu Ginobili. I see those influences in his game. He's shifty, he's crafty, and he's tough. I like toughness. Jaime Jaquez, I apologize for the spelling error there. It is Jaime. I apologize. Really toolsy forward, has been often compared to Jorge Garbajosa. I think that's a pretty good comparison. He does all those intangible stuff. We talk about intangibles. Players who had intangibles last year, David Roddy, Christian Brown, and you saw their impact on their teams right away. So I just think this is a guy you can sort of plug and play right away. At some point, these draft picks are also assets. Very many players or very many teams are going to take an asset, take a player, 13th, 12th, develop them for 2-3 years where they don't have an impact on winning. Pray to God that by the 4th year, they do start impacting winning. And then, it's time to extend them. And then God knows, maybe they get injured or something like that. It's quite an asset to be able to grab a guy like Jaime, maybe the 18th, 20th, 24th pick, whatever. He has a green room invite for a reason. Obviously, someone believes this guy's going in the first round. And, to have a guy like that on a cheap first round contract with 7 years of team control, 4 years at a very discounted rate, and he's able to impact winning for you right away. I just think that there's, 6-7 guys in this draft who can impact winning on day one. He's one of them. Jed Howard, just great dribble creation, shot creation. I wonder if he's a good fit for the Kings at 24. I think he could give them something off the bench that maybe they didn't have last year, or maybe they might lose this offseason via trade. I think he's more NBA ready than people think. I think he's sort of built for this. Defense is definitely a concern, so maybe he's not a great fit for the Kings or, for the Raptors. But I think somewhere in the first round, someone's going to find the appeal of a shooter like Jed Howard and someone who can create off the dribble. I think his handle is a top 5 handle in this draft, and at 6'8", that's not something to sneeze at. Taylor Hendricks, just, a guy that a lot of people have mocked 5th, 6th, 7th. People have compared him to Jaren Jackson Jr. I can tell you that per the 100 possessions as a freshman, Jaren Jackson Jr., I think averaged 8 blocks like per 100 possessions. I think Taylor Hendricks didn't even average 3 or was close to 3. They're not close as rim protectors. He is twitchy. He is, athletic. He does have a really solid jump shot, but I question all of the feel, shot creation, basketball IQ. There's all that other stuff. So, if he works out, he's definitely a top 10 player in this draft. I don't know if he's going to work out. And Grady Dick, a guy who's fallen a little bit for me. I really worry about the defense and his ability to get open. I think he could be a fit for Orlando, but I don't think that they would be wise to take him. I think he could be a really good fit for the Los Angeles Lakers. Again, playing with LeBron will be a really good thing for him. And, I see him squeezing somewhere in the late teens. Again, he could be a really good fit for Atlanta. Maybe he replaces a little bit of what they lost with Kevin Huerter, but I wouldn't necessarily want to be adding negative defenders next to Trae Young. And the final, of my 10 players is Dereck Whitehead. A lot of injuries, right? A lot of injury concern, but you cannot deny the athleticism and the two-way potential that this guy has. If he pops, if he works, if you're clear on his medicals, I think this is a player who could probably be a top 15, top 16 player in this draft. I think he has a lot of, Tim Hardaway Jr. type potential. Just a live wire athlete. And again, if his body gets right, it's happened before, it happened with OG Anunoby, it does happen. So I see him as firmly a top 20 guy. There are obviously guys that I have outside the top 20 that most people have inside the top 20. Nick Smith Jr. comes to mind, Keontae George, just not as high on those guys, Bryce Sensabaugh. So I think, I think the trade of Jordan Poole yesterday should probably show how much isolation scoring without a whole lot else matters. Let's bring on Leo Bias. Leo, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother? Can you hear me?
I can. You have a lot of background noise.
Oh, man. Well, there's a lot of people here. Let me see if I can move somewhere different. Give me like 2 minutes.
Okay, cool. All right. So what are y'all thinking? We got 176 comments. Let's get to some of them. When's the draft? Well, the draft is right behind me, 7:34. The pick will be at 8 o'clock. So the first pick will be 8 o'clock. It will be pretty uneventful because we obviously know who's going first. We will, however, see who is going second and third. One player comp that I really did not bring up is Anthony Black. I really see a lot of Josh Giddey in his game. To those of you who really like Josh Giddey, I see a little bit of Josh Giddey in him for sure. A little bit shorter than Josh Giddey, but has a lot of that and a little way more athletic and better defender than Josh Giddey too. So if you can get a defensive Josh Giddey, that's yeah. To address the Pascal Siakam stuff, man, that kind of sucks, doesn't it? If 3 is really on the board and the whole thing being held up is Pascal just wants to be in Toronto, I think this is such an irony for Raptor fans, right? Because you have like all of these guys that you really wanted to stay, like Kawhi, Vince, T-Mac, etc. You really wanted them to stay, and they didn't stay. And now you have a guy who you kind of wouldn't mind leaving, and he just has to stay. I don't know. But it's interesting. I mean, I would obviously move off of him in a heartbeat for number 3. In a heartbeat. Bilal is a wild card as he can go mid-draft if some team didn't get enough top guys to work out for them. Yeah, I think that's going to be a really big thing for a lot of teams, right? Like the Raptors are an example of a team that didn't work out as many guys as maybe they would have liked to work out. Let me see if Leo's audio is better. Hey, man, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Okay. Man, what a time to be alive, brother. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm happy to be back to start, doing shows with you and just in general and just trying to get back on this basketball content grind that I have missed. But, life has kept me away from it for about a month and a half now. But I'm ready. I'm recharged. And, hey, lots of trades have gone down. I'm excited to see what the Raptors do.
What do you think about the Wizards moving Jordan Poole? I mean, sorry, well, the Warriors moving Jordan Poole.
So essentially my perspective on it was you gave up an older injury-prone Bradley Beal for a younger Jordan Poole with a new start for him. I think the guy's going to average 25 to 27 points next year. I think this is exactly what he needed. If you are a Jordan Poole believer, which I am, I think the punch to the face really derailed the entire season for him specifically. But for that team, the chemistry was already off as it was. And I think this is exactly the fresh start that he needed. So I'm actually liking what the Wizards are doing because they also got a starting caliber point guard in Mr. Jones, who I love, by the way. So I like what they're doing. Like, I know people are, oh, it's tank mode. I'm like, well, I mean, it might be tank mode, but at the same time, they're really preparing themselves for the future, and they got guys on long-term deals now. So I like what they've done in terms of the Suns. Again, it's a win-win. There is no losing because you're going to lose Chris Paul regardless, even if they don't win a championship. Like, you're replacing Bradley Beal with Chris Paul. There's nothing wrong with that. There will always be ring chasers, which we see every single year. We'll always have a Terrence Ross that will sign for the vet minimum. It happens like that. I think when you have 3 potential all-NBA guys, like, you can attract those minimum type contracts there. In terms of Pascal and the news that just broke about him, if whoever trades for him, he won't sign long-term because he loves the Raptors. I call cap on that.
I hear that. But this is just his way of saying F off. Like, I mean,
or it's his way of saying, send me to the right situation kind of deal where Bradley Beal chose his destination.
That's exactly the situation I compared it to. It's like he has a no trade clause.
He wants, you're right. Like, I think he wants his destination, but the Raptors are like, F you, like, I'm gonna do what's best for the Raptors, not what's best for you. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like with Jordan Poole, right? Like Jordan Poole, Pascal Siakam, to me, these are imperfect equations, right? People have a feeling that what they're seeing on the court should be, a really good player. And with Pascal Siakam, he's obviously a much better player than Jordan Poole. But Siakam's like a $25 million a year guy for me, 25 to 30, maximum 30. The minute you start getting into 40, 42, 44, you're hamstrung. The final year of Jordan Poole's contract is over $34 million, $33 million. Regardless of how much you believe in this guy, I do not think that he's worth anything close to $25 to $30 million. I think he's a $20 million guy. Sure. I think they took a bet on upside, that the isolation scoring and, the shooting would translate and whatever. And so,
but the Heat did the same thing with Tyler, though.
Tyler is a good playmaker.
Tyler is a shit defender, too, though. He's one of the worst defenders I've ever seen in my life. And this is coming from the Heat. Like, people from the Heat tell me
that's fair. And I don't think Tyler Hero is paid fairly either. There's obviously upside baked into every youth contract that anyone's ever signed. But look, if Jordan Poole pops, like, for the Washington Wizards, I mean, great for them, right? But I question his maturity. Look, man, he had a negative box plus minus last year in his first year. And his second,
you would too if you were punched in the face and embarrassed in front of the entire world, and then acting like, do you know what I mean? Like, that matters from a mental perspective.
I get it. I get it.
Trust as your teammates, like, you will never trust Draymond Green again in your life. Like,
I don't even think he was that great the year before. I mean, he was a 1 box plus minus guy. He was a weak defender. He's always been a weak defender.
Yeah.
He's athletic and not athletic. He's shifty. He's got like this very pretty game that's very interesting to watch, and he has like really high highs, but his low lows are incredible. Like, if you're asking me right now, long term, 5 years from now, am I betting who's a better player in 5 years, Jordan Poole or Andrew Nembhard? I'll take Andrew Nembhard. That's where I'm at. So maybe I'm wrong. Isolation scoring is a valuable skill in the NBA, but efficient isolation scoring. So if you're going to run an entire offense around Jordan Poole, I mean, congratulations, you're going to be really bad. I also wonder, about the intangible stuff of really, this draft is very intangible rich with guys like Scoot and Wemby. I wonder what type of leader Jordan Poole is. I've never seen him in that position, so I have no idea. Maybe he's a great leader.
So I have a fun exercise for you that obviously you're very keen on this draft class. Obviously I know enough of the top guys in this draft. And one guy that stands out to me a lot is Brandon Miller, right? Potentially he might go number 2. He might not now. I don't know. But I think the question for you is, if you would have to grade Brandon Miller, the prospect, against Jabari Smith, the prospect from last year, like where would Jabari Smith go in this draft? And do you think Brandon Miller is a better prospect? Not obviously, we know what Jabari did as a rookie, but the prospect Jabari Smith against a prospect Brandon Miller, like that's
Really
one
good
side of the
question.
question. You know what I'm saying? Like it's for me, it's something to think about because I really like Brandon Miller. I watched the 3 games where I lost a lot of money against Alabama, so I watched him enough to know that I believe he's going to be a good basketball player.
Right.
And then there's people that don't love some of the things that he does. Again, every prospect, whether or not covers up, I've been covering job for 10 years. I know that every guy will have ups and downs throughout a season. But
Right.
those games that I watched, he was legit in March Madness. So that's my question to you. It's like, where would you see Jabari going in this draft? And how would you compare those two specific guys moving forward at the NBA level?
I think Jabari would go 4th or 5th in this draft.
So the same, pretty much. So he was top 3 last year.
I mean, close. I think he would go after Brandon Miller. I think Brandon Miller would obviously have a higher profile just because of his scoring and his just overall profile. But I think, look, I don't like what I saw from Jabari last year, but I haven't sold on him. Like, I think he's a really good defender. I think the shooting is real. I think, he'll figure it out. And I think like he cares, he cares enough to get better. And I don't really want to evaluate anyone who played for Houston last year. I'd like to see him with a year under Ime Udoka. I think he'll surprise people. With Brandon Miller, it's really the opposite of Jabari Smith. I understand people compare them because they're both tall, right? They're both tall and they both can shoot a little bit, and they're long and they have that sort of profile. But I think Jabari's a better athlete, and I think Brandon's a better shooter. But I think Jabari's overall, like, I think neither one of these guys is going to be a superstar.
That's
So
fair.
my question is,
That's
like,
fair.
who's going to be a better second or third star? And I think I would trust the guy who has the solid defense over him. So, I mean, it's a wash for me. Those two
Would you
guys.
say Jabari is more of a 4-5 and Brandon Miller is more of a 3-4 or a 4-3?
No, I think Brandon Miller's a 2-3.
Right. So that's what I'm
think
saying.
is like,
He's
yeah,
a
and
bigger guy
Jabari's
that, like,
Jabari's a 3-4.
right.
But Jabari's bigger than him. Jabari's
3-4?
Jabari's 3-4, man. You don't see 3 in him?
I don't think there's an ounce of 3 in him in this game.
Really?
I don't. And I covered him well last year, but I don't see it. You might. I don't see it.
I mean, definitely more 4 than 3. Let's put it that way.
For sure. For sure.
And yeah, so like Brandon Miller, his handle is a little bit better, his fluidity is a little bit better.
I think Jabari eventually will be a small ball 5, like at his peak.
Wow.
When he's like strong enough to play there, like that's where I see him being maximized to his best potential.
Okay.
And like death lineups type of thing, because he has the size, he don't have the strength yet, but that's what I see with Jabari. With Brandon Miller, like you say, he is more of like that prototypical wing with a lot of size on him. So I think that's why he profiles better. And I do think he's a little bit better of a prospect, but again, it does come down to situation of where you get drafted to. So
no, that's fair. I wonder where would Chet go in this draft? Chet the prospect.
Right. Chet, I was gonna ask you that. I think Chet's still a top 3 pick in this draft, to be honest with you.
You think
like,
he goes over Brandon Miller?
I do.
Damn. Well, I mean, that really puts into perspective how great this draft is relative to last draft, right? Because people said last draft was shit, and
it wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, we got your guy from the Pelicans who like you love,
Dyson Daniels.
Dyson Daniels.
True. I mean, yeah.
Where would he go in this draft?
I think he'd go at the end of the lottery.
Holy shit! So I guess the question for you is your evaluation of him last year. I know we had a full podcast on him. How has 1 year changed in how you evaluate guys and how you continue to do this, and like the principles of like what you look at for in the guy, because you were very adamant on him.
I'm still adamant on him. And
he would go top 14 to you, like you just.
But
said
I mean,
that.
I just think like this draft is super deep. Like there's guys with.
So you see guys that are better than him.
Like I would probably take him in this draft. Let me see. I would take him 8th. 7, probably around the same range. But I think most other people, I mentioned last year I would have taken him as high as 4. So obviously I'm always going to be a little bit higher on him because I think that the stuff that he doesn't do well is stuff that he can develop. And I don't think the stuff that he does well is stuff that other people can develop, right? So but like he's not a live wire athlete like an Amen Thompson. So you're always going to look at a guy like an Amen Thompson or a Ausar Thompson or even an Anthony Black, who's a very fluid athlete. And you look at guys like this and you're like, well, if I can get him in my skills program and I can do this and that with him and I can get this up and that up and I can get him more experience and whatever, and I can get him a shooting coach. Well, this could be this and this could be that, It's the same thing with Bilal Coulibaly, right? Some people say Bilal has the second highest.
Bilal.
I like him too.
I think his upside is just phenomenal. Like you said, if everything hits, guy's amazing. If it doesn't, he's just another project.
He's G League, right?
Yeah.
So the floor is so like I'm not even saying like G League per se, but like how many twitchy long defenders who are capable defenders who can't really do very much with the basketball are there in the NBA who are sitting at like the 12th man, 13th man roles, right? This is not a place where you can be a specialist. I think in terms of how draft evaluation has changed from last year to this year, I think I've stopped valuing wingspan as much as I usually do. I think that's one thing that to me, it's like there are other ways to make up for it. I think there's a lot of prospects where, maybe their wingspan was not elite. Like, Desmond Bain is a great example of a guy.
That's a great example.
Right?
That's a great example.
And I mean, like, so you look at
I think his strength makes up for his wingspan, though.
It does. And also, like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, wingspan is just space. That's it. Like, however you create space. So if you're super, super slow and you have great wingspan, guess what? Like, the guy who's super fast, who has less wingspan, has you covered. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, wingspan is just one tool in a toolbox of like 17 different attributes. So that's lateral quickness, speed, vertical, all that stuff. So it's possible for a guy who measures out with like a 7'4" wingspan, who's just really slow footed, and he's not going to do shit in the NBA because he has really, really bad hand-eye coordination, or he has like really bad reactivity, or he's just really, poor basketball IQ. So all of these things, and because I've sort of not been so wingspan centric in this draft process, I think I'm able to put a guy like Jordan Hawkins, who measured with a 6'6" wingspan, a little bit higher, or someone like Anthony Black, who measured with a 6'7" wingspan, a little bit higher. Whereas in years past, it'd be like, nah, 6'6" guard, he's got to have like a 7.
Hawkins can shoot the hell out of the ball, bro.
He gets open. He gets open, and you think about what he did as UConn's, in my opinion, their best player. And it's like, what would he do as the 4th best player on a team? Like, how are you supposed to guard this guy? Like, I would be so dizzy as a head coach.
On the Kings, especially in that Kevin Huerter role. Think about that.
And he's a better defender than Kevin Huerter by far. So, I mean, I don't think you're going to get him at 24. If he falls to 24, so many people deserve to be fired, man. So many people. But, if the Raptors pick Bilal at 13 and Jordan Hawkins is still on the board, I will fully understand
Jet Howard at 6'8" could fit perfectly into the King system too. I mean, he
doesn't defend.
Nobody defends.
Y'all just doing away with defense, eh? I like him. I like, what I like about Jet Howard? He really rises to the moment. I think he's someone who could be a little bit better as a pro than he was as a college player. Like, I think, and that's saying a lot. He's kind of built for those moments. Like, he doesn't, there's something that they used to say about Scotty Barnes, he just plays with zero anxiety. Jet plays with zero anxiety. There's like no nerves with that guy. So, Wemby's like that too. Scoot's like that too. There's a couple of guys in this draft where like their mental makeup. I think that's another thing I honed in on more this year, is just listening to the interviews, like the long form interviews, like the 30, 40 minute stuff, and just really paying attention to the body language, like when, just a random example, like let's just say they say like, where do you see yourself in 5 years or whatever, and then they start like rubbing their legs, like self-soothing, or they get asked a question that maybe they've been asked a few too many times, like, how are you going to cope with this or that at the next level, and they start crossing their arms and stuff, and I'm just like, that's defensive body language. Why does this make you defensive? So I think we're always saying a lot of stuff with our bodies that maybe we know not to say with our mouths, right? And I think most people have these sort of subconscious cues. So I've been looking a lot into just body language analysis, because everyone's going to tell you the same thing. Everyone's going to tell you, I want to be great. I want to work hard.
It's how you deliver it, right?
I want to be a team player. I model myself after this guy that everyone thinks I'm compared to, right? It's not like, Bilal Coulibaly is going to come out and be like, I modeled my game after John Wall. And he's never going to say that to you. He's going to tell you, I modeled my game after OG Anunoby and Scottie Pippen. You know what I mean? 'Cause that's what you see.
Or
you know what I mean?
Nicholas Batum.
Exactly. So it's a selling process, and once you understand that it is a selling process, then you start to understand, like, okay, well, do you believe the car dealership that tells you that this used car is like way better? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a game, and there's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of money on the line, because let's be honest, like for at least 10 guys in the first round, this is gonna be the last NBA contract of any substance that they're ever gonna sign. History tells us that at least 10 guys in this first round are not going to get a substantial second contract. This could be it. Like, this is family changing money,
Well, talking about body language, the best body language I've ever seen in my life is Wemby. When I watched that JJ Redick interview, I was left in awe. And I do want to talk about, or just have an exercise about, that crazy trade that was proposed. I made rounds. I even posted it like on my side with the Spurs and the Magic, and like crazy ass trade. And it was like, Banchero and like hella picks and all this for Wemby, for Rice, the number 1 pick. And so many people essentially was like, Wemby hasn't played a single minute in the NBA. We know what Banchero can be. Also moving forward as well. And then you get like 4 first-round picks. You get like, I think, Jalen Suggs and all these assets. And I'm like, damn, like, that is fascinating on so many levels. It's like you're betting for the future. You're betting for this super unicorn against a guy that's going to be an all-star in his league, right? That's rookie of the year, yada, yada, yada. It's like a fascinating exercise to go back and forth. I'm not mad if you say yes. I'm not mad if you say no. Like, there's so many pros and cons to this potential trade, which I'll bring up in a little bit. And, when people say stuff like that, the greatest prospect ever, or the second after LeBron James, those are heavy things to say. And then for him to say, like, hey, I don't give a crap, like, I'm going to be, you know what I mean? Like, in that Redick interview, his body language was just amazing to me.
I agree. I'm the San Antonio Spurs right now. You're the Orlando Magic. Give me a trade offer for Victor Wembanyama right now. He's going to be picked in 8 minutes. Give me a trade offer, and I'll tell you if I accept. This is going to be a very interesting exercise for people to realize how much he's worth.
Okay, so this was the deal. Let's see what it was. Here it is. The San Antonio Spurs get Paolo Banchero, Jalen Suggs, 2 first-round picks, number 6 and number 11, and the Magic get the number 1 pick.
No, I don't accept that.
Who says no?
San Antonio says no. 100.
Wow. That's crazy.
Suggs
you said that so fast. To me, it's like, I see both sides. You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
I do.
No.
Look,
basketball is a very rare sport where there's 5 guys on the court. This is not football. If this was football, I say yes, because you're getting 4 assets for 1 asset. In basketball, 1 asset means so much more than in any other team sport, including soccer, football, baseball, whatever. There's 1 player can literally change everything, especially when that one.
But you're betting on a 7'4" player that plays like a guard. That if you look at the science, he's not going to last.
I have looked at the science. I have looked at the science, and he will last.
Historically speaking, guys like that don't last. That's a fact.
First of all, opinion. It's not a fact, because there are no guys. There are no guys like that.
7-foot or above type of guys don't last.
That's not true. Simply not true.
AP always injured. Yao Ming and insert.
And AP. You said KP?
I said KP. I said KP.
Yeah, totally different athlete. You haven't seen 7'4" like this guy. You haven't seen a 6. Look,
I get that.
Let me put it this way.
I'm agreeing with you.
This is a great example.
As fuck to like think about to give up so much.
Dirk Nowitzki was not often injured. He was 7 feet, right? Kevin Garnett, 7'2". By the way, I've stood next to him. He is easily 7'1".
Kevin Garnett was 6'11".
And he was not. Liar. He
6'11".
was a liar. He fucking lied, bro.
He was 6'11", but
Dude, if he was 6'11", then Tim Duncan was 6'7", and he was not 6'11".
that's crazy,
bro. Bro,
That's crazy.
I swear, bro, I met him. He was huge. He was easily 7'1". But by the way, when he came out, let me just tell you something. When he came out of high school, he was measured 7'1". When he came out of high school, you're telling me that from age 18 to age 34, he shrunk 2 inches? No, he just didn't want to be seen as a 7-footer. So he always said that his height was 6'11". I promise you, if you hook like Kevin Garnett up to a lie detector, or if you measured him right now, he's at least 7'1", okay? Without shoes. He's huge. Like, I've seen him standing next to Shaq. He was the same height. Shaq was 7'1". So put it this way. You have never seen Victor Wembanyama. You've never seen a player like him. He's done a lot of prep. And at the end of the day, injuries, I know this take was it was populated or made popularized by Jimmy High Roller. He's the first person who really started to really popularize this opinion that, hey, like, we've never seen this guy, like, we've never seen a guy who's 7'4". This is a guy who's 7'4". You're not comparing him to Rick Smits. You're not comparing him to fucking Sean Bradley. Not the same type of athlete. And at the end of the day, what creates injuries is load, gait, and flexibility. This is what creates injuries. You can look at a guy like Zion Williamson. He's 6'6". He's very injury prone, right? You look at a guy like Dereck Rose.
He's fat.
It's not about being fat, though. It's about how he walks.
It is.
I promise you, it's not because he's fat.
It's too much weight on a guy that's such a freak for his knees to bounce back.
Was Robert Triller injury prone? Because he was big, right?
He was not explosive, though.
Was
Robert Triller was not explosive. Stop.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, fine.
When you're doing 360s at that weight,
was Sean Kemp like overly explosive?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Sean
So was he
Sean
super
Kemp
injury prone?
But Sean Kemp was a freak. Like, that guy was a bodybuilder.
At
that
the end
matters.
Of the day,
like you can't be fat and like jump like that. Like,
no,
that don't make no
sure.
sense.
Like, look, at the end of the day, like, every movement that you make, whether it be walking, running, jumping, whatever, right? Everything has a consequence. Every movement.
100%.
So if you move the wrong way, like if you're not flexible enough, if you have a hitch, if one of your legs is longer than the other, right? That was the case with Greg Oden. You're going to have a case where you're putting a constant, like, it's almost like you're putting your body through a grinder. And at some point you break, right? When I watch Victor Wembanyama move, there's no grind at all. He's fluid. He's fluid the way Michael Jordan was fluid. He's fluid the way, Jason Tatum's pretty fluid. Nikola Jokic is very fluid. There's like movement patterns that are just very fluid and loose and flexible. And then there are movement patterns that are very rigid. And when you have a rigid moving pattern and you have like a flawed gait, like a Dereck Rose, right? You have a sort of like one side is always imbalanced. So one side always has to compensate for the side that's imbalanced. And when you have that, you have risk of injury. So in my opinion, there are certain guys in this draft, including Wemby, who just have a profile of guys who probably won't be very injury prone.
Sean Kemp's injury was crack cocaine.
I get it. Yeah.
So, and for the record, I would very tightly say yes to that deal if I'm the Magic, like if they're offering number one. But I really had to sleep on it because I know how good Banchero is.
I don't even think I would say yes if you swapped Jalen Suggs for Franz Wagner, and I'm a big Franz Wagner fan. I think
you 100% yes for the Spurs, 100%. 100% say yes for the Spurs.
I don't know about
why
that.
Because Greg Popovich would maximize Banchero, Franz, and get 2 extra picks in this draft that you are calling generational. That's crazy as hell. You get number 6, number 11. You get Paolo, potential all-star. Great third-type player with Franz. You got to be on crack cocaine to say no to that. That's crazy.
I'm not on crack cocaine. I promise I would still say no. I wouldn't even say yes to number 1 for number 2 plus Scoot.
That's
like
crazy.
Sorry, not number 2 plus LaMelo.
Yeah, I get it.
If you had LaMelo plus Scoot, I would still say no for Victor Wembanyama. There's no asset in this league.
That's different because
you're that high on Paolo becoming a superstar. I'm not. I think he could become a star. I think he'd be an all-star. I don't think he's being a superstar.
I think he's a 3-time all-star.
Okay. Victor Wembanyama could be a 5-time MVP. 6-time MVP,
Or
8-time
or
MVP.
or he could not. He hasn't played a single minute in
Fine,
the NBA.
but I'll bet on the upside and what you're talking about, maturity, all that stuff. Okay, first pick's in. Is it in? We're 8:02. All right.
It's in.
Hello.
It's Wemby. Breaking news, it's Wemby.
Oh my god.
And for the record, I think Scoot is a star in the making. I think it's a mistake if they don't draft him number 2. I mean, that guy is a dog.
Yeah.
That guy is a dog. But it's an interesting conversation just to think about. I mean, I would say yes to that if I'm the Spurs. If I get, Franz 6, Banchero 11.
This is a little bit like the question of would you have traded,
For LeBron.
the rights to LeBron James
Yeah. It's the exact same question, and I made this to a lot of people that I respect. A lot of people said yes. A lot of people said no to this. I can see both sides. Like that's how crazy this exercise, this hypothetical exercise is to me. Like it's fascinating because in the comments it's really split. Like yes, some people might say yes, some people might say no. Like
yeah. Can y'all hear this?
Yes, we can.
Crowned a new all-time scoring leader. We watched the number 8 seed reach the finals for just the second time. And we saw a franchise win its very first NBA title.
Great.
Congratulations again to the Nuggets and the city of Denver on a remarkable championship season. And whether it's the number 7 pick in Jamal Murray from Kitchener, Ontario, Canada, or a second-round selection in Nikola Jokic from Sombor, Serbia,
What?
the Nuggets
Nice.
showed that stars can come from anywhere in the draft, at any pick, and from any country. This league is where the very best come to compete in front of a global audience that spans more than 200 countries. And tonight, we usher in the next wave of NBA players, young men who come from different paths and different backgrounds, who are brought together by their common dream of playing in the NBA. So let's get the night started. The first pick in the 2023 NBA draft belongs to the San Antonio Spurs, who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
Would you trade LaMelo for number 6 and 11?
LaMelo for number 6 and number 11.
That's what RP is proposing in the comments.
Who am I? I'm the Magic?
Yeah.
No. I would want 6 and 11. I'd keep 6 and 11.
What if you're Charlotte?
Yeah, I would do it. 100%. I know they probably won't do it. They have new ownership. They need a star, quote unquote, a star. But I worry about his injuries. I worry about his maturity. I worry about the success I've enjoyed over the last 2-3 years with him. He's a hell of a talent. I just think you can get a talent that's comparable at 6. Plus, you get extra years added to the rookie contract, right? I mean, at this point, LaMelo is about to become a max guy. You want to pay LaMelo like fucking $35 million? I don't.
Hornets end up with number 2, 6, and 11.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
So you get Scoot. I mean, you can do a lot with that.
You get Scoot, maybe you get
a twin,
an Ausar Thompson, and then you get Casey Wallace or something like that. Oh my god! Or maybe you get like a Grady Dick or Jordan Hawkins. I think that would just be crazy. I don't know.
That's true. Are you allowed to broadcast it? I mean, maybe like 10 seconds until they cut the whole stream down.
Rob, getting a lot of gain when you're speaking into the mix like that. Oh, is that when?
Yeah, that was when you put the TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I tried to speak into it as well that time. Okay, gotcha. I gotcha. I mean, it's kind of in the background. I'm not trying to broadcast it. It's not a game. I think it should be okay. I don't think the stream's going to get cut down, but I mean, I'm sure we'll see it if the numbers just decline. We're at 283 right now. Can we get it up to 300? can we get it up to 350, 400? I saw a draft watch party happen on the internet, which was at 2,000. I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
Jesus Christ, that's crazy.
2,000 for a live? That'd be crazy. Probably get like 50, 60 super chats on that one. It'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I'm here at the media at the practice facility of the Kings, and we have a bunch of media around, and for the Kings that have the number 24 pick, I've never understood these. If it's like a top 10 pick, I would get, but for a top 24 pick, you literally have to be here for the full thing and then talk to like the GM, and they might very well trade the pick. So it's just I don't know. It's just weird for me to, but they do this every year for the draft. So it's like,
yeah,
why change? And like every team has this, right? Like,
yeah. No, I agree.
Like if you're the Raptors, it makes sense having this because you're in the lottery. But so
having what? Having a media room and shit set up.
Yeah, because I mean it's a big deal. People are anticipating.
Don't be surprised. I think you can get someone really good at 24. I think someone like who could actually play for you next year. Maybe if it's Jaime Jaquez or someone like that, or Brandon Pajinski. Like if one of those guys.
How do you feel about the potential of Keegan's brother playing Chris Murray on the Kings?
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it's because I've never really seen like twin brothers
play on the same team
well together, and like one not stealing the spotlight from the other. Like if that makes sense. Like I've seen twin brothers.
I mean, they played together. They've already played together. They played together in Iowa.
But at the NBA level, in college it works. But at the NBA
level,
how often
do you encounter twins who end up on the same team?
I mean, the Morris twins.
They played on the same team.
I think once they did. I think 1 year they did.
I think it just matters how like synergistically like they work together. I think Chris and Keegan could work together. Yeah, I mean I wouldn't be upset at that pick for you guys.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting for sure if they go there. But they're saying he might go to Golden State. At 19.
At 19.
Yeah,
I could see that. Yeah. I mean, look, like it is a very interesting time. The CBA has created all sorts of wrinkles with this draft because there's obviously some teams that are feeling the pressure of the looming, shift on July 1st, right? With all the, implications that are going to come down for being, a tax team or a second apron team. And so some of these teams might be looking at picks like this as really cheap assets. Like they might need a role player or a rotation player. And so you never know, like a team like the Sacramento Kings, who are not totally cap fucked, could end up finding, a player with maybe top 20 upside at 24, maybe even top 16 upside at 24.
So I was thinking about what you said earlier about wingspan and how you've kind of, not emphasized it as much in your draft evaluation process. I was thinking about Marvin Bagley specifically, how he had not a negative wingspan, but like not a positive wingspan.
It was equal. It was 6'11", 6'11". So he was 6'11" with wingspan. Yeah, but I mean, so did Ben Simmons, right? And Ben Simmons.
I was thinking like if he had say a 7'4" wingspan, I think that would have been the difference for Marvin because he's so bad defensively that he could have made up for that space that you're talking about.
But he's also quick and he's athletic, right?
Right. So with the positive wingspan, would have changed like the trajectory of his career, in my opinion.
Fair. And I mean, you could also say if he cared more or if he had better IQ, it could have changed it too. So yeah. Okay. Surprise. Congrats to Victor. Congrats to Eve. Congrats to their whole family. Really awesome people in general. It's not just him, it's his parents, it's his sister, it's everybody in his family is really cool. His sister's a pro basketball player over in Europe. Yeah, it's just really great people, man. And a really great person for this to happen for. And there's a lot of guys who've been 7'3", 7'2", 7'5" that have been pushed into basketball because they're just like, what else would I have done with my life? This is a guy who's he's loved basketball since he was a kid, you know. And what do you think the fit is going to be with like with San Antonio? And if you were San Antonio, would you immediately start piling up free agents and trying to be competitive right away? Or is this one of those situations where you just say, okay, we have our pick next year. We have the Raptors pick next year, top 6 protected. We can add some more young talent to this and we can build it out as a longer form thing. Or, you know, maybe Victor's going to be a 20.8 rebound, 10 rebound shot blocking menace right away. We can be competitive and try to push for the play. And what would you do?
So it's interesting because I was talking about the thing last night about what the Spurs can do, and looking at this free agent class, guys like Kyle Kuzma or his camp putting out I want to make $30 million, right? Like some crazy shit like that.
That is crazy.
That's insane, right? So one of the things was like, since the Spurs technically aren't a free agent destination, would they throw that, crazy amount of money at a guy like Kuzma? And in my head, I was like, hell no, because Greg don't like those Pop don't like those types of players that are meek type of guys that have bad habits. Can he coach it out of him? I think he can. And Kuzma was the one that just quoted the tweet. I don't know if you saw it. He was like, players aren't losers, he says. I'm paraphrasing, but organizations are the reasons why, we have certain perceptions per se. And I thought that was interesting. But when you look at him just solely on the court, I'm like, no, you've earned that label because you play like that. Like, you play selfish a lot of the times. Like, you take ill-advised shots a lot of the time. So that's what I was thinking. Like, are the Spurs willing to, like you said, speed up the process and throw boatloads of money, say $25 million for a guy like Kuzma?
Fuck Kuzma. I think if I was them, I would start targeting guys who impact winning, like Jakob Poeltl. I would try to bring Jakob Poeltl back so he can be a center, and I think he would work really well with him. And I think I would also probably try to target Fred VanVleet. I think it's a so you get those two guys and maybe you fill it out with a third guy. Maybe you can somehow squeeze in an Austin Reeves, to pair here. And then you already have, you have Jeremy Sohan from last year, right? So there's some
Kendall. You have Kendall.
You have Kendall Johnson. You have Devin Vassell.
Vassell, who's nice.
I think that's a really good young team. Like, I think that's a really exciting team. I'm actually thinking about shifting this channel away from just being Raptors coverage next year to being also Spurs and Denver Nuggets coverage. Partially because we've picked up like 1,000 Serbian followers over the last year, over the last few months, just talking about the Denver Nuggets. But also, because I think it would just be so interesting to cover Wemby's entire season. So I think like that would add such a crazy boatload of work, but it might actually be a de-stressor especially if Fred VanVleet comes back. I'd be like, okay, shit, like I gotta watch Spurs games on League Pass.
What if they go to the Spurs though? Like, what if your favorite player VanVleet goes to the Spurs?
Then I veto this entire coverage thing.
That's interesting for sure. So yeah, so do you speed up the process via the Spurs? Do you throw? Okay, question. Do you throw 21 million per Austin Reeves?
Yes.
Do you throw 25 per Austin Reeves?
No. So I think
so your number is 21.
My number is 23. I would be set at 23. Who Bill Simmons said throw a max at Austin Reeves, and I was just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Well, what's a
the number 2 pick will be wow, it's going to be Brandon Miller.
Wow.
So the number 2 pick just in is Brandon Miller is
wow.
Oh, Jeremy Sohan giving hugs and dabs. That's so nice of him that Jeremy Sohan showed up, man. Honestly, Jeremy Sohan, Victor Wembanyama is a generational talent. Jeremy Sohan is a generational person. You had a chance to meet him?
Sohan?
Yep.
I haven't.
Yeah. I would love to one day. Just seems like such a great dude, man. heard so many good stories about him. Okay, so talking about the number 2 pick, to the Charlotte Hornets. This is just breaking from Shams. Thoughts? I mean, you obviously like him.
Yeah.
I do not.
Right. I mean, you had him number 6 on your big board, right?
I did, and here he is at number 2, and I am just yikes. I can't believe they did this again. The number of times that Michael Jordan has screwed up a top 3 pick right now is just it's going to start eclipsing his championships at this point, right? You got Kwame Brown over Tyson Chandler. That was a mess up, right? Then you have Michael Kidd-Gilchrist at number 2. That was a screw up. And now you got Brandon Miller. And I'm firmly convinced this is a screw up. But let me know, like, you obviously like Brandon Miller more than I do. What do you like about him?
I just think his intangibles. I mean, he has a size to it's just his entire versatility. I think, as you said, with new ownership coming, they're afraid to potentially trade LaMelo. Like, I would have, drafted Scoot and trade LaMelo, but they're doing the opposite. They're doing what the Kings did with De'Aaron Fox and not drafting Luka because they're both guards technically. They're like, oh, I want to fit in Marvin Bagley to come be his running mate type of thing. This is the approach that he took, which, going back to MJ, that's his mentality. Like, he's old school. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There it is, Brandon Miller. So that's
all right, Masai.
That's Michael Jordan's way of looking at things. I want a running mate, and it was reported that he would have the final say, and who would get drafted at number 2. So it's very Vladi-esque. And going with Brandon again, I like him a lot, but I would have went Scoot number 2 and just figure it out from there. When you're a bad team, always draft the best player available, no matter what. And the best player available here is Scoot Henderson.
I am dangling anything to I am so pissed off right now because number 1, the Raptors were exactly in the place that the Portland Trailblazers were in at the trade deadline, and now I'm like, my God, Scoot Henderson could have fallen to you at number 3 if you'd actually tanked properly. Number 2, if they had not traded for Jakob Poeltl, they would have actually had future picks. Right now, you could probably trade 13 and probably 3 future firsts to move up to number 3 to get something. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you could package 13, 3 future firsts, and OG Anunoby. I don't know. I would trade so much to get Scoot Henderson right now. I understand people have concerns about the jump shot. I don't. I think this is basically Russell Westbrook with like way less of a selfish mentality towards basketball. So, man, please, Raptors, do this. Get this done. Trade Siakam, trade whatever other than Barnes to make this happen.
If I'm the Pelicans, I would trade Zion in the freaking second.
I would too. I would too. He's a top 10 player, but he's seldom healthy, and I don't like his leadership. And obviously, he's going to be paid a ton of money. Yeah, Clutch Tatum saying sell the franchise for Scoot. Yeah, I mean, seriously, this is crazy to me.
That is pretty crazy. And then there are also reports saying that the Blazers have no interest in moving the pick. So does that mean that Dame's on his way out? Because Dame doesn't want another, young guy. Like, he wants to win now. So is that their way of saying, hey, I know you're loyal, bro, but we got to get rid of you ASAP?
I don't know. Where does he fit?
I like him in Philly. I like him in Miami. I like him. Shit. If I'm being honest with you, if I'm Memphis, I'm trading for Dame, and that's crazy to say, but I would trade for Dame and go all in for a championship. I think that roster is ready to win a championship. You put Marcus Smart, Damian Lillard, with their shooting guard there, with a potential defensive player of the year in JJ.
Yeah.
And I know it's crazy to say trade John Morant, but like, I would trade John Morant for Damian and have like 2 or 3 years of like going for a championship, because I don't trust John Morant. Like, I don't.
I don't know
that's
why
what I would do.
I just like him. I just like John Morant so much. I don't know. He's just such a great player. It's really hard for me to trade him, and especially because he's so much younger than Dame. But I get where you're coming from on that. Like if Portland keeps this pick, and there's no guarantee that they will, it's happened many times in draft history where, I mean, they are going to pick Scoot Henderson here. There's no chance they're not going to pick Scoot Henderson here. But what happens to this pick over the next, hour, we will see. I don't think there's any guarantees that they keep this. Okay, if I'm Portland, yeah, I think I would move Dame. I would move Dame and just build this whole thing around, Shaden Sharp and Anthony Simons, Scoot Henderson. I'm not really sure how that trio works out, but it sure as hell will be exciting to watch.
It'd be very fun. It would be very fun. But
yeah.
I think somebody said, someone said in the comments, Messiah, would they get a guy like what the hell was like? I just saw the comment from the Wizards. What's his name? Tyus Jones. I think the Wizards are happy with Tyus Jones, if I'm being honest. Like, Tyus Jones he's a starter somewhere in the league. That guy was the best backup for a long time. Now he's gonna get the chance to start. Maybe somebody can go get like a Marcus Morris, who was their starter. I think he's a fine backup. Like if I'm the Kings, I'm trying to upgrade that backup position. Maybe get a Marcus Morris. I would have loved Chris Paul to be De'Aaron's backup, but he's now Steph's backup. So it's interesting, man. I think there's a lot of moves to be made. If you're the Kings and the Raptors, Chris Haynes, my boy, just reported that the Kings are interested in both Pascal and OG, which is fascinating because they're not gonna get both, and they may very well not get one of them.
I watched your piece on it. You would obviously prefer OG.
100%.
I get that. So would I.
And I don't think it's close, to be honest with you. One, because again, as you said, if Pascal talking 40 million plus, he's smoking that good stuff. Like, I'm not paying that man 40 million plus. One, because it's gonna just destroy your whole cap.
Right.
It's tough because again, OG can guard 1 through 5 and be the perfect fit with Sabonis, which again, your biggest issue in the playoffs was what? Your wings not rebounding. If Kevon Looney was killing you, Sabonis was way too focused on having to guard guys that would get beat and then have to worry about boxing out Looney because he wasn't getting help from Harrison Barnes and Keegan and his guards. Like, this was a collective thing. So if you get a guy like OG who is profiling, 6'9", 6'8", whatever, plus wing size, great defender, can box people out, can play at times small ball 5, and we saw what Aaron Gordon did.
Right.
He just makes the most sense for a team like that will be looking to contend. It's crazy to say the word contend, but that's what the Kings are going to try to do next year, contend for a championship.
Yeah, I think you guys need defense. I think if there was a trade somehow to move up for Dereck Lively, if he starts to slip in this draft and you guys need to part with a future asset if you have one to move up to get him, I think he would really help out a lot.
Well, they have like $1 billion second-round picks. They have 2 in this year's draft.
Second-round picks are going to get more valuable in the next CBA for sure. Someone saying Scoot pulls out the Michael Jackson suit. Wait till you see what Keontae George is wearing tonight.
What's he wearing?
You'll see.
I ain't gonna lie. That man looks fly as hell.
Scoot?
Yeah, he looks fly as hell.
Oh, he got this. Look, man, if I'm wrong about this Scoot and Brandon Miller take with the number of times I've said it on record, I will get clowned like no end. Like, Scoot comes out in Summer League, averages 18 points per game or 8 points per game, and Brandon Miller comes out and averages 35 or something crazy like that. People will be like, see, told you fucking retard, and you don't understand anything about basketball and blah, 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 blah. That's okay, man. Like, I was telling people the other day, it was like, yo, like I was talking to my girl, and I was like, why do you think mistakes are so bad? Right? Mistakes are not bad. Mistakes are good. Mistakes are great. Make mistakes. So I wanted to make this original, I believe original big board because I wanted to look back on this in 5 years and say I got it right. Imagine if you made a big board in 2014 or whenever I think Nikola Jokic was drafted and you had Nikola Jokic top 10, right?
Yeah.
That would be great. Like you'd be able to parlay that into some serious credibility as a scout, that you saw that and other people didn't. I don't
So
think
check this
the
out.
Denver Nuggets saw it.
So I had James Bouknight number 4 on my big board. Am I looking stupid? I
But
believe.
you learn. You move on. You learn.
I mean, but I was pretty keen on like everybody else, but I believe in the profile, right, of a guy that can self-create, 6'5", plus wing size, bad defense, but can shoot lights out from everywhere. Every time the Charlotte Hornets would send him to the G League, he would show everything I saw on film. And I'm thinking to myself, is it his skill set or is it his maturity level? Which it's really his maturity level. Like the kid can flat out play the game. It's just the fact that he had a lot of off-court issues. So when I go back and I think about so when I go back and think about, was I wrong in my evaluation? I don't think I was wrong. I just think that I wasn't predicting the off-court stuff that came with that baggage of that player.
But that's exactly it. That's what we need to get down to. We need to get granular. We need to talk about how hardworking they are, how they're going to fit into an NBA locker room, right? Like there's some guys who are just weird. I think you've met them. You've probably met them when they just don't mesh with NBA locker rooms. Guys don't like them. And that makes it tough. That makes it tough. That's a barrier. That's a barrier to success. Some guys don't know how to work hard. Some guys don't know how to work smart. They don't have the good surroundings. They don't have great family members. Their family is always bringing them down or putting them in the wrong situation, stirring up drama, etc. Right? So I look at everything now. I'm looking at who are you close with? How accountable do the people who are close to you hold you?
I mean,
or how much do they gas you up?
It's right, but it's so hard to have the information, because even though we're in the era of information where we can look for anything that can match our opinions, to get to that point of who is in his inner circle, you got to do extensive research on who the hell he hangs out with.
Yep.
Like his 5 closest guys that are doing things for him already, which is a real thing. Like obviously Instagram, you look at their followers, who they're following. You can maybe DM them, ask them questions, etc. But it's so hard to just go on public record and say, well, this guy is immature because he's hanging out with this guy, or this guy is not holding them accountable. We later learn those things, but it's not something that we have access to. Like the best we can do is talk to scouts and talk to people that coached them in college, right? So those are your only tools that will be included in your ultimate prediction, per se, of that specific of that specific prospect. So it's really hard to be like, oh, well, this guy's immature because this guy didn't hold him accountable. Or like John Morant. Like if we knew about John Morant's best friend that liked guns and liked to show guns on Instagram Live, it'd be like, oh, don't draft that guy. Like it's just hard to like have that information when you're making this insane decision on choosing this guy.
No, that's fair. I think it's tough. But some of the John Morant stuff was obvious. If you talk to people around him, if you talk to people he was close to, you got some of that stuff, and it's like a double-edged sword, right? He's a very free spirit, right? He's a very free spirit. He's always been a free spirit. He likes to dance. He likes to randomly pull up in a place and give people tons of money. He is somebody who is very, very much a people pleaser, right? That scares you if the people you're pleasing aren't the right people, right? So I don't know. This goes so far beyond like psychological profiling, right?
Right, 100%. Who's number 4?
I think it's going to be Amen Thompson. I'm assuming it's going to be Amen Thompson, but they're still on the board.
Nice. He's nice as fuck. I'll say that. I know you played for Overtime Elite.
Exactly.
But that dude he's a hooper. He loves basketball. I think he's going to be good. I think they're both going to be good. I mean, guys like Cody and Caleb, who I was close to, went to the same school. I didn't get to cover them, but I knew a lot about them. Knew people that really knew them. I knew they would succeed at the NBA level because those guys were winners. They're willing to do all the dirty things, to dive on the floor, all the things that people don't want to do on the court. That's not sexy. That's difficult to do. Those guys are grinders, man. Like, they just love the game. And the Thompson twins, like, they love the game. So I don't see how they won't be at the bare minimum good role players in the NBA.
Yeah, they're gonna pick Amen Thompson at number 4. Sham spilled it 7 minutes ago.
Jesus Christ.
He is so far ahead of the game right now.
Well, that just ruins it for people, really. I don't think that's cool at all. It's like,
I mean, Woj has been doing it forever.
right, but like, should we even watch the TV? It's like, just go on Twitter.
That's exactly the point.
It's
That's
stupid.
exactly. I mean, they're just flexing at this point, right? Shams is just flexing. But I'm very curious to see if they'll be able to break the Raptors pick, because they haven't been able to the last couple of years. They always miss it.
Right. So I think that one year the NBA was like, nah, y'all can't tweet because, you know, we need ratings and like we need people to watch the damn thing and not like tune off. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
That's just ridiculous. How many viewers they got right now? 24,000? Jesus.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Is he saying his benefit? Messiah thinks Fred Siakam is a modern day Stockton and Malone.
That's funny.
That is funny. We need to trade for Scoot though. Pascal allowed to do whatever he wants on the Raptors. I mean, he was, because I mean that's how. I mean that's just how it is, bro. Like,
who do you think's going number 5? I mean, this is where the draft gets really interesting, because there isn't a clear answer to this question, right?
I mean, you can go twin number 2.
Number 2.
You can go. How do you feel about Cam Whitmore?
Absolutely no.
Okay.
I would go Anthony Black here. I don't even care about
Black.
fit. I don't even care about fit at this point. I mean, I would never consider fit before like the 30th pick.
Right.
Like
Anthony Black. Obviously, they got 2 guys that play the same position already, right? You got the X number 1 pick, and you got last year's pick in Detroit.
I mean, you watched the Houston Rockets pretty carefully. Tell me, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, but I'm going to leave you to talk about Amen Thompson and the Houston Rockets. I'm just going to take a 2-minute break, but feel free to just talk about Amen's fit with Houston and what their backcourt was like last year. Yeah.
So for the Houston Rockets, obviously we know that they have a new guy in charge, and Ime Udoka. I believe they're going to go in a different direction when it's all said and done. I may be wrong, but that market, the 4th biggest market in the U.S., it really is a destination, in my opinion. So, and not because, you know, James Harden likes all the strip clubs and that, but I think they may trade a lot of these young assets. They have a ton of young assets, right, that they can trade potentially, and drafting a man here makes a lot of sense, because somebody could use a guy like him, one of these, you know, younger teams, or a team that's looking to get younger, obviously. But I'm a big Alperen Sengun guy. They should definitely keep that guy. Some people like to say baby Jokic. Some people like to say baby Sabonis. To me, he has a little bit of both in him. You know, Jokic is a different animal all around, because Jokic is such an amazing shooter, right, from the mid, from the 3, especially from the mid. I think he was like 1st or 2nd in field goal percentage from the mid, which is hard to believe, because the guy's a center and it's never really been done from that position. But they got a guy, a hub in Sengun that they can build around. Now, if I'm them, I would trade Jalen Green. You know, I'm looking for some packages to bring somebody else. And I would build around that. But if somebody wants a man, like if that lands you, say, a Paul George, right? You get Paul George, you have Sengun, then you use another asset to bring you another big-time guy. Now you start to build what you already have, which is a ton of youth assets, young assets to go along with, say, a Paul George, with the Şengün, whoever they decide to keep out of the guards, right? So between Jalen, Aman, and what the hell is his name, bro? The lefty. I'm slipping on his name, but between those guys, you have you have a lot of assets and decisions to make, because even though they have a young roster now, I think they hired a guy like Ime with the intention of speeding up the process in Houston, per se. So whatever ends up happening there, I think they want to make their coach happy, which they should, because in his first year he went to the championship.
Yep.
That's what I would do. I would look to go get an all-star, use some of those assets that you got, like a Jalen Green, etc. And potentially build around a man and baby Jokic / baby Sabonis. That's what I would do, man.
What do you think about Ausar Thompson's fit now with the Detroit Pistons? The Detroit
drafted
Pistons
him?
Yep, they're picking Detroit. They're picking Ausar number 5.
That makes the most sense fit-wise, for sure. I mean, that kind of eliminates the whole combo guard. I feel like he can play up a little bit once he gets a little bit stronger. I mean, he's already physically strong, but I'm saying, I mean, you have a 90 there, which is interesting. I think he fits. He fits. The guy can score. I think people are. Oh, nobody here really is reacting to anything. I mean, there's no action here, but I think he's a good player, man, and I think he's going to surprise people. I know his brother gets a little bit more of the attention, but this kid can play, and I think he has the tools to be a good defender in the NBA. And I think this makes the most sense for the Pistons in terms of fit. Like you said, if you were going to go best player available, I know you like Anthony Black, then you go there and you potentially trade
I think his
one of your two guys.
His fit with Detroit would have been horrible.
Right, right. So, but in that case, you go and you trade one of your main guys, right? Like one of your guards.
You're going to trade Cade? You're going to trade Jaden Ivey?
Yeah. I mean, you would have to, right?
I would. Yeah. I mean, I would.
But
That's what
I'm saying.
I don't think Cade has the value right now that you would ideally hope for, given, you've built an entire franchise around him being the guy.
I think it takes, out of 30 teams, bro, there is one team that then be like, I'm going to give you a lot, because I believe in that prospect that I saw 2.5 years ago. See what I'm saying? Like, all it takes is one team.
I mean, he's a very decent player, but you get diminishing returns. 2 years of that rookie contract, that very valuable rookie contract, is gone. Has not registered a single win share at the NBA level yet. Will
I think
he be
all
healthy?
I think all 29 teams would like trade for him. If I'm being honest with you, I think everybody would trade for him.
I think everybody would. I think it just depends on what you would give up for him. Like, I would trade for him too, but I'm not really sure. Who's
so would you feel comfortable trading Cade and drafting Black if you're Detroit? Like, are you that high on him that you're like, okay, whatever I get in return, like, say, like a high-end wing starter for Cade, like, would that be enough in your
I would just move Cade to the 3, man. I really would. I would end this point guard experiment with Cade. He's not a point guard.
I agree.
I don't think Jaden Ivey's a point guard either.
I
would move Jaden and Cade to 2-3. But I mean, this is a non-starter now because they already drafted Ausar. So now next up is Orlando. Where does Orlando go? I think Orlando needs to go Anthony Black. I'm going to become like Jay Billis. You remember Jay Billis is best available, and this guy just keeps falling down the draft, and he's just like, this guy's been the best available for like 18 picks now. That's basically me with Anthony Black. If Anthony Black falls to number 13, oh my God. Oh my God. I know the fit with Scotty is not optimal, but fuck it. I would just take him. I would take him in a heartbeat, run, and just be really happy. I don't think he's going to fall past 8. I think 8 is his floor. It's always been his floor. But if Cam Whitmore starts to fall, if
I think
6-7 go a little bit differently. Jarace Walker,
I think
Taylor
Walker
Hendricks.
goes there. I think Walker gets drafted at 6.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think they're gonna clean house in Orlando. They'll get rid of
Jonathan Isaac.
Yep, Isaac. They'll get rid of
Mo
almost for sure. I mean, no.
Did they already trade Mo Bamba?
Yeah, to the Lakers. I'm saying like they gonna get rid of some people. Like
There you go. Hello. And Anthony Black is going number 6 to Orlando Magic.
Okay, so
good
that
for
means
you,
that
Jeff Weltman. You know what you're doing in the draft.
That means that Jalen Suggs is gone. That means that Cole Anthony's gone.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the easy decision right there. Then
I love this move for them.
I do
but
too. Paolo,
the
Anthony
fit is
Black.
so weird. The fit is so weird. I know I know they're picking the best player available, but this fit is like very interesting to me. But I mean, they just became the biggest team in the NBA by far.
I think this is a great fit for them. Because now I trade Cole Anthony, I trade Jalen Suggs, and now I got Banchero, Wagner, and this kid.
Yeah, I mean, jeez,
that's a nice trio to build around.
I mean, Orlando is scary, so scary. I was kind of hoping they would sort of trip themselves up a little bit and just, I don't know. Obviously they're an Eastern Conference rival for us, so I'm just like
they're going to be fun to watch next year. I think they make the play-in
easily.
Yeah,
Franz is a really good player. And now you're adding.
You have to admit, Banchero's a damn good player too, bro. I know he's not your guy, but like he's
way better than I thought he would be. But
yeah.
I mean, this is like I'm not seeing superstar. I'm seeing like all-star for sure now. I actually looked at my draft analysis of him, and what I said was if he slims down, he could be a star. And that's exactly what he's done. He looks so much slimmer than he was at Duke, man. Looks so much leaner, so much more muscular and athletic. So,
he's good, bro. He's a fascinating player to me. He really is. I think that size, his ability just to see over dudes, create his own shot in the mid, to pass the ball. Obviously, the defense and his effort got to get better from what I saw last year. Yep. But I think adding a guy like Black, it's gonna be good for him, man. It's gonna be really good for him. Like if you're this high on Black, like it should turn out to be really good for the Magic.
I mean, Jeff Weltman really understands what he's doing in the draft for the most part. He has a type, obviously. I was curious to know if he would go against the type a little bit with Anthony Black, because he is a big playmaker, but he didn't measure nearly as well on the wingspan department as he would have liked. But, Jalen Suggs didn't have the greatest wingspan, and Franz Wagner didn't have the greatest wingspan. So I think they've adjusted. I think Mo Bamba was, the sort of cautionary tale of wingspan not being everything, but I think they just got like this. I mean, it's so funny. The Raptors get all this reputation for being Vision 6'9", and then, they lose Jeff Weltman, and then Jeff Weltman basically goes and builds Vision 6'9", which is hilarious to me. Now, if the Orlando Magic are able to waive, I believe, Jonathan Isaac's contract, and they're able to get under the cap a little bit, there's still a threat technically to get Fred VanVleet, which would be very interesting, I think, for them. I think that would absolutely catapult them into playoffs.
So your thoughts on Steph Curry and Chris Paul playing together now?
Interesting.
Yeah.
It could work. I know it's not obvious to a lot of people, but Chris Paul does a lot of the same stuff that Draymond does, just completely different package, different body, different size, whatever. So having a 1, 2, 3 combo of Steph, Clay, and CP3 in spurts, it's not going to kill you. Those are 3 really smart players. They're veterans. Sliding maybe I don't know, Andrew Wiggins down to the 4. I don't know if Draymond's coming back. I have a feeling he might not. I'm not really sure where he lands, though. Does he land? Like, does he take less money and go to the Lakers? I have no idea.
Yes. I think so.
Do they even have the mid-level? They're pretty capped out.
Let me think. They will if they don't bring back some of their guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, they're all free agents if you think about it.
But like Draymond with LeBron, that's weird to me.
I think you have to.
No.
What happened?
Damn it. I told people he was going to go really high. Bilal Coulibaly going number 7 to the Washington Wizards.
Cow. Oh, that's super high.
Told y'all.
Say hello to Jordan Poole. About to have a pool party in Washington.
I feel terrible for him. This is the worst possible situation he could have gone into.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
Oh, boy. Well, I mean, this is very interesting, right? So far, 7 players have gone off the board, and I think the Raptors could have used all of them, or would have liked to get all of them. But Mark Anderson is back telling us Bilal is a bust. Okay.
That's crazy. That
Wow.
is crazy.
I was really hoping he would slip to the Raptors at number 13, but it appears that he will not. There's a lot to like about him, man. Bilal is just an incredible athlete, really good defender. I think if I were the Washington Wizards, and one of the things I always look at with foreign prospects is you need to have an elite support structure for them, right? You need to have like the right system in place for them to actually thrive. Veterans, coaches, etc. I don't think Washington is a good space for him. I don't think it's a place where necessarily he can just thrive. And so, this will be possibly, he has a lot of boomer bust potential, you say. I lean more towards bust now. But had he gone to the Raptors or had he gone to the Magic, I would have leaned towards boom. And I think it's really sad. I think it's really sad because, you work your whole life to get to this point. He's worked obviously very hard for his basketball dreams. And then you get drafted to fucking, set picks for Jordan Poole for the next 4 years. And I don't know. I mean, people have this assumption that prospects just are going to thrive no matter what, right? And they're not. That's not how it works.
I think the superstars will, like, no matter where they go. I think like the iffy players.
Oh shit! What am I talking about? Indiana is selecting Bilal Coulibaly at 7.
Wait, what?
It's not Washington. Washington's 8th. My bad. Okay, this is great. This is great news for Bilal Coulibaly. I've been talking like out of my ass for like, and it's Indiana that selected Bilal Coulibaly.
Oh, that's good for them. You got Tyrese.
That's great. Okay.
You got Ray Carlisle. Now, okay, so
wait a second. No, it's a flip. Indiana is selecting Jarace Walker at number 8 via Wizards in the 7-8 swap. Washington also sends 2 second picks to the Pacers to move up for Coulibaly. So Washington gave up 2 picks to move up for Coulibaly. So never mind. I was correct. So the 7th pick is being made by the Washington Wizards, which is, I mean, such a Wizards thing to do, right? Like, what the?
Hey, man, they're just trying to get better, bro.
Wow.
Let me see. That is crazy. So they gave up, you said 2 extra picks to move down 1 spot?
Yep.
Interesting.
To move up 1 spot. So there's the deal. Indiana is selecting Jarace Walker, number 8, via Wizards, number 7. Washington also sends 2 second-round picks to the Pacers to move up for Coulibaly.
Wow.
I mean, that's incredible. Kind of gives you the value of what second-round picks are worth, but I also don't understand why Washington had to move up to get him. I mean, was there a real threat that Indiana was going to pick him? I don't think so.
Yeah, because they gladly did it for second-round picks. I mean...
So it's a double whammy, right? On the one hand, you not only give up the second-round picks. On the other hand, you actually have to pay a little bit more for that seventh overall pick than the 8th overall pick from a contract perspective. I just don't get it. Like this is silliness. If ever there was silliness, it's like I wonder.
Yeah, but
I
they don't
wonder
care
if
because they have the money now.
I wonder if Washington was just so high on him that they called every team ahead of them and just said, "We'll give you 2 seconds and 8 to get up." You know.
Yeah.
And Indiana was just like, sure, sure, we'll take 2 seconds and save $1 million on this contract. You know, they were going to pick Jarace Walker. I had a really good feeling that Indiana was going to pick Jarace Walker.
So now the Pacers will go after Harrison Barnes, right? That's like the
rumor.
Yeah.
Because
Rick Carlisle loves him from his days in Dallas, and Tyrese loves him from his days in Sacramento.
Yeah. I mean, one player who is currently falling from where a lot of people had him was Taylor Hendricks, who is my 18th prospect, but a lot of people had him as high as 8. And, you know, I don't know where he will stop, but I'm getting a feeling that he could fall a little bit more. Yeah. Just don't feel he interviews well.
Who?
Taylor Hendricks.
Okay, which
I'm not like, God. I mean, I expected Bilal to go ahead of the Raptors. I thought he could go as high as 9, but 7 is a little bit higher than I would have thought as well. I think you know what's hilarious? I actually picked him 6th in our mock draft to the Magic. 6th or 5th. I picked him either 5th or 6th in our mock draft. For Pensire basketball. So I'm not doubting that he's worth the 7th overall pick. Obviously, I'm firm he has the 3rd highest upside in this draft. I think the problem is Washington, just going to Washington, being on a losing team. So here's Jarace Walker being picked 8th overall to the Indiana Pacers now. Ironically, the 8th overall player on my board and also the 8th overall pick. Do you know anything about? Do you know a lot about Jarace Walker? Have you watched him play?
I have not. Not, but his physical profile intrigues me for sure.
Yeah, really good defender, really switchable.
Looks like it.
I think he can be a 4-5. I don't see a lot of 3 in his game, but I think he could. I think he can shoot.
Does he shoot the 3 well?
He does, and
so he'd be a perfect fit next as a bonus. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, he would be great. He's a stretch. He's got incredible
weak side rim protector.
He is.
Shit.
Sounds like some people have compared him to an OG Anunoby.
Holy cow.
Not quite. I'm not quite there with him. But the defense is really intriguing. I've often opined whether or not this is the type of guy who would probably be a defensive player of the year type in the future. He has such an incredible gift for defense, and just his playmaking is better than people realize. The one concern with him is obviously shot creation. Well, now you're playing in Indiana, you don't have to do a lot of shot creation, and now you have him and Miles Turner up in the front court. I think that's great. They can both stretch the floor. You can space it out for Ben Mathurin to attack, Andrew Nembhard and Tyrese Halliburton to get downhill. I think the Indiana Pacers just became one of my favorite teams in the East to watch. I really like this draft so far for Indiana. I really like this draft for Orlando so far, depending on what they do with pick 11. I really hate this draft for Washington so far, just because I think they just picked a player that they have no real pathway to flourish or help develop. I think if I was Washington, I would have picked Jarace Walker here. I think he would have had a really good chance of actually being able to help you. But yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe Bilal Coulibaly becomes Giannis Antetokounmpo for the Washington Wizards. I just
and you're just eating your words.
No, man, I love the guy. I love the player. It's the fit. It's like if he turns into a fucking all-star, please let it be known. I'm the guy who's been sharing all his scouting videos. I'm the guy who's been blasting him on social for like 2 months. I mean, yes, I'm very, very firmly in the pro Bilal camp. I don't think he's Killian Hayes. I don't think he's a bust or anything like that. It's just with a prospect like this, I think it just came down to where he landed. And I was really hoping for his sake that he landed in either Orlando, OKC, or Toronto. Winning programs with good players around him, that had good habits, good ownership, etc. But who knows? Who knows what the Washington Wizards are going to look like? They clearly, you know, I mean, I don't know who they're going to keep around, but they're tanking, they're bottoming out. They want to be really bad, and you know, I can understand why a raw, you know, athletic freak with great upside appeals to them, because they probably think that he's going to help them lose while selling hope for the future to their fan base, and I get that. But this is
I
where
don't know, bro. I like what they did with Tyus Jones. I like Jordan Poole.
I like Tyus Jones too.
I
You know,
mean,
that
Tyus Jones is a winning player. See what I'm saying?
no, that's
Like,
fair. That's
I
fair.
I don't know. Like,
I
I
also
think about the
like also the
situation.
market, like you've been to Washington, right? I have. Like, I'm not really sure that's the right fit, like as a city for him. Um,
It's very diverse, though. It's very diverse.
okay. The
Very
Jazz have selected Taylor Hendricks, so the
okay.
fall has stopped. This is great news for the Raptors. I mean, so far, you've got a lot of forwards going off the board, and you've got nothing but guards coming your way. If you're the Raptors, so now I think, you know, with 3 picks left before the Raptors pick, it's time to start looking at best available options for the Toronto Raptors, right? Briefly, can touch on Taylor Hendricks' fit with the Jazz. I think it's the best possible situation for him. Obviously, I'm a little bit lower on him, but Danny Ainge just selected him, and now I suddenly feel like maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe I'm missing something, right?
That's fair.
Because Danny Ainge does not make a lot of mistakes. And I was telling someone the other day, I was like, they're like, what part of, you know, your big board do you feel has the potential to look most foolish? And I was like, Taylor Hendricks at 18, probably. Like, I'm probably putting too much. This is going to be my Walker Kessler this year, but nevertheless, I think he's an interesting prospect. I think he fits really well with what they're trying to do in Utah. And, you know, ironically, Walker Kessler is in Utah. So it's just like, I don't see the world the way Danny Ainge sees the world, clearly. So best available for the Raptors. Okay. So off the board already are, I think best available, obviously, for me right now for the Raptors to be Jordan Hawkins.
I thought that was Rashawn Holmes, bro.
Rashawn, that's
No, like
hilarious.
his face, like his picture. If you go back to his Bowling Green days, I
Yeah.
guarantee you I can find the exact same picture because his hair was short.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Looks just like him.
Yeah. So I think Jordan Hawkins, Cason Wallace, Kobe Buffkin.
Ooh,
That's 3 guys.
If you
Okay.
get Hawkins, bro. If you get Hawkins, I'd be excited for the Raptors.
I would be too. So
Scotty Barnes is gonna be feeding them dimes.
yeah, I would really, really appreciate the opportunity to see that. But, you know, if the Raptors get Cason Wallace, I'm also going to be just chill about it. I think he's a really good player too. If they get Kobe Buffkin, I'll be perfectly fine with it too. There's 3 guys that I'm perfectly fine with, and there's 4 picks to go. So really at this point, unless those 3 guys go, you know, 10, 11, 12, in which case I'm going to cry because they're probably going to like, oh, man.
I
Please,
think
God, let the
no.
next pick be Grady Dick.
I mean, Grady Dick. He can shoot the ball, right?
He can. I'm not a fan. So I mean, I would love for a team ahead of us to take him, but I'm getting this.
I think Jordan Hawkins. I think Jordan Hawkins will be a Raptor. That's my prediction. I think he's going 13 to the Raptors.
I think that'd be great. He did work out for them.
So he fits there with your new coach. Hopefully it's not as disgusting as last year where it was just awful to watch and the flow is better. I would really appreciate that because, you know, I do enjoy watching the Raptors play and I enjoy watching Scotty play. And if we can give him another option to pass the ball to and lights out type of guy like Jordan Hawkins, it'd be fun to watch for sure.
Yeah. It says media could not be played. That's weird.
Yep, Sham said already. Sham's already spoiled it a minute ago. We the North is dead. Masai is related to Pascal now. We the South. We the Dead. Look like Pincer basketball was being proven right. Ari Siakam. Guess I'll follow OKC and Nuggets next season. The Raptors are going to Tampa Bay Raptors for the next 4 years. I'm on now. Picking next would be interesting. I'm hella far behind the comments. Let me see.
Sean, thank you so much for the super chat. At least Wizards are choosing a direction. The direction is down. But it is also young. And you're right. Tyrese Jones is a really good player, and I really like him. Kawada from Mars, Bilal goes, maybe NBA scouts watching the channel. I doubt it, but I mean, one can hope, right? I've been hyping him up to hell, and people have just been like, stop doing it. I'm like, I'm just hoping for him to go as high as possible. I know he wanted to go top 5. But shoot, I'll be happy for him, man.
What are the Raptors? What are the Mavericks going to do?
Dereck Lively would be a great option. Casey Wallace would be a great option too.
Oh, talking about Lively, they said that that Jarrett Allen is that the Cavs are receiving trade offers on Allen.
This breaking, Dallas is trading Davis Bertans and Casey Wallace at number 10 to OKC.
There you go. Wow.
What?
Wow.
Okay, well, there goes one. One of the many players that I wanted in this draft is gone. And ironically, I believe it was my 10th player. No, he was my 11th player. So OKC is acquiring Casey Wallace from Dallas at number 10. If you tell me that OKC got Casey Wallace for free just for absorbing Davis Bertans' contract, I'm going to cry. Because I have a feeling that's what this is. Is OKC that? You're kidding me.
Yeah.
I hate Sam Presti so much. I hate him so much. I hate Sam Presti so much. Why is he so good at his job, man? And why are so many GMs so bad at their jobs? I can't believe this.
What do you like about him? Casey Wallace.
He's got that dog. He's incredible. He's switchable. I think he can guard up to 3 if you give him a chance. He's a competitor. He's a great team player. He gets off the ball. He cuts. He's a good spacer, shooter.
Does he remind you of De'Aaron Fox?
Not at all. Not at all. He reminds me, ironically, he has a lot of defensive tools and abilities that Lou Dort does, for the OKC Thunder. But I think his offensive game is probably something else. And I'm not really sure what that something else is. On the very high end, I've heard people compare it to a Kawhi Leonard, like a very small Kawhi Leonard, like Kawhi Leonard was 6'2", Kawhi Leonard. He's physical. He's good. He's got some interesting touch. I wonder about his athleticism and his burst and his hops and all that stuff and his creativity off the bounce. But man, I really like him. And, the idea that he's going. Vince saying, what pick are they on? They are on.
They're on 10. They're at 11 now.
Yeah, they're on pick 10. Like the Dallas pick is already in. It is Casey Wallace, and Casey Wallace is getting traded to OKC.
So they're on number 11.
So really, yeah, we're on 11.
So that's Orlando, if I'm not mistaken.
Orlando at 11, yes. So basically, the Raptors are screwed because you have 2 teams that really, really, really know what they're doing, picking right ahead of you.
So wait,
3 slots in a row. That's crazy to me. And you know what sucks? I really hope that OKC with their second pick goes with Dereck Lively.
So they kept the pick. So they just absorbed his contract.
Yeah.
Holy cow! Oklahoma's loaded. I mean, what are they going to do with so many young players? They have to trade somebody.
If we pick Keontae George, I'm gonna have an aneurysm on the live. Like people are gonna mock this and clip it and be like, "Pinsari basketball loses his mind." Please, God, okay. Like I'm willing to. I'm willing to trade.
It'll be Jordan Hawkins.
I'm willing to.
I don't think they'll pick. I don't think Oklahoma. I don't think Oklahoma after just drafting Casey Wallace will not draft Jordan Hawkins. So that's one team.
Why not?
Orlando after drafting
Anthony Black.
Anthony Black, bro. Hawkins will be there at 13. Will they pick him? I don't know, but he will be there at 13.
Yeah. I'm curious now, right? Because technically, if Hawkins goes off the board, just hypothetically, if Hawkins goes, because Orlando has been mocked to pick Grady Dick for weeks, if not months now, right? That has been the pick for them. So I wonder if Grady Dick would be the pick for the Raptors now, just because they lack shooting so much, right? And could he be a surprising, type of player for them? I don't know. They worked him out yesterday, I think, or the day before. Like they brought him in for a second workout. So I don't know if Grady Dick is the concession prize to say, like, okay, well, if the guys that we really like Kaysen, Bilal, etc., are off the board, and I'm just so convinced that Bilal was so high on their board. Like if I had to do a Raptors board, I'm pretty sure Bilal was like 7th or 8th on their board. Okay, Vince saying Kobe.
Right.
Someone saying trade in. What does that mean? Like
Trade
Raptors
in?
trade in?
There's a trade. Closer.
So OKC is sending 12 and a trade player exception.
Yeah, Kaysen Wallace.
So OKC sends 12 and trade player exception to Dallas as part of the trade. So Dallas gets off of Bertans' contract. So Dallas traded. Oh my God. I would have absorbed Davis's contract to get Kaysen Wallace. I can't imagine I wouldn't. I know the Raptors could have traded Gary Trent Jr. for Davis Bertans and 10. But I mean, are you telling me Dallas was so desperate to get off of Davis Bertans' contract from a cost saving perspective that they would have preferred, nothing over Gary Trent Jr. for $18 million?
That's crazy.
Like, could the Raptors have traded 10?
Give me 1 sec.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, brother? How are you? See you.
Okay, I'm gonna mute Leo's mic, and I'm gonna mute my own mic, and I'm gonna ask every single person who is with me, believes in my analysis at all, to please close your eyes and please just pray that we do not pick Keontae George right now, because the number of times Raptors Twitter has blasted this dude in my face and said we're gonna pick him has given me some real fears at this point. So please just spend a minute. I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna have a smoke. Just please spend a minute and just pray that it's going to be either Kobe Buffkin or Jordan Hawkins, because at this point I do not see another guy who fits. Okay, let me just see if there's another pick. Nerves are high, man. Like I was this nervous around when we picked Scotty 4th. Like Orlando is selecting Jet Howard at 11. Yo, I look like a freaking genius. I mean, let's be fair. I don't look like a genius. I had him at 17, but I had him way higher than any mock draft that I saw. Shout outs. Actually, that's not true. There's one person who had Jet going 5th, and I really like this pick for them. I don't agree necessarily with him going over Jordan Hawkins or whatever, but I think he's a lot better than people give him credit for. So congrats to the Orlando Magic. They picked Jet Howard, who fits such a need for that team, scoring, shooting, whatever. They really needed it. He's a guy who can get his shot off. And, this is a great thing for the Raptors, because right now it looks like they're going to have their pick between Kobe Buffkin and Jordan Hawkins at the very least. Because I'll be honest right now, I wouldn't pick Jet Howard over either of those guys. So this is a really good thing for the Raptors. I'm going to take 2 minutes, have my smoke break, and I'm going to join y'all back. I'm going to shut down the poll. I also think that Dereck Lively is in play, which would be weird. because you just traded for Jakob Poeltl. But man, that would be ironic. Okay. All right. I'll see y'all in a minute. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. Do not have OKC's pick yet. I'm nervous. This is a huge thing for the Raptors, man. I mean, look, here are some options available for the Raptors right now. By the way, can you guys smash that like button? There's 450 of you in here, and there's barely 100 likes on this video. Just do me that quick favor, and let's get those likes up. If you're getting any value out of this, those likes do help get this channel and get this live out to more people. Obviously, as the Raptors pick comes in, especially if it's a little surprising, I'm sure we'll have some more people in here, and I'll be able to give you my analysis on that. In terms of my best player available, obviously for the last, several picks, it has been Jordan Hawkins. But if not Jordan, obviously we have Kobe Buffkin, Rayon Rupert, and Cam Whitmore. These are the options. Does OKC take Cam Whitmore here? I think this is quite a slide for him. I don't think he deserves it necessarily. Obviously, I have him 14th on my board, but the upside is still tantalizing. Wait a second. Oh, wow. And it's in. Okay, so what I did not seem to understand about the initial trade is that Dallas did not trade out of the draft. They just moved back 2 spots to the OKC Thunder. OKC moves up 2 spots. likely thinking perhaps that the Orlando Magic would have taken Case and Wallace there. And Dallas is going to get their guy anyways. This is actually a pretty smart, this is brilliant move for Dallas. If they got out of Davis Bertans' contract and also they get the guy that they were probably going to pick at number 10 and Dereck Lively, this is great for them, but also great for the Toronto Raptors because this now means that Kobe Buffkin and Cam Whitmore and Jordan Hawkins and Grady Dick are all going to be on the board for the Raptors at 13. So now it actually is very complicated. I would pick Jordan Hawkins here. I would be fine with Kobe Buffkin. I would be good, if not great. I'd be fine with Cam Whitmore as well. I think there's a lot of athletic tools and upside there. And, if the Raptors believe they can develop his playmaking and stuff, that'd be fine too. I think of these options, perhaps Grady Dick would be my least favorite, but I'm a little bit worried with the number of times they've worked him out that they may see something special in him. So I think the Raptors have a slew of really good options here. And if they don't pick one of those guys and they go for Keontae George, I will be speechless. I will be absolutely speechless. This cannot happen, man. This cannot happen. Okay. All right. Prayers up. Prayers. We got 500 people in here. Pick 13 coming up. And as always, probably Shams Charania and nobody is going to be able to break the Raptors pick.
Bro.
The Raptors are on the board next.
I know. I can't believe he went so early. Jet.
I mean, I saw, so a friend of mine who does draft coverage put him as high as 5. That's the highest I've ever seen him. I put him at 17. That's the second highest I've seen him. I have seen a mock with him to 11, so I'm not going to be like, okay, I'm the first person to put him in the lottery, but I thought he was better than people were giving him credit for.
I mean, he's a big-ass dude that can, shoot.
He can dribble. That's the thing. It's not just the shooting. It's the self-creation stuff. Really, really good.
All right. Tell me your feelings now that we're close to the Raptors.
I want to throw up.
Holy cow.
I'm so nervous because look, the Raptors so badly need this pick to work out, man. They so badly need a guy who can be a part of the future because it's just Scotty right now in terms of blue chip prospects, like lottery type prospects. It's Scotty and OG, right? And OG, there's all this uncertainty about his contract and whatever, injuries, durability, and he's approaching 26. So really, this is you're thinking next 7 years, this is your Scotty running mate potentially, or one of 2 or 3 Scotty running mates. Dereck Lively's off the board at 12. Right.
I have a good feeling it's going to be Jordan Hawkins.
I am afraid it's going to be Grady Dick. Oof. But if it is Jordan Hawkins, I will be beyond thrilled. If, look, he didn't measure great. And if they have concerns about how that will translate at the next level, I get it. And I think, Jordan Hawkins can fit probably really well with the Lakers at 17. Someone's going to be very happy that they got him. I think he's going to be a very elite role player at minimum. Max, I see possibly an all-star. So, I don't know.
He might be the next Desmond Bane.
He could be. And, the Raptors have Darko Rajakovic, who really, really was instrumental in developing Desmond Bane. From what I understand about how the Raptors operate, the head coach does not have a great deal of say in terms of who the Raptors are going to be drafting. He can obviously offer his opinion. If there are 2-3 guys that they like, who do you like, who do you not like? But I am very, very curious to know. Oh, man. I'd be cool with Kobe Buffkin, man. I would. I know I like Kaysen a little bit more, but I like Kobe Buffkin a lot too. He's a really good player, and it'd be interesting to have. Jet was his teammate Michigan, so had 2 teammates in the lottery. That'd be really interesting too. But man,
I'll be honest. I'm nervous for you.
yeah. Like, I mean, who's making the pick here? It's like one of the best front offices in the league, right? So you don't expect them to screw this up. But hitting refresh like 100 times over and over and over.
Bro, you're just making me nervous. I'm sick right now. I'm trying to eat, and I'm like, damn, they better choose Hawkins. I'm gonna be sick to my stomach.
I'm also like considering the options here. Cam Whitmore was projected to go top 5. He has fallen all the way now to 13.
There's a reason.
I wonder. Yes, I wonder if the medicals are concerning people, or I've heard some issues with his workouts. He just has looked terrible in workouts, and you wonder if a guy like that, who's so athletic, is doing poorly in workouts. What the hell? But congratulations, Dereck Lively, the second. I do believe he will be. It's ironic, really, that he goes to Dallas. I do think that he'll be one of the top 10 players in this draft. I'm pretty confident in that.
With Luka, with Luka, he will.
The lob potential. I mean, I think Dallas got a good one here. I think he could start for them. He's a really good player. All right.
Here we go. Number 13. The Raptors are on the clock.
Okay, people are going crazy for Kobe, and we did a poll on Pinsari Basketball, and Kobe Buffkin was by far the leader on it. So my big board has not swayed anybody into thinking. In case look, I think he's got a lot of stuff that I really like next to Scotty. Like just from I really like guys like Tyrese Maxey next to Scotty, and I'm not saying he's quite Tyrese Maxey. He doesn't have quite the speed of a Tyrese Maxey, but it's a similar type of player. He's a big guard. He's a big off guard that you could put next to Scotty. It's something that the Raptors really didn't have last year. Someone who can get to the front of the rim and just kind of collapse the defense. So he fills a huge need, and could be a very special type of player too. Also, let's not forget the poetry of a Kobe going at 13, right? Because Kobe Bryant went to number 13 too. Now you get another Kobe B going at 13. I know that's like completely.
Where'd you have him on your big board?
Kobe 12.
Wow.
Yep.
But if the Raptors can get a guy like Hawkins at number 13, where you had him, what, 6th?
5th.
Damn, that's value, bro.
Yeah. But I mean, in fairness, like most people have Jordan Hawkins anywhere from 11 to 20. I'm just a little bit higher on him. I think he has a little bit more in the bag than people. I mean, I'm going to look like freaking clairvoyant if, we pick Jordan Hawkins here. In my I think my only draft breakdown videos have been for Bilal, Coulibaly, and Jordan Hawkins. I wanted to do all these other ones. I just didn't end up doing it. Yeah. And, my comp for Jordan Hawkins initially was Ray Allen. Ray Allen type, like Rip Hamilton, maybe a muted version of Ray Allen, maybe not quite the top 3 type of shooting guard that Ray was, but oh my God, Clutch Tatum, stop it!
What do you
Stop saying Keontae George, bro. I will ban you. You're one of our Shams has gone dark, yeah, because he doesn't have intel. Oh man, just hit refresh, and actually okay.
Here we go. Don't do it.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna turn the volume on. We're all gonna experience this together. We're all gonna cry, laugh, whatever. All right.
2 minutes left. Here we go, yo.
Tell me how bad it is.
It's fine. I would do it when it's like a minute left, bro, because I don't want this shit to get taken down.
He was really heavily criticized. There are a lot of people.
Yeah, do it when there's like a minute left. That way the algorithm doesn't catch it. But yeah, I'm hoping you guys get Hawkins. Obviously, I think he's the best fit next to Scotty. I think you build from there. You go out and you go get like a like a point guard, backup point guard type of guy,
Mhm.
and you just start putting in all the pieces together. Don't bring back Van Vliet. Trade Siakam. Trade OG and see what you get in terms of like how many pieces, and
Mhm.
just do like a reload, not a rebuild, but a reload. Like you have good players, you have a coach that in theory should be an upgrade in terms of playing wise.
Yeah.
Just talk about his work ethic. We covered Duke this season, and we were
130
told that
left.
Dereck Lively would work in the
I'm
morning.
very, very tempted by Cam Whitmore's upside here.
You think so?
I'm tempted. I wouldn't do it, but I'm tempted. He's going to the Hawks at 15 if he doesn't get picked up here. But
I mean, 6'7". He does
think-
fit. I mean,
I think-
he
I
does
think when-
fit the Raptors.
I think when people fall this far, like, and you haven't worked them out, because I'm pretty sure he didn't work out for teams picking 16, you may not have his medicals. So now you're going in the dark. Like, you're floating in the dark, and you could be very terrified of why did all these other teams pass on him? Because he was mocked as high as 5, 6,
You know what
7.
it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Michael Porter Jr. draft where he dropped to number 14.
Everyone knew why he was dropping, though.
Mm.
Everyone knew because his back injury stuff. With Cam, it's workouts. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Moment of truth, Raptor fans. Fingers crossed. We got 540 people in here. Let's make this one count. Come on, get Scotty.
Smash the like button. Smash the like button. Yo.
Smash the like button here. Smash the like button on Basketball Zone. Make sure to sub up.
Come on, sub up.
Okay.
Man. Let's do it.
Okay.
Pick us in, yo. The pick us in. This is crazy. Here we go. JJ Redick saying, I want a shooter.
Last year, we'll see if they're going to get a little bit of help with that here. The pick is in. Let's head to the podium and the NBA commissioner.
Here we go. Why you got Van Vliet's face?
NBA draft. The Toronto Raptors select Grady Dick.
Wow. That's your best hope, is that if Scotty can put him in the right situations just to shoot the hell out of the ball. And
all right, so let's talk about Grady Dick. Really good movement shooter. He was 19th on my board, so obviously, like, I'm not out on him, but in terms of his intelligence is great. I wonder about his intangibles beyond that, right? Noble Venom saying Klay Thompson 2.0 book
That's
it.
crazy.
I will not book it.
I will not book it. Will not book
I see a little bit of Tyler Hero. Yeah, sure.
Yes,
I can see a
do.
little bit of that. I
can
definitely see a little bit of your Kevin Huerter in him as well. And I think, if you're gonna have a guy like Scotty who has the ball as much as he does, then I think that Grady, and he also is a good off-ball cutter, and he's a guy who gets open. But I just think Jordan Hawkins had more potential on defense. 6'7" shooters like this. I mean, they didn't have this type of player on their roster unless you really, really, really believe in Joe Wieskamp's upside. So I understand from a fit perspective. I just can't imagine this team drafting for fit at 13. And they did work out Grady Dick for a second time. So obviously they interviewed him. They liked him. I'm curious if they
don't
would
make
have
no sense.
had a chance to work out Cam Whitmore if they would have taken him here. But I think you've got a role player. I think you've got a player who can play for you next year.
Yeah.
And in a weird way, he fits really well with a lot of the stuff you already have on your roster. You have a lot of weak side shot blocking.
He fits with this roster now, but I think they're gonna deconstruct the roster. So I would have wanted somebody with more upside, like a Hawkins, as you were saying. This guy fits this roster, which if you're going into next year with this guy as your technical upgrade, I'm not comfortable with. Like, I'm not happy with that. See what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Like, we're hoping that a rookie who hasn't played a single minute upgrades or elevates the current roster. No, like, you either reload, which is trading at least Pascal and not bringing back Van Vliet, but this looks like they gonna bring him back almost. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And speak of the devil, Jordan Hawkins goes the very next pick. This has potential to be Malachi Flynn and, God, his name is so tattooed on my brain that I just forget to say his name. Desmond Bain all over again, where the guy that you pick goes one pick behind the guy you actually pick. I don't like to bet against Masai and Bobby and Dan Tolzman. I believe in that brain trust, but I would be very hard pressed to believe, that Grady Dick ends up being a better player than Jordan Hawkins long term. And look, David Griffin is a great general manager, just elite. Okay, they really understand the draft. They got Dyson last year. They got Herb Jones, Trey Murphy the third. They do not They do not fuck up in the draft. And them picking Jordan Hawkins to me is like as good a sign, if not a better sign, than Masai Ujiri picking Jordan Hawkins. I think this will come back as a mistake. You will not see an A grade for the Raptors for me for picking Grady Dick here. I would have understood Cam Whitmore. I would have certainly understood, okay, you gambled on upside. I would have certainly understood Kobe Buffkin. I do not understand Grady Dick here. This is, in my opinion, again, this is a mistake. And, it's not that he's a bad player. It's not that he's not going to be, he could potentially be a starter in the NBA. No problem. Absolutely. He could be a starter someday. But I think if you're batting for upside, and I think you should be at 13, I think you should still be batting for, athletic and defensive upside. I don't get this at all.
Jordan's in tears.
Yeah, good for him. Congratulations, Jordan Hawkins. Very, very proud of you.
It's a mistake, bro. It's
and your family. Yeah, man.
That's sick. And it's one pick. Oh my gosh. I think this is gonna haunt the Raptors, to be honest with you. On that note about the Mavericks, they actually got the number 12 pick.
Yeah, I know. I noted that earlier. Okay. So I mean, they win that trade for sure. They get off of Davis Bertans' contract, and they get
the guy they wanted. Yeah,
they get the guy they wanted, and they pay a little less for him. I mean, that's a win across the board for the Dallas Mavericks. And I mean, it's interesting. I mean, for Sam Presti to have made that move, he had to know that Orlando was going to pick Cason Wallace at 11. So look, I think the Raptors may have outsmarted themselves here. Yep. I don't know if they necessarily had an expectation or knew that Jet Howard would go as high as he did, or that Bilal Coulibaly would go as high as he did. And maybe they just didn't expect some of the guys who fell to them to be here. Grady had been mocked as high as 11, 10, 9, 8, 7 across the board. I have yet to see a mock draft other than my own that has him outside the top 15.
Wow.
So, people obviously like him a lot. I'm going to pull up his...
Send Bobby aside to see the Titanic. Did you happen to catch the people that paid $250,000 to go see the Titanic and die today?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Did they die?
Yeah, they called or they said it was over because they would have ran out of oxygen today.
That's so terrifying.
Yeah, pretty stupid.
It
looked like a garage. It looked like a garage submarine, bro. Like as soon as they crisscrossed her legs, I was like, man, it's over.
Yeah. So let's just take a look at his analytics profile, and obviously I'll do a very big deep dive on Grady tomorrow, or maybe later tonight. In terms of per 100 possessions, 25 points. He is a good rebounder, 9 rebounds, 2.5 steals. So he's disruptive. He had a little bit of playmaking. He wasn't, a great playmaker by any means, but 2.9 assists to 2 turnovers. slightly better than certain players who were picked in who could have been picked in this range who had negative assist to turnover ratios. I'm more or less just happy we didn't pick Keontae George. I prefer Grady Dick over Keontae George. I'll tell you that much. But 7.7 boxes minus is encouraging. 5 win shares is okay. 58% true shooting given the amount of attention that was given to him as a scorer, like the way defenses blitzed him. It would be very interesting to see if he could do a little bit more at the NBA level. I just don't think there's any precedent for someone like him becoming like an all-star or something like that, unless he has more to his game. There's just one way that he can go, right, which is to become like this elite movement shooter, but the athleticism is average.
It's
He's an average athlete.
His fluidity is average, to be honest with you. I don't really like it. I'm watching Hawkins right now, and I'm like, they just stole him at 14, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and now I'm just very curious to see how far Cam Whitmore and Kobe Buff can fall, right? I mean, I would even understand this pick a little bit more if you are actually moving into a rebuild and you did find a way to get Scoot Henderson. Well, now I totally get it because, you didn't even have the minutes for, to properly develop a Kobe Buffkin or someone like that. But in a weird way, Grady and Jordan Hawkins are the same type of player. It's just Jordan has so much more in terms of, I think, athleticism. And I think he just gets better. I think he has more on-ball stuff. He's better defensively. He has less size, fine, but I just don't care about the measurements as much. Again, this year, I don't care about the measurements as much.
Grady's better suited for the WNBA. That's from our boy James. I mean, there's people that like the move in the comments, people that don't. How tall is he? He's an inch, little Dicky. We need a player that also can play point guard, so it was a mistake. People don't even get that talent off because they messed up. This pick is based on system. Maybe Jordan doesn't want to come to the Raps.
Jordan definitely wanted to come to the Raps.
Yeah, doubt that. A spot-up shooter is just a joke. He's good. We're going to go about Rosberg coming back. I'm absolute shock. Reminds me of the T. Ross could be a good player.
And Kobe Buffkin goes number 15. So it's like literally pick. Oh, my God. You got to see pick 13, 14, 15. And 14, 15 is like the two players I wanted. Man, that sucks.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think Messiah and company outsmarted themselves this time.
They did.
I mean, they everybody makes mistakes. Like they can't always be perfect. You know what I mean?
Yeah. NBA comparisons: Reggie Miller, Brandon Rush. I don't see Reggie Miller, man. I just don't.
No. Come on, that's ridiculous.
I
see a little bit of Kevin Herter. I see a little bit of Tyler. I see a little bit of Kennard.
So 3 white guys.
Yeah. I don't see no Desmond Bain in him. I don't see. Let me see. I see a little bit of.
He is a smart player. I'll give him that much. He's
Kyle
a really
Korver.
smart player. He has a 6'8", 7.5 wingspan.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely gonna help him.
But I mean, like, okay, like that's not really a plus wingspan. 6'7". You would expect, on a plus wingspan, like, I mean, just to profile him physically next to a guy you already have on the roster, Joe Wieskamp. Joe Wieskamp is a 7-foot wingspan, right? Now, granted, wingspan and shooting, and we've already talked about that, but on really high volume, he, I can't bullshit myself into this. I can't like sell myself on this. I can't be like, okay, like that's great. No, I just can't.
Yeah, I can't either.
Dunhamus Prime saying worst draft choice since Rafael Arujo. Adventures with Smiles saying I did call. I had a bad feeling at the beginning. Yeah. Clay Thompson 2.0 book it. Again, as I said, I don't think so. Okay.
Well, how old is Mr. Dickey? He is 19.
Yeah.
He is 19 years old.
He'll be 20 pretty much at the start of the season, though. So he is a little bit older than most. Someone's saying next Larry Bird. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Clay 0.9. Oh my God. I see a 40-point game from him this season, Pinsari basketball. You know what? I would love.
He might, but that don't mean shit. I mean, Quincy Doobie had 30 points, I think, one time. Like, that don't mean nothing.
Yeah.
Scala BCA, if y'all remember, the number one recruited high school player fell to number 20, I think, to the Kings. He had 32 points to end the season. What's up, brother?
Good.
How are you? He scored 32 points, I think, to end the year against the Suns in a game that didn't matter. Like, if he scores 40, it don't matter. Like, in the context of what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm truly disappointed in the front office. But hey, hopefully I'm proven wrong and it works out for the Raptors. I want the best for the Raptors, period. But I would have went Hawkins, man. And I told you he would be there at 13. I just thought they would take him at 13.
Yeah, so did I. Check out Coach Spence.
It's almost like my feeling when the Kings took Justin Jackson out of North Carolina. I was so disappointed because you had Kyle Kuzma, you had OG, on the board still. You had Jarrett Allen on the board. Like, I was just super disappointed in the fact that the Kings took Justin Jackson that year, and people were like, oh, he's a good guy, he's high character. I'm like, bro, but he don't love basketball. I said, and he didn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna just pull up this thing from Boxing One here. Shout outs to Coach Spins.
I'm gonna charge my laptop. Give me like 5 minutes.
Yep. You know, like again, like I've watched at least 5-6 games from Grady Dick this year. I have no doubt that his shooting is going to translate. There's no dip in that shot. It's like he gets it off so quickly. It's a really pure jump shot, right? So, you know, to those people who say like, okay, well, there's no precedence for guys like this just being great players. Well, there's Peja Stojakovic, you know. Great shooters, you know what I mean? What's my panic level right now? Let's say right now, if I had to grade this just from a fit perspective, it's obviously a great fit. There's a reason I wanted Jordan Hawkins so badly. It's because he's exactly doing all this stuff that Grady Dick does. So if you believe, the Raptors front office, if you believe that Grady Dick is the type of player who can unlock everything on your roster, and, you know, hey, look at this roster. Like, look at it. You got Jakob Poeltl, you got Scotty Barnes, you got a lot of non-shooters. And there is a real pathway to this guy, you know, potentially unlocking a lot of that big playmaking wings on your team and just fitting in. And if Darko Rajakovic has, you know, he's had success with Devin Booker. Now, I understand that there is a very big temptation right now for every single, you know, person to compare Grady to a white guy, right? It happens every year where white guys can compare to white guys, African prospects can compare to African prospects, you know, big guys get compared to other big guys and stuff. It happens. But is there a little bit of Devin Booker in his game? That will be remaining to be seen. How much of that is self-creation ability can there be? But, you know, whether you see a Luke Kennard on the very low end, let us hope not, whether you see a Tyler Hero on the, you know, let's say average outcome, because if the Raptors have picked him, obviously they have a development pathway to get him and they like him. Whether you see that from him, right? Or whether you see like something completely different, whether you see a lot more creation, a lot more stuff. There's nothing that says just because a guy is, you know, there's a sort of impression that because a guy's white that he's not athletic. And you know, I think there's all these sort of racial biases that kind of come into it when it comes to white players. And maybe I'm projecting because I certainly have some of those sentiments myself, but his jump shot is very pure. I remember watching it and I remember thinking to myself, man, like if he can figure out how to get it off the catch and get it off the bounce and stuff, like his size alone makes him a very intriguing player. So, you know, as a prospect, I like him more than Kevin Huerter. Look at what Kevin Huerter's turned out to be, right? So if he can be that, then, you know, I mean, look at that. It's off balance. It's also like off movement, off motion. Let's take a look at what Coach Spence thinks are his weaknesses, right? So there's like a lot of cutting, and you know, you can see a guy like this. And again, this is a lot of the stuff that I talked about with Jordan Hawkins, like, you know, the intelligence moving off the ball. And again, he's a considerably bigger athlete than Jordan, and it's not like Jordan's super athletic either, right? He's athletic. He's not super athlete. So if you are basically last minute kind of spinning between him and Jordan Hawkins, and you basically say, okay, we're just going to pick the guy who's 3 inches taller than the other guy, I understand it. I don't know. I think they'll regret it. I think Hawkins will be better. But, you know, the rebounding is absolutely a strength here. They're saying quick hands is a strength. You know, he pokes the ball. He clearly committed on defense. And, you know, at the end of the day, you don't know what the Raptors gleaned from their interview with him. Did they get, you know, like a couple hours to just kind of meet him, talk to him, be around him? If the Raptors know anything, it is the draft. And picking this high, I don't think that this decision was made lightly. But yeah, and, you know, let's see. Defensive impact improvement, obviously, on the defensive impact. I apologize. I don't have ad blocker on, so just going to bear with that for a second here. Right, just not a very long guy. But again, if you're going to be putting him in lineups with Precious Achiuwa, Christian Koloko, Scotty Barnes, OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, maybe he doesn't need to be a great shot blocker, right? Maybe he just needs to be a team defender and a really smart guy who sort of fits in. And, you know, the self-creation, which is why people were so gaga over, you know, guys like Keontae George or even someone like Kobe Buffkin, is just, it's not there for him right now. You know, he doesn't finish well necessarily off those situations. So it's really like a lot of catch and shoot stuff. Also, like on the very, 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 very elite outcome of this, one scout that I talked to, the only scout that I talked to who was super duper duper high on him, said, watch out for this guy. He might remind you of Drazen Petrovic, which I nearly spit out my coffee. But if he's Drazen, then the Raptors win this draft. I don't think he's Drazen Petrovic. So what is he? I don't know. I think a rich man's Kevin Huerter probably is where he ends up. Is that a player who can play for you next year? Yeah, you would certainly hope so, because this is not a, you know, yeah. And, you know, again, I think this is a really apt point here that Coach Spence brings up, which is the improvement areas, which is the thinner frame, right? The narrow shoulders. I don't necessarily see a pathway to him getting notably bigger as well. Keontae George is, I believe, going off the board right now. So whoa, Keontae goes number 16. There you go. Raptor fans in absolute fits, because the 3 most popular Raptor picks go 14, 15, and 16. Wow. Yeah, can you? Look, man, honestly, the worst case scenario for me in this draft would have been Keontae George. Pretty firm on that. Like, Keontae George would have been lights out the worst. I had Jet Howard slightly higher than Grady Dick on my big board. Just to revisit my big board, just so no one says that I'm ducking it or whatever. This was my big board to start. You can see I had Grady Dick at 19th. The Raptors picked him 13th. I would have been fine with Brandon Brzezinski, man. Like, there's, yeah, I don't know. It will take a while. I'll study his tape tonight. I promise. I'm gonna do a lot of tape study tonight. I didn't think that he would be available when the Raptors were picking, and so I guess he is a prospect that I stopped at 6 games. I didn't listen to a lot of his interviews. Maybe there's something I missed. I will go look at it. I will question my convictions happily, but I'm not sure I get it. What up, man? All right. So now we are going to turn our attention back to the Kings portion of this draft, as well as talking about the picks that are really coming in at this point. Oh boy. It's just there's so much here, right? Like, all right. So Utah selects Keontae George at 16. So effectively, Danny Ainge picks the 2 prospects that I was very low on in this draft, and it's giving me a lot of thought. It's giving me a lot of pause for thought here, right?
And it has to because that guy is a pro.
He is a pro. He really gets it. So he picks Keontae George 16 and Taylor Hendricks at 9. And I'm in shambles right now. I'm in shambles, true shambles land.
Maybe you overthought it this year, based on your mistakes from last year. See what I'm saying? Like, it's just it's not easy, bro. Like, if it was easy, everybody would do it.
Yeah, the Lakers are picking Jalen Hood-Schifino at number 17. I had him outside of my top 10. I'm sorry, outside of my top 20. I think for Schifino, I think there's all sorts of issues, but my biggest issue with Jalen Hood-Schifino is really downhill athleticism, burst, and I question the shot. So now the fit is really interesting. Are they looking to perhaps replicate or at least replace some of what they may be losing in Austin Reeves? I don't know, but he's a good bet to give you a little bit of that. I don't know.
So you went over the highlights right now of Grady?
Yeah, I did. Again, nothing that I haven't seen before. I've already checked out the Spins video. I've watched a few of his games. I'm going to do deeper film study tonight and just look into his analytics. I mean, people saying that he has like this great analytics profile that projects him out to be Tyler Hero, etc. I'll be happy to, check out how he compares to other shooters. But right now I just really want to see how far Cam Whitmore drops, because this could be very interesting. And also, like, when one of these prospects drops, you really do start to get a sense of like, what is the value of this trade, this pick that I have, and for the Lakers right now, if there's a team, maybe in the 20s that wants to move up and desperately wants to grab Cam Whitmore, I mean, you could see a crazy deal, like, I don't know, 22 plus a future first to move up to 20. You know what I mean? Something like that. Like, when a prospect starts to fall, like people get desperate.
Side note, very ironically, Tyler Hero went number 13 in 2019.
He did. So I remember that. And look, like I did an entire video about all the great players who've gone number 13 in the past. Donovan Mitchell went number 13. Kobe Bryant went number 13. Tyler Hero went number 13. This is a very blessed number, but not if you fuck it up. So, and I remind you, the last time the Raptors had picked 13, they picked Ed Davis. So, yeah, that was not great.
Well, that
oh no,
proud. Dude, he looks like a school shot. Oh my god, that's messed up. Well,
it's funny because it's sort of true, right? But it's like I don't want that to be funny, but it's like, oh my god, damn it, Sean.
Damn it,
Sean. You're gonna get us all canceled.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, we do not stand by Sean.
Yeah, I stand by Sean in most things, but I don't
Yeah.
stand by that comment. It's
Oh man.
hold on. Let me practice for the media. What is it? I denounce. Is it I denounce Sean? Okay, I denounce Sean.
Yeah.
I disavow.
Yeah.
I disavow Sean.
I don't know
I
how y'all
disavow
say it.
school shooters, and I disavow David Duke while I'm at it. Okay, just the trifecta. Just go all out.
So
Oh my God.
your thoughts on John? Because I haven't heard your thoughts, and I haven't talked about it. But your thoughts on John Morant only getting 25 games as opposed to I thought he would have gone 50. I think he deserved 50. But your thoughts on that?
Well, the NBA Players Association does not agree with you on that one. I don't know. The guy, you give him a bit of a softball, slap on the wrist, then he does the exact same thing. So, I think the league has to protect its business. He's one of your biggest stars. Prior to this entire fiasco, I think he was a really, really good bet to be the face of the league at some point, right? He's definitely the face of Memphis sports. And for him, look, man, like as a kid who comes from the hood, like all of us, like came up trying to get out, like you out, stop trying to get back in. You know what I mean? Like I think that's about as safe a take as I can make on that. There's a lot of people, looking up to you, and I understand the mental health stuff and whatever. He's feeling it right now. He's young. Like we sometimes forget these athletes are so young. I really believe in him as a person. I think he's a really good person. I think he's made some really bad decisions here. I don't know if 25 games is going to be enough or too much. I don't think at this point any of this matters unless he gets help, unless he fixes his circle. And one of the things that I've always been so comfortable with Scotty about is, that he ultimately, he really, really has a great circle of people around him.
Right.
And that's where you as an organization can really trust that he's going to keep himself clear, clear of controversy, clear of bad influences, clear of IG thoughts and OnlyFans models that are hitting him up for paternity suits and shit and ruining his brand, because ultimately at the end of the day it's impossible for these things not to become a distraction. So Ja has created a distraction for the Memphis Grizzlies. I think he's created a bit of a bad look for the league as well, and I hate to say it, but it's true. And he's also, like I don't want to get all social with this, but this is not what the Black community needs either. I don't speak for the Black community. I'm not a Black person, obviously, but I've spoken to people, about this, and I've listened to people about this, and they're just like, bro, you're just perpetuating a stereotype. Like you're perpetuating a stereotype. You could be so much better than this. You are better than this. You're a better person than this, and it's just creating this negative. It's perpetuating a negative stereotype that shouldn't exist. And, you're creating it so large, right? Because there's tons of people working at grassroots level, helping out at churches, and they don't have a platform. There's small business owners, there's fathers who go home and love their kids or whatever. They don't have a big platform. But when you have a big platform like this and you are like a megaphone, you're on ESPN, you speak for more than yourself. You speak for your city, you speak for your franchise, you speak for your league, you speak for your people. There's so much to it. I'm always aware of this as a Serbian person, right?
100%.
Because we're minorities here too. And, I always think to myself, like anything I do that negatively, impacts me doesn't just negatively impact me, it also negatively impacts where I come from. So I don't know. I think it's complicated, but 25 games seems somewhere between fair and unfair. So probably it's fair. Why? What do you think? You don't think it's fair? You think he should?
I don't think it's fair. I think the number was 50. I think they slapped him on the wrist because he is John Morant. Because at one point, as you said, he was the face of the league, or he was going to be the face of the league. And anytime you slap someone's hand, they repay you with more stuff. They did that the first time. He did it again. I saw it 1,000 times over with DeMarcus Cousins in terms of different things, not like showing guns, but like acting like an idiot, flipping off fans, trying to run me out of the gym here, the practice gym, inside the locker room, like a bunch of different types of things. So,
right.
And it's just like parenting. Anytime you just slap the wrist on somebody, the kids aren't going to learn because they know that they have a long leash. And that's what they did once again with John Morant. If it was anybody else, I truly believe it would have been 35 to 50 games.
Yeah.
So, I thought it was unfair because Kyrie, I mean, think about what Kyrie did, right? Like, not to, again, get all social and bring all this stuff. he was looked at differently because of what he did, and then this guy goes on Instagram Live showing guns. Like, that don't make no sense to me.
Yeah. I agree with you. Mark Anderson with the craziest comment in the life of me. Dick will be better than Barnes.
What
Yeah.
Barnes?
Scotty. He means
Oh, I
Scotty.
thought he was Harrison Barnes. I'm like, I mean,
Yeah.
that's even wilder. You said better than Scotty Barnes?
I'm buying a Duck jersey. I bet you are. Okay. Okay. Jaime Vasquez from UCLA. I love him. Going to Miami.
He's Mexican.
I believe he is. Yes.
Yeah.
He is going to Miami at 18. Heat culture. Another win. He's amazing. I watched so much tape on this guy. He is that Christian Brown, David Roddy of this year's draft. I wonder if Miami is overthinking this maybe a little bit because they haven't worked out Cam Whitmore. I don't know how comfortable I'd be picking him over Cam at this point, like in the draft. Like, Cam has fallen so far, right? And as someone who wasn't super high on Cam Whitmore, putting him like 10 slots down from where he was, like, I feel like, okay, like, I feel smart, but shit. And I had Jaime at 16th. So him going 18th. I think I was unusually high on him. I don't think I saw anybody else have him top 20. Did anyone else have Jaime Jaquez top 20? I would love to know, because I feel like I was very original on that, and I'm going to pat myself on the back for this one. I'm so happy for him as well. He's a 4-year player. I think he can play for you right away. I think he's further along as a player right now than Nikola Jovic was last year. Just a really good player. I really love how he fits in with that. He is a little bit of Jorge Garbosa in his game. He really does. Yeah. It's a common comp for him. He's people penalize him for not being very athletic. He tested very well athletically. I like him a lot. I would have been thrilled. I don't say I would have been thrilled if the Raptors picked him at 13th. I would be, like
losing your mind.
I'd lose my mind. Yeah. But at 18, I love it.
I love it for the Heat, because the Heat, it's Heat culture. He's going into an established program, into a team that is looking to compete. He's a guy that if somebody gets injured, like a Tyler Hero, like, he can step in and give you valuable minutes. That's what he does. Like, he's a winner. I like him a lot. So a question for you is, who's the next Bruce Brown in free agency? Like, is there a player in the league that you're like, I can see him being very impactful if he goes to XYZ team?
I don't know. I haven't give me a list of available free agents. I don't know.
So Bruce Brown, for example, if you're the Sacramento Kings, from a perception standpoint, if you get rid of Harrison Barnes and you replace that with the Bruce Brown, do you see that as an upgrade or a downgrade?
Downgrade.
Wow, that's crazy as hell. I'm complete opposite. I think it's an upgrade.
I watched Bruce Brown play for Brooklyn. I watched Bruce Brown play for Denver.
He was good on both teams.
Yeah, he's got limitations, and I think this might be for the Sacramento Kings fans and you. This might be a case also of the grass isn't always greener on the other side. I think Harrison Barnes has been a part of some really bad moments in Sacramento, but I think he's a better player. Depending on the contract, though. I mean, it's close.
Say you pay him.
He's younger. He's younger, right?
Yeah. Say you pay him $16 million per.
16?
Yeah, per.
You can afford to pay someone $16 million?
I'm just saying, yeah. Just say $16 million.
So for Bruce Brown?
Because that's what I think he's worth.
That's probably not far off from what he's worth. Maybe 14,
I just think he does all the little things to win you basketball games. Like, he's not the sexy guy that has, say, a bag like Harrison in the post or stuff like that, but he does things that impacts winning, and sometimes that's overlooked. Like box score. Like, no, I think he would.
I think John Hamilton wins us here. Podziemski is the new Bruce Brown. I see a little bit of that.
That's funny.
If you guys end up with Brandon Podziemski, I would actually bet that your draft pick might be better than our draft pick, despite picking 11 picks later. Podzinski is awesome.
You like him?
I do. And I think he fits in really well with what you guys do. I think he would be an upgrade eventually over Davion Mitchell.
Okay. I like the sounds of that. I'm not very familiar with him, but
Santa Clara guard, really good shooter, deep
what's his
shooter.
name? Yeah. He's a light skin kid.
He's not light skinned. He's white. He's Polish.
Is he?
Yeah, he looks light skinned, but he's just white.
Okay. What the hell is his name? I know who you're talking about. I just went to Santa Clara last week on a project.
This dude.
Yeah. I thought he was light skinned. I don't know why. Curly hair.
Yeah, he's a big guy. I mean, some people compare him. Obviously, the comparisons to Dante DiVincenzo and guys like that come up, But I see
Dante's
bits
a
of
good player.
Dante is a great player. I see bits of Josh Hart. Like I think somewhere between a Josh Hart
I
and
love me some Josh Hart.
I do too. He's a good rebounder too. I see somewhere between a Josh Hart and like a poor man's Manu Ginobili. Like, I think he gets downhill pretty easily. I think he's got some sass and like some creativity to his game. So I'm very curious to see how far he will fall. But right now, if you are picking, what we are at 18, so I guess.
So will the Warriors? So the question is,
the Warriors are going to get someone great here. Honestly,
draft Chris Murray, which I think they will.
They shouldn't. They're picking. I knew it. Picking Brandon Podzinski. Speak of the devil.
Wow.
Great. Congratulations, Golden State. You pick a great one. Brandon Podzinski going 19th, which means Cam Whitmore is officially, I don't know, Kings. Is Cam Whitmore going to fall to the Kings? Because this is like actually starting to look like in the realm of possibilities. I mean, there are some very interesting prospects that are still.
That guy could have been top 8 going to Washington. He might fall to the Kings.
If that happens, wow, that would be very interesting. And
he's the perfect fit too. Like that size, they're looking for a guy like him.
Yeah.
So my thing is though, if you're the Nets, do you trade Dorian Finney-Smith for the number 24 if Cam's there?
Dorian Finney-Smith for number 24.
Which if Cam is there.
If I'm the Nets have back-to-back picks here.
They do? Let me see. Yeah,
they have 21 and 22 or 20 and 21. I can't remember.
Yeah, they do. 21 and 22.
I mean, can you imagine the Nets being like, "Hey, we're gonna pick 3 guys in 4 picks." Dorian Finney-Smith for number 24. Yeah, I would do it. No, I wouldn't do it.
You would do it if you're who?
I would do it if I was. I mean, hold on. Dorian Finney-Smith's a really good player, man.
I like him a lot. I would trade 24 in the heartbeat for him.
I would have to look at his contract, like what his contract looks like.
He's at $14 million.
How many years?
3 years.
3 years, 14 million?
Yeah.
3 years remaining at 14 million?
Yeah.
That's good value.
That's insane value.
I would take it for the tomorrow.
I mean, the Mavericks.
I prefer him.
The Mavericks were garbage on defense after he left.
They were. I mean, he's a really big part of that. No, for sure. Like I get it, and that could be your very, 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 very poor man's OG Anunoby situation.
Right.
Adam Jones saying, "Great pick for the Warriors. This is my dark horse pick. I would love to have him." No, it's hilarious. I was actually talking about him before he got picked. I love it. I was literally just talking about what a great player he was. Look, let's see how my big board is doing so far. I'm very curious, like how close was I here? So my big board, 1 is gone, 2 is gone, 3 gone, 4 gone, 5 gone, 6 gone, 7 gone, 8 gone, 9 gone, 10 gone, 11 gone, 12 gone, 13 still there, 14 still there, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 are gone. So among the first 20, and I mean, what are we at right now? We're at 19, right? Among the first 19 picks, I've got most of them. Like this was the consensus general area. So far it's just Rayon Rupert too high, Cam Whitmore too high, Dereck Whitehead too high. Ironically, all 3 players, really athletic wings. Hilarious. All 3 of them are just long athletic wings, and that's my player type. That's the player type that I really tend to prioritize. Maybe other GMs don't see it, or maybe right now Cam, Dereck, and Rayon go the next 3 picks. That would be crazy. If I'll tell you right now, if my top 20 ends up being the top 25 picks, I would feel very, very good about my scouting this year.
Yeah.
Even more so if 5 years from now, when you look back on this, the order seems to make a little bit more sense. 1 out of 20 isn't good, bruv. Oh, that's not a mock draft, silly buddy. That's a big board. Bro, you got 1 pick right. It's not picks. Do you understand what a big board is? This is not a mock draft. It's a big board, which means like this is how I see this draft in terms of talent.
Jesus, people, man. Learn the difference between a big board and a mock draft. Please, Fred, get off my team. Bojan Bogdanovic, Ting. I would say okay with Dick if he was not so slow.
He's not slow. He's not slow. Like,
he's not slow. Yeah, he's not slow, but he's not
like a live wire athlete.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Houston picking Cam Whitmore, number 20. Okay, there's just wow. And what did I say? Like I said this in the mock draft situation. Houston never seems to go against the mock draft. Amen Thompson was number 4 on the mock draft. What did they do? They picked Amen. And who's the best player available right now according to the mock draft? Cam Whitmore. And they picked that guy. Just never surprises me ever. And you know what? It's kind of worked out for him a couple times, hasn't it? Right? I mean, he didn't outsmart himself, and he struck gold with Alperen Şengün, right? But he didn't think for himself probably, and I think Jalen Green is the wrong pick there. So it's just
it's tough. It's tough with the whole Green thing, but
yeah.
I mean, at the time it was like, damn, like this guy is a freak scorer. The profile was
never better than Evan Mobley. I don't care what anyone says. I think it was a lot of hype from high school. He was the number 1 player ranked in high school, and I think people just overthought that. And there was this: is Cade better? Or is Jalen Green better? And it's just like that debate took over people's brains.
So it was Cade, Jalen, and then Evan, and then Scotty.
What do you mean?
1, 2, 3, 4, right? That year?
It was Cade, Jalen, Evan, Scotty, yes.
Yeah.
And then Jalen Suggs, and then Josh Giddey.
That's right. Yeah, they would have been very good with Evan and with Şengün together. That would have been freaky.
Can you imagine? Like I mean, it puts players together. Okay, so we are 20 picks in, and the only players still remaining on my big board. I mean, guys, like, can you look at Jay Billis's best available for? Oh wait a second. So really, so far, the only players that I really am very wrong about: Rayon Rupert and Dereck Whitehead instead of Keontae George. So someone obviously took Keontae George ahead. And who else went in the top 20 that I didn't have here? So it's Keontae, surprise. Who else was it? Hang on 1 second here. Podzimski, yes. Jaime Hawkins, yes. Jalen Hood-Schifino. So it's Jalen Hood-Schifino and Keontae instead of Dereck Whitehead and Rayon Rupert. Makes sense. So it's 2 guards versus 2 wings.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting closer to the Sacramento Kings selecting at number 24. To give people some context, they also have number 38, and they have let me see, they have 38 and 54. One guy that I think I would draft if he's available at 38 without question is Imani Bates.
Where?
At number 38.
You would take Imani Bates at number 38. That is a very interesting debate worth having.
I would take him there. I'm going to bet on the upside, which he has a ton of. He has a scoring punch. He has a size, a length. He has a chip on his shoulder.
He does not have the length. He has negative wingspan. I mean, he has length if you're
I mean,
playing him at 2.
yeah.
I don't know how he fits in at 2.
I think the Kings, you're able to have a project at that range, and I think it's a win-win. You can't lose if you choose a guy like that has so much skill.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of players that fit into the next 4 picks are going to be really interesting here for the Nets, for the Kings, etc. I think City Sissoko is a player definitely that's worth thinking about. Nick Smith Jr., right? Depending on how you feel about him.
From Arkansas?
Yeah, he's really interesting, right? Like
What is he? About 180 pounds?
I think he's about 190, but still, I mean, he's 6'5". He's
be
got
the perfect
burst.
backup for De'Aaron.
I think he'd be a good learning example for him.
Okay, well, I think if they do that, they probably trade.
This guy's comments are just the worst and the best at the same time. I'm off to Zanzibar, which is a strip club here in Toronto. Go Dick. I mean,
I love his comments.
Oh my god,
man, I can't believe Jet went that fucking high.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not going to be a bad pick. I think
It's not. I think he's a good player, but man, I was hoping he landed at 24. But I think the possibility of Chris Murray being the king is very likely now.
That would be very interesting. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
That is fascinating to me. Okay, well, if it happens, man, I guess we might see the first ever successful twin duo. Right? I mean, he does a lot of the things Keegan does. Good shooter, good player, high IQ. Let's see.
Who's left on the big board? Rayon Rupert and Dereck Whitehead are the only players left on my big board. Everyone else is gone. I'm proud of this, man. I don't care that commenter saying like you got one thing right or whatever. I think the goal of a big board is a range, right? So I think I'm very curious to know what I saw in Rayon Rupert that other people didn't, and again, I don't have access to Dereck Whitehead's medical information. He could fall all the way to the second round if his medicals are bad, or he could go the next pick if his medicals are great. So yeah.
Do you see Whitehead being a good fit with the Kings?
Yes, he would be the best fit with the Kings. If he's healthy, he's great. He's a good defender, good shooter, really solid athlete.
He sounds like that's what they need. Like
dude, he was his prep career. Like if you guys end up picking him, like I'll give you a whole lowdown on him. Like his prep career has been really interesting. He was at Montverde the year after Scotty. Really like a 2-sport athlete. Like he could have been a pro.
He's 18 still.
Yeah, he's one of the youngest players in the draft. City Sissoko is also, I think, 18, I believe. GG Jackson is also one of shit, man. You guys got some really interesting options. Noah Clowney is also 18. You got like 4.
He shot 43% from 3.
Who? Dereck?
Whitehead?
Yes. I think he shot 41. Did he shoot 43? You're looking at the stats, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is he dropping? Because he's injured?
He was injured prior to the season. He played most of the season injured. So everything you saw from him was, like not perfectly healthy. His shot creation came a really long way at Duke. And yeah, now I believe he's gotten surgery, if I'm not mistaken. So, maybe he didn't get a chance to work out for teams.
That is crazy.
I mean, look, same thing happened with OG Anunoby, right? A top 12 talent falls to number 23 to the Raptors, and Messiah is a genius forever. Well, maybe a top 12 talent falls to the Kings at 24 right now. Believe me, there's a lot to get excited about right now in this draft. And, I mean, shit, Dereck's great. Like a really good. I liken him to a Tim Hardaway Jr., like a athletic Tim Hardaway Jr. type. So I
Yeah,
think you could get your Dorian Finney-Smith in him.
I'm looking at him right now, and I'm like, he fits perfectly with what the Kings need.
Yeah, check out a scouting report on him. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna
Yeah,
grab a smoke
yep.
and yeah. You can keep talking if you want. You want to
Yep,
keep
I got
talking?
it. So Dereck Whitehead, y'all. The NBA comparison is Anthony Morrow, which I actually remember very, very good, very well actually. And from what it seems like he's a much more athletic version of a Anthony Morrow, which again, Anthony Morrow was a very good shooter. Um, but yeah, if the Kings can get this type of value for at number 24, obviously the Kings can look at a guy like Chris Murray, brother of Keegan Murray. The question remains, though, can it be a successful tenure with two twin brothers? And I can hear my feedback because Rob left the mic on. But can Chris Murray work out and essentially not be in the shadow of his brother, who I believe Keegan will take the next step this upcoming season for sure. And I would be very intrigued. He obviously has the size. He has the IQ to play on the Kings. I think if you do get Chris, you definitely move off of a guy like Harrison Barnes, and you try and you go get a guy like a Bruce Brown. Obviously not Bruce because he's probably going to re-sign with the Denver Nuggets. I can literally hear myself. Rob didn't mic himself. Let me see if I can. No, I cannot. But yeah, for the Raptor fans, I hate the Grady pick. I think it's a mistake. They should have went with Jordan Hawkins. It's disappointing on so many levels. I think the front office actually outsmarted themselves, but we'll soon find out. I don't think he's a bad player. I just don't think he was a player at number 13, in my opinion. But that's just me. But Grady, hopefully Grady turns out to be a lot better than what I think he will be, a lot better than what Robert think he will be. But I just don't see it, man. Again, a few years ago in 2017, when the Kings drafted Justin Jackson, I knew that was a bad pick. Having OG on the board, still having guys like Kyle Kuzma on the board, Jarrett Allen on the board, those types of guys. And the crazy part is the Kings had number 15 and number 20. And they elected to go Justin Jackson at 15, and they elected to go Harry Giles, which again, Harry Giles at number 20 was not a bad thing because Harry Giles was at one point the number one guy in high school. So at number 20, you can take that risk, but at 15, you had a swipe at OG. You had a swipe at Kyle, at Jarrett Allen. It made no sense to me, man. But yes, if they go Chris Murray, I wouldn't, be mad. But I think Rob is selling me on Whitehead, and if they go Whitehead, I'd be very, very happy as well. He just fits the profile of what the Kings need, which is wing depth, a guy that can step in, defend, shoot the ball, fit into this motionless, great ball movement type of an offense with Sabonis. Can you imagine Whitehead coming off a dribble handoff with Sabonis setting you the screen? I mean, holy moly. The same with a guy like Chris Murray. You can literally plug in a lot of dudes. If they have high basketball IQ and can shoot the ball, they will fit very well with the Sacramento Kings. So, we'll see if they get the value pick here with Whitehead. But like Rob, I was telling you that I was hearing myself on the mic because you left the mic on, but it's all good. Yes, I kept talking about Dickey and how disappointed I am for the Raptors, but we'll see. Again, I don't hate him. I think he's a good player, but I just don't think he was the guy at 13.
Yeah. Looking forward to Jack Armstrong, calling Dick from deep. It's gonna be let's get those jokes out of the way right now.
Yeah.
Look, this gives a lot of the Raptors need I don't want to say they need to be good next year, but they want to be good next year. I think Grady Dick fits a need on the roster, a major need for a movement shooter. If his if his range, now I don't know for this for sure, but if he can extend his range out to 30, right?
Yeah.
Then in terms of as a pairing with Scotty, if the off-ball cutting is real and he can get really deep, this could be
Okay.
a very interesting offensive fit for the Raptors. And if there is a single, let's say a team that can compensate for him defensively, it is the Raptors.
Right.
I mean,
the Nets have selected Noah Clowney at number 21.
one of the youngest players in the draft. I get it from their perspective. Really interesting player.
Yeah, I mean,
I
makes sense.
had him at around 24, so this makes sense for me. But yeah, I'm very interested to see how far Nick Smith Jr. is going to fall here, right? Like this is getting, he was a guy who was consistently mocked in the mid-teens to high, to high lottery even. And if we're looking at mock drafts from about a year ago, Nick Smith was the third ranked player in this draft, behind Scoot and Wemby. So just a really injury-plagued year. I don't know if the Kings even had a chance to work him out. I mean, you would know better than I do if the Kings had a chance to work him out, or if they were sort of stuck at maybe look, it happens every year. There's like 20 guys who think they're going to go top 10.
Right.
There's like 35 guys who think they're going to go top 20. And you worry because there's a big advantage to having multiple picks in the first round or even in the second round, is sometimes you can get a look at a guy. Let's say you have pick 14 and 22, and there's 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys you bring in all for pick 14 range, and one of them falls. Now you've actually looked at them, you've had a chance to talk to them. And so, the Raptors not having a second round pick in this draft kind of pissed me off, right? Because it's another casualty of the Jakob
Trade the
Poeltl.
Kings. Yeah, just trade with the Kings. But question for you, your thoughts on Canadian, or, that's his hometown, but Leonard Miller from the G League Ignite.
Very interesting, right? Like if you want to look strictly at tools, what a great fit next to someone like Domantas Sabonis, right? Just the type of forward that you will want to put next to him. I've just never liked the basketball feel and the IQ from him. He has every tool imaginable. I've seen, early tape from him. He entered the draft last year with Drew, got some feedback from general managers that he just needed to give it some more time. Spent the year with the G League Ignite, and I think he progressed. He progressed a little bit there. But if you told me he was out of the league in 4 years, I wouldn't doubt it. If you told me he became, a serviceable 5th starter, I wouldn't doubt it. He has every tool imaginable. I don't necessarily see how he succeeds necessarily in the NBA. So I would probably, but the upside is real for sure. Like when you look at his physical tools and physical profile and just the way that he runs the floor, it's impressive for a player his size, and he has a lot of skills. Just the feel is just not there. The mental acuity, the reads, the wherewithal of knowing where to be offensively.
Is he a power forward or is he a center in your eyes?
I think he'll eventually be a center. But right now he could be a wing, a big wing, power forward, type of tweener for you, right? He has some ball handling skills, right? So, again, you look at guys like this and you start to imagine what they should be, what they could be, and then you start to match it up against the game film, and you're like, well, I know what they should be and I know what they could be, but why are they not that? And then you start selling yourself on all the reasons why, and you say, well, if I can get him in the right system, coach him up a little bit, get this skill up, get the strength up, get this up, get that up. But then and another prospect that I just don't feel probably interviewed very well. So, yeah.
Yeah. Someone said Hawkins is too slow. That's crazy.
I don't think he's slow, but there's look, here's the thing, it's tough to
Whitehead went number 22.
All right.
Wow.
There you go. Great pick for the Nets there. I think they go fully, they bat fully on upside here with Dereck Whitehead and Noah Clowney. Noah Clowney went number 21, right? 21 to the Nets.
So it's looking like Chris Murray, bro.
All right. Well, let's look at what's available on my big board. The only player available on my big board after 22 picks. Sorry, I'm going to pat myself on the back here. The only player available on my top 20 after 22 picks is Rayon Rupert. Okay. So feeling very good about this big board right now.
Who's a surprise so far? I know it's early, but who's a surprise of the draft, like that you thought went super early? Or
I'm just kidding. In terms of like, look, my big board is a projection of what I think these players will be. I wanted to be able to look at this big board 3-4 years from now and study it and learn from it, because these were my honest thoughts about these players. In terms of like my actual, where I thought these players would go, I thought Grady Dick could go as high as 11. So him going to 13 is not a really big deal to me. I thought Hawkins could fall all the way to 17. So him falling to 14 is not a big deal to me. It's just where I saw it, in terms of, what I'm a little bit surprised by. Ausar Thompson going 5th is a little bit surprising to me, to Detroit. Little bit surprising.
Jet Howard going that early is a surprise to me.
It's not surprising to me at all. I think Orlando wanted a shooter. They obviously prefer Jet over Grady Dick. Maybe they valued his self-creation and his ball handling ability. I think Grady's a better shooter than Jet Howard, but not by a whole lot. But there's so much to be said about scouting, like in terms of shooting mechanics, and you have to correctly scale up. If you're an NBA scout, you have to be able to correctly project how much space does this player need to get their shot off, right? And the thing that I liked about Jordan Hawkins, and to a lesser degree, but perhaps, if you can add in, if Hawkins has a slightly quicker release, in my opinion, than Grady Dick, and I think it's really close, like splitting milliseconds between these two. The only thing that you could probably say with Jordan Hawkins is because his release point's higher. He's a bigger player. And so if you think maybe the bigger player element will make him a better playmaker at some point, right? Maybe you see a Gordon Hayward here, in which case, holy shit, right? You hit the jackpot at 13. If you got Gordon Hayward here, you have really hit the jackpot. Not to keep bringing up other white guys, right? That he kind of reminds you of. So I think, yeah. But in terms of like guys who went a little bit higher than I was expecting, Keontae George, I fully expected him to fall. The fact that he went 16th is a little bit surprising to me. And right now, if we're looking at, the one guy, that I didn't have in my top 22 at all, that has gone off the board, it's Keontae.
Right. So if you're the Kings at 24 and you have between Leonard Miller, Chris Murray, and Oliver Prosper, who are you going with?
You say Leonard? I would go none of those guys. I would go with Rayon Rupert.
Okay.
I would go with Rupert. Now I don't know if they're gonna go with Rupert, and I don't know if we're gonna be sitting until 45th pick for Rupert, and Rupert is just gonna be that. Wow, Rob had someone 13th who went 50th. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how he worked out. I don't know what his medicals are. No idea.
He's 6'7".
Yep, 6'7", really long wingspan, really twitchy, fluid athlete. I really like him, but we shall see. We shall see. No idea.
He plays with a Wemby?
No. But I think he will be, the French national team in years forward is just going to be so elite. Like, they have so many prospects coming down the line. I believe they have 2 more coming in next year's class. French basketball
he has a 7'3" wingspan.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Portland is picking Chris Murray at number 23. So there goes your.
Oh my God. Chris went. That's crazy.
All right.
Well, that's.
I mean, that leaves Nick Smith Jr. on the board for you guys as well. I don't know if you value self-creation and isolation scoring, but he's got that in abundance. He's got a little bit of shooting, and he's a big playmaker. He's not necessarily. He wasn't.
Guy. Let's go with the French guy. They're saying he's an ex-OG.
Who's saying that?
His NBA comparison.
I wouldn't doubt it. He's got a little bit more fluidity than OG, but probably the shot would be more worrisome than OG's. I don't know. A lot of people like to compare people to OG Anunoby, right? Jarace Walker's compared to OG. This guy's compared to OG. Dereck's compared. There aren't too many OGs in this world.
Yeah.
I think Repair reminds me a little bit more of like a Thabo, like maybe like a Thabo Cephalo show with a little bit more offense. Like an NBA player. I think he's an NBA player, like for sure. All right, Chris Murray off the board. I think.
Wow.
All right, are you guys up next, eh?
Yeah. So I'm kind of glad he is off the board because if he would have been there and they don't pick him, I think Twitter would have exploded. Like King's Twitter would have exploded. The fact that everybody wanted this to happen and it didn't happen. So
I mean, it's kind
I'm
of
kind
sad
of,
that it just happens like one pick before, though, eh?
but now they got to essentially go for a project, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's what it's looking like because both your guy from France, he sounds like a project to me. If they go Leonard Miller, he sounds like a project to me. I would just trade the pick. I would just trade the pick. If I'm being honest.
I mean, I think these draft picks are going to be an incredible asset with the next CBA, right? And especially because I think you could actually get a rotation player at 24 here. I probably wouldn't trade this pick if I was the Kings.
So who are you picking right now?
I would pick Repair, obviously. According to my big board, I would pick Repair, but I'll understand if they go Nick Smith Jr. here too. There's so many players available right now. There's GG Jackson. There's a lot of upside plays here. I mean, I don't know who the Kings had a chance to work out. You guys are getting Olivier Maxence Prosper.
Wow.
And you're trading him.
Are they really?
Yeah. Trading him to
Dallas. Okay, here we go. It's about time. They trade the pick. I love it. I said it the whole time they was going to trade the pick. I think Chris was their guy, and if he wasn't there, that they were going to trade it. So your thoughts on Prosper? Because I did ask.
A little too raw to be as old as he is are my thoughts on him. It doesn't really matter. He's not going to be playing for you guys.
I would trade 24 for Chris Boucher, but obviously that's not going to happen.
Well, you've clearly traded it to Dallas. I wonder what you're getting back from Dallas though in this deal. Like I think that's going to break at some point, but
Rashawn Holmes and number 24. So the Kings are suited. Yep, the Kings are going to sign someone big, baby. Let's go. I love it. Let's go.
So what are you getting back? You're just getting back cap space?
Yeah.
So you're clearing 24 and you're getting cap space.
Yes, sir. We're going to have a lot of money, brother. We're going to have a lot of money to spend.
Draco saying, what do you think of Grady auto combo off the bench? I think lights out. That's a lot of shooting off the bench.
Here we go. I love it, yo. I love it. Hey, shout out to my boy Rashawn Holmes, man. I'm obviously close to his parents, close to him and his brother. They've been phenomenal in Sacramento. Great people. I am truly happy because he could have signed with Dallas, and that was one of his destinations. It was between Dallas, Toronto, Charlotte, and the Kings. Obviously, because of how things happened before the draft, that kind of twisted things. But
yeah,
now he's going to a situation to where he's going to be maximized by Luka in the pick and roll because that's how they play over there. In this system, he just didn't fit with what the Kings were doing with the dribble handoff and just movement type of things. So, I'm super happy for him from a personal standpoint because I'm close to that family. I'm close to him. But just thank you guys, the entire Holmes family, truly, for being model citizens here in Sacramento. And y'all always be Kings, man. Y'all always be welcomed here. Have a lot of ties to them. I'm just happy for them.
Yeah, that's That's heartfelt, man. Lobo Scarborough saying, I really like trade. I'm assuming that's the Kings trade there. We got to get a wish list for the 905. I want the Raptors to get Jordan Hall out of the sports organization to develop here. I think he can be a G League star. What's interesting is this new CBA introducing this third two-way contract is a bit of a game changer for me. You're muted. Okay. I think you're muted for a reason. Okay. Maybe you're calling Rashawn. Okay. All right. So the problem with DeJounte Murray, an essay by Robert. Look, I love DeJounte. Love his family, love him. Like whatever Leo's saying about Rashawn Holmes, that's how I feel about DeJounte Murray. Problem is he's not paid a lot. So even with the new CBA, the 140% hike, I believe his new contract would only be eligible for about 25. And I think he wants about 35 as a minimum starting point, which means that you're not going to be able to re-sign him and he's going to hit free agency and then you're going to have to re-sign him from there. You can't extend him before. So this creates a problem. This is literally the same problem you have with OG Anunoby, just it's even worse because he's paid even less than OG. So I think that's an issue. Yeah. I don't know. It's tough. But in a trade with the Atlanta Hawks, if the Raptors do want to move Pascal Siakam to the Atlanta Hawks, I mean, I would really, really need Onyeka Okongwu coming back in that trade. One of the players that I was ironically looking at was Bogdan Bogdanovic. Would be just such a nice fit with the Raptors. I don't know necessarily how much you need that now. Because you have Grady Dick and Gary Trent Jr. and maybe you don't need a third shooting guard there, but it's interesting. How far is Nick Smith Jr. going to fall here? Oh, that's interesting. So basically, Dallas effectively swaps Davis Bertans for Rashawn Holmes in terms of a contract. That's pretty much how it worked out for them. That's interesting. Okay. No. I think you're thinking about Nick Wright. Is there room for development with Grady? I don't know much about him. Yeah, he's 19 years old. If you can get his skills up, if you can get his ball handling up, his self-creation up, I mean, yeah, I think I wonder if the Raptors just kind of overthought this a little bit, right? I also wonder if maybe, they fully expected either Bilal or Kaysen to be there and, Grady was just AJ Griffin. I'm not really sure what that means. Are you saying do I compare him to AJ Griffin? I actually like AJ Griffin a little bit more than I like Grady Dick, which is saying a lot. Yeah, but I think there's room for improvement for sure.
AJ is nice. Hey, first of all, AJ is nice.
I like him a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Good player.
Yeah, I mean,
but I think Grady is that type of player, like a good role player, and that's not bad. But at 13, when you have other guys with so much upside,
yeah,
that's where I would have gone.
Obviously, the Raptors don't see a star in in anyone else, right? Because I mean, to take this guy over someone you legitimately viewed as a star, like they didn't see Cam Whitmore as a star. And look, like I mean, the odds are at 13 that you're probably going to get a role player in most drafts. If you're very, very lucky, you might find an all-star. But for the Toronto Raptors, who can't really afford to be bad per se next year because they don't have their own pick, Grady Dick does help you in that sense that he adds something that was vitally missing, and the synergistic fit with Scotty is incredible. Obviously, I think about players who fit next to Scotty in this draft. Jordan Hawkins, Scoot Henderson, Grady Dick are like right up there as the top guys. Wembanyama, of course, as well. I'm gonna actually look at what, because I was asked this question in a live, like one of my questions was, which players do I see fitting with Scotty? And I gave a list of 10, and I'm very curious to know if I put Grady Dick on
The
there.
Pistons are acquiring number 25 from the Celtics. They're swapping to get number 31. That's interesting because they just got 25. From the trade.
So from Instagram, if you're not following Basketball Zone on Instagram or Pensar Basketball on Instagram, go check out that. But Scotty can play with most players. So it's like, who fits well with Scotty in this draft? And I wrote, Scotty can play with most players, but I get what you're saying. Here's 10 players I imagine fit very naturally with him: Wemby, Scoot, Hawkins, Kaysen, Buffkin, Lively, Jarace Walker, Grady Dick, Bilal Coulibaly, and Brandon Podziemski. So Grady Dick was 8th on that list. It wasn't in any particular order, but it was sort of in an order. So I don't know. It's a fine, it's a good fit.
So Woj is saying that the Kings are sending Rashawn Holmes into the traded player exception created with the OKC trade.
Which was, that's exactly. I said that while you were on mute. It's the Bertans thing, right?
Oh, so the Mavericks are using their trade exception, right?
Mm-hmm.
To absorb his contract.
Yeah.
Damn. So we just got off of $36 million.
Yeah.
Here we go, OG. Here we come, baby. Come home.
I don't know about that.
Come home, baby boy.
You talking in free agency?
No, I'm saying in the trade now. Let's go.
For OG? What are you trading for OG?
Sign and trade for Harrison Barnes.
What?
Harrison Barnes, sign and trade, future 2028 pick, and Davion Mitchell, baby. Let's go.
No. Not even close. Not even close on value.
You're going to be shocked, brother. You're going to be shocked when it happens.
Dude, there are offers for 3 first-round picks for OG Anunoby. You think we're giving him up for Davion Mitchell? Nah.
Davion Mitchell and 2 future firsts and Harrison Barnes.
No, I would not do that.
I mean, you wouldn't, but let's go. Here we go.
I don't think Masai would either. But yeah, I mean, God, like if you
get Harrison Barnes long term on 18 mil, because Masai wants to sign Pascal, so that makes actually a lot of sense to like get Harrison Barnes, still stay relevant, still stay competitive, because that's the direction they're heading in by drafting Dickey. So that's what that feels like to me. To where,
I mean, honestly, like Grady Dick long term, if you have someone like OG Anunoby to flank him and help him defensively, then great. It helps. If you don't, then you get exposed. Like you need OG now. You need OG more than ever. Yeah. Jason Williams saying, stop trying to sell this on Harrison Barnes. I agree. Like I like Harrison Barnes if Harrison Barnes is my mid-level exception. Like, I'm not.
Yeah,
he does not fit the
mid-level exception. He ain't going for no mid-level exception.
You think he's going to get more than a mid-level in the new CBA?
Yes.
I don't think so.
What's mid-level? 12 million? 13?
Yeah.
Bro, if Bruce Brown getting 16, Harrison Barnes getting 16.
Bruce Brown's younger.
Harrison Barnes is what? He's about to turn 30?
He's over 30.
Let me see. Harrison Barnes. How old is he? Yeah, he is 31. interesting to see what he's going to get. I'm fascinated by see what he's going to get specifically, because he had a good season last year.
He did, but again, he's 31. I mean, this is exactly the type of, like Thaddeus Young has had a comparable career, if you want to put it into like perspective, to Harrison Barnes, right? He just signed, I mean, and granted, Thad's like 33, 34, right? When he signed the contract, but it was 8 million, right? It was 8 million 2 years. Chris Boucher got 12 million for 3 years, 12, 12, 12. Otto signed for 6. Granted, that's largely due to injury issues. Right. So, I mean, I don't think 13, 14 is really that far off. And OG's open market right now is 35. Easy. 30 to 35 million dollars. OG.
Holy fudge.
And that's what you're gonna have to pay him if you want to retain him. If you do trade for him, you're gonna have to pay him that.
I'm assuming that the salary cap's gonna go up too, right?
I mean, you realize he's a much better player than Marcus Smart. Like a much better player. He's much better and much younger than Marcus Smart. DPOY be damned. And Marcus Smart just went for 2 first rounders and Chris Paul, right? Was it that?
No,
or
Kristaps
Porzingis. So I mean, like that's, and Porzingis is like a hell of a lot better than Harrison Barnes. Like, yeah, you're not even close on the value.
Availability is the best ability, brother. And that guy is never available. Harrison Barnes is.
Who's never available?
Kristaps.
I am willing to. How many games did Harrison Barnes play last year?
He played all of them. All 82.
Okay, fair enough. Kristaps Porzingis had one of his healthiest seasons as well last year.
On the Wizards, who tanked the whole season.
Yeah, but they did not tank the whole season. They were good to start the season. And he's not the reason they lost. Like, he was the best part of the Wizards last year. He was the best player on the Wizards by far.
I would say Kuzma was, but
he was not the best player on the Wizards. Like,
that team sucked.
Look,
I don't know who the best player was, but
Kristaps is like younger, like he's a younger, higher upside player. He's a better defender than Kyle Kuzma. He's a better offensive player than Kyle Kuzma.
I agree. I think KP is better, but I'm just saying he's never available. If we look at his history, the guy never plays.
Played 65 games last year.
First time in his entire life. That's not good enough.
Bro, I will take 65 games from Kristaps Porzingis over 120 games from Harrison Barnes.
That's fucking crazy, but okay.
It's not that crazy.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
You think these
you would take him for 65 over 120 games?
Yes.
That is wild.
He's just a way better player. He's a way better player.
For 65 games over 120 games?
Well, what's 120 games? That's not even that's like over. That's 60. Over a season. That's a season and a half. I'm saying I will take 65 games of Kristaps Porzingis if winning is my objective. Like look, there are tons of players out where like they have durability issues, right? Malcolm Brogdon has durability issues. So maybe when you trade for a Malcolm Brogdon, if you're a team that's trading with the Celtics, you're like, okay, I might get this guy for 45 games. Okay. You trade for Chris Paul. Maybe I get this guy for 55 to 60 games. Okay. So Chris Paul for 60 games, or again, if my goal is to win, Harrison Barnes for 82 games. Obviously Chris Paul for 65 games, man. You gotta factor this out. Obviously, if your goal is not to win next year, if your goal is to win 2-3 years from now, give yourself a window, then fine, go for Harrison Barnes. Chris Paul's older. But I think
we're acting like Harrison Barnes some type of fucking bum. Like he's actually good player.
He's not a bum. I'm a really big fan of his. One of his biggest fans. In fact, I really, really wanted the Raptors to draft him, and then fucking, he went 1 pick ahead, and we picked Terrence Ross, and I cried. I mean, honestly, the Raptors, had such an intention of drafting Harrison Barnes that year. They wanted him at 8 so bad. I knew that going into the draft. I don't think I've ever been this off about a Raptors draft pick in my life as I was tonight with Grady Dick. I really, like, the only reason that I even was like, maybe they're interested in him is because they worked him out twice. This is sad. Anyway, whatever. Look, the worst case scenario of tonight was going to be, I have to talk about how Keontae George fits in with Scotty Barnes. And, I don't have to do that. So I'm just pleased that that's not the case. I think, I wanted movement shooting in Jordan Hawkins. We get movement shooting in Grady Dick. We'll see how it works out. I don't know. I'm going through all the stages of grief right now. I'm now at acceptance. I'm at the acceptance stage of grief.
Facts.
Yeah. Jeez. I don't know. And I'll do probably like a film study or a video breakdown of Grady Dick probably tonight. I don't know. It's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock here. Nick Smith is a Hornet. Really? Wow. That's not surprising. But I mean, the fall stops for him. Now I'm just curious. Okay, so Charlotte is selecting Nick Smith Jr. at 27. Ben Shepherd, of course, going to Indiana at 26. And Marcus Sasser going 25th to Boston.
Would you sign if you're the Kings? Would you sign Chris Middleton to a 3-year deal at 30 million?
30?
Yeah.
30 per?
Yeah.
No.
I would.
He's washed. So washed. Defensively, so regressed. I don't know how I know this, but he's going back to Milwaukee.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, the Kings are players now in free agency, so I think they
Are
can.
they? How much do they have?
So they had about 18 without Rashawn.
Mm-hmm.
So they can spend. They have enough money to sign Chris. I'll just put it that way.
You should sign Jakob Poeltl.
I thought about that, but I don't think he likes the idea of being a backup.
Wouldn't be a backup. Play with Domantas Sabonis out the most cramped paint in the history of the world.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to sign there just because he will be his backup. I think he'd be a great backup, but not for the price. He's probably going to command, 15 to 17?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. So, yeah, I'm not going to spend my money on that when I can get a cheaper version with, like a Miles Plumlee, who knows he's a backup, but is a very serviceable backup.
Okay, so Danny Ainge just picked 3 prospects in one draft that I don't like.
Wow.
And I am miffed. I mean, obviously, I think I would take Bryce Sensabaugh at 28 as well. I had him 25th, so I'm not overly concerned here, but it feels to me that Utah had him higher than 25th. It's just a feeling I'm getting from how they went at this draft, from Keontae George to Bryce Sensabaugh to Taylor Hendricks. They clearly are prioritizing isolation scoring and shooting a lot. And it's not dumb, but at some point, like, what about the playmaking is what I'm concerned about. None of these guys are great playmakers. So you just got all these gunners. I mean, these are assets. Like, you can develop these guys. Maybe they can teach them how to be playmakers. I have no idea. But it's interesting because if I had to like pick 5 prospects that I do not like in this draft, I know they'll be drafted in the first round, but I don't like them. He picked 3 of them. That's crazy. I now feel that Keontae George has a chance to be good. Not just because Danny Ainge picked him, just because of the system that he'll be playing in. The coaching there is incredible, right? He's in a really good situation. But from everything I heard about Keontae in his interview process, he came off as like very immature. So, I don't know.
Are the Kings opening up cap space to trade for Siakam?
What would you even give back? You don't have anything. You have Keegan Murray and nothing else.
You're not giving up Keegan Murray, bro. Stop it.
For Pascal Siakam?
Not giving him up. There's no way.
Your Kings homerism has hit like new highs right
I'm
now.
not giving up Keegan for bro. I'll give up Keegan for OG. I'm not giving up for Pascal. There's no way.
Wow. Okay. Well, we are in agreement. I would. You know what? As an internet's resident Pascal hater, I would not give up Pascal Siakam for Keegan Murray either.
That's crazy.
That
is crazy. Holy cow! Yeah, yes,
2-time All NBA. A much better defender. He's
You're
a
not
much
gonna
better
sell me on
defender.
him.
I don't want to sell you on him. Like I think we get a much better offer from the Atlanta Hawks, and we should take it. But yeah,
I'd rather sign Jeremy Grant at 25 million than have Pascal 40, 100%. 100%.
it's close.
And
I actually think,
it's not close.
ironically, I think Pascal's fair market value. If there was no legacy championship, just look at him as a player in terms of value he provides on the box score, on the analytics. I think his fair market value is about 27 to 28 million. It's around there. So you are correct. Jeremy Grant at 25 million is a fairer contract than Pascal Siakam at 40 million. I agree with you. But yeah, I don't know.
12 million plus 2 million. So I'm just not gonna trade for a guy that I don't know if he's just not a better fit than OG, and just in my opinion. Like in terms of what we do. Like I don't know. I don't trust Siakam's, 3-point ability as much as I do, OG's corner shots when he was in a better offense.
Right.
I just don't buy it. Like I don't love Pascal's defense, if I'm being honest.
Giovanni's saying Jeremy Grant wants 30 million a year for 4 years. I've heard that too.
He ain't getting 30 though. He'll get 27. He ain't getting 30. Trading Holmes. So they cleared up about 15 million in space for Holmes with the cap hold and
Right.
whoever 24, however much 24 was going to get. So
Grady Dick might be better than Keegan.
did y'all watch the fucking playoffs? Like did y'all watch what Keegan did to the Warriors? That's crazy.
Honestly, like I watched a lot of Keegan Murray at Iowa.
Y'all watched him in the NBA though? Like movement shooter at 6'8", elite already with the capital E, elite sniper. Like that's crazy to me.
Yeah, Grady Dick, 6'8", elite movement shooter. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same
never
thing.
played a single game in his life yet, so
Fair
we don't
enough.
know that.
Fair enough.
So,
Fair enough. Look, I mean, for all intents and purposes, also a much younger player. Keegan's older.
he has no post game though whatsoever. Keegan has a post game that he hasn't even showed yet.
That's fair.
I mean, they're just gonna maximize him a lot more this series. He's gonna take a big jump. He reminds me of just a bigger Klay Thompson, if I'm being honest with you. Like, he can do those type of things on offense.
Keegan Murray?
Yeah, 100%. Now, defensively, I think he's smart enough to understand angles. Like, he's going to get physically stronger. He showed a lot of potential defensively. He had a lot of good moments. But as most rookies come into the league, they're not very good defensively, like historically speaking. I think that's going to come with time. So trading the 24th pick to clear spit. Yeah, I mean, well, the Kings are doing. I think they're smart, man. That is what it is. I wasn't convinced on any of these prospects. I thought in 24, they're going all in, and I love it.
Strother going to Denver. Very, very interesting pick for them. I was expecting to go Rayon Repair here. Repair is going to drop to the second round now.
Like the Kings can get him. Like the Kings get Repair at 38. See what I'm saying? Like they didn't have to draft him at 24.
I don't.
What would you say if they grab him at 38? Is that the steal of the draft for you?
That would be, yeah, that would be a steal, like a major steal.
And we clear cap space.
if you guys pull that off, that'd be great. James Walsh saying Keegan's defense was bad against Golden State Warriors. I agree.
It wasn't as bad as Kevin Huerter, who couldn't hit a shot to save his life. And
well, y'all got both of them, so like, I mean, that's my point, right? Like at some point, like you do need to get defensive help, and I don't think Jeremy Grant is it. Yeah,
I think he's a comparable defender. I don't think he's as bad.
How does OG and Keegan work? Like if you were to somehow line them up on the same team,
I mean, you replace him with Harrison Barnes, and you get a maximized version of OG coming off a dribble handoff of Sabonis going downhill. That is a dream scenario for OG himself, because that's going to get him paid, and that's going to get his stats up. That's going to get his quality of life better. It's just what it is. Like his quality, his quality shot selection is going to go up tremendously in this offense. He's going to get a ton of open shots because De'Aaron's going to create so much for him. All he has to do is shoot the damn ball and make them, and just do his job on defense and clean up everybody's mistakes.
Yeah.
Like
Cersei Cat saying, as bad as we were last year, we still better than Sac. No, we're not.
what the fuck, this guy?
No, we're not. Yeah,
that's
no,
crazy.
We're not. But with a new coach, with Scotty ascending, I rank
with Pascal being your main guy. No, you're not. I don't care who the hell.
I don't think Pascal's our main guy. I think Scotty's our main guy. I think Scotty's going to have a really big year this year.
I think you and me think that, but the reality is the front office thinks Pascal's your main guy.
Then why would you not have traded Scotty for Kevin Durant to build around Pascal? No, I don't think they think Pascal's their main guy. Pascal's been on the trade block for 2 years, dude. No, they look, we have had this debate with a lot of people. Is Pascal Siakam number one, the guy we're building around? Number two, is Pascal Siakam the best player on this team? First of all, I think he's around the best player on this team. I think he and OG are close. I think analytics tell you it's Fred. Upside tells you it's Scotty, right? Isolation scoring tells you it's Gary Trent Jr., right? Athleticism tells you it's, let's say, athleticism tells you it's Precious Achua. Rim defense and just general paint efficiency tells you it's either Christian Coloco or Jakob Poeltl. So really, Mark Dupuis saying, Pascal averaged 25, 7, and 5. Yeah, he also took a lot of shots and had the ball in his hands all the time. You want to give the ball to Scotty or OG all the time and see if they don't crack 23, 24 points per game. What Pascal is he is the lesser of many evils, right? So if you want to run your offense through Scotty, there's obviously going to be a lot of sagging off because he's not nearly as refined a ball handler as Siakam. He doesn't get downhill as quickly. He doesn't shoot as well in the mid-range. His mid-range shooting was terrible. So you tried to run Scotty out in the sort of Pascal role, and it wasn't nearly as efficient. He wasn't as efficient in post-ups. He wasn't as efficient in the mid-range. He wasn't as efficient from three. So Pascal is just like a better version of Scotty offensively in a lot of senses. Scoring-wise, he's got a bigger package. In terms of OG, the offense is just not as dynamic. He's not as far along as a playmaker, but he's way ahead as a defensive player. He's like miles ahead. And then with Precious Achua, obviously, is like all sorts of raw this, raw that. Gary Trent Jr., the playmaking is missing, but he's a better isolation scorer. Like, I guarantee you give Gary Trent Jr. carte blanche in the offense, he puts up 25 to 26 points per game. But, it's not going to be super dynamic or efficient, or it's not going to make anyone better. So Pascal Siakam is just a necessary evil. It's like is the best you got, but it doesn't mean you're building around him. Yeah. Rupert going to Denver at 32. Is that confirmed right now, or is that something you're just guessing? Hang on.
How long do you plan on streaming, I guess?
I'm gonna go till about 35th pick. Or we can go till the 38th pick when the Sacramento Kings pick. Or
the problem is that my wife and my kids are here in Delco, and I think my kid is getting a little bit antsy. But
okay,
I think if I get back home and you're still on, I'll definitely
chime back in.
Back in for sure. But I'm gonna tell these guys that I cannot stay till the 60th pick.
All right, man.
But I'll see you soon, though. I'll keep you updated. Let me know if they get Leonard Miller at 38.
Wow, if you end up with Leonard Miller at 38, wow. I mean, there were certain people who were mocking him as high as 12 to the OKC Thunder. It happens every year, right? There's always one guy who falls way far. This year it was Cam, right? It was Nick Smith Jr. and it's Leonard Miller. Those three guys have fallen incredibly far.
Well, if we get your guy, the French kid, at 38, I think that's a steal too. So
that would be great. Yeah, that'd be great for you guys.
All right, I will let you know. Thank you, brother.
Have a good one. See ya. Okay. We've been streaming for about sort of 4 hours now. This is getting kind of in the insane range, but there's 316 people here. We will definitely check out some Raptors clips, do some breakdown of Grady Dick's stuff. But I'm going to need 5 minutes, if you don't mind, just to sort of rest my voice here. I will leave the television on. Hopefully we don't get demonetized here, and leave Sham's feed here as well. Thank you so much to everybody sending these super chats, and that's really nice of you guys. Rank Scrub saying, does Grady have the best 3-point percentage from Rap's weak spots? That's interesting. That's worth looking into. I'll look into synergy on him tomorrow. I'll look at all the analytics on him, figure out how he did in certain play styles, and try to understand where the Raptors were coming from on this. I think if you tell me 10 years from now he ended up a better player than Jordan Hawkins, I would not be shocked. I would be surprised. Of course, I would be a little bit surprised. Yes, I would be surprised. The very fact that Jordan Hawkins, Kobe Buffkin, Keontae George, I mean, not so much Keontae George, but Jordan Hawkins and Kobe Buffkin, literally the two players that I desperately wanted, went literally 2 picks behind you. Like the next 2 picks. Just, it has me feeling some sort of way about it. But anyway, I believe the Raptors are the only organization that didn't leak. And look, they have been very leak free. I don't think they leaked last year or the year before that either. So you always have to. Videos posted earlier, they were going to trade up for Grady and didn't have to, apparently. Wow. If they were that high on him, I'm very shocked. So if they were going to trade up for him, that means they had him, what, 8th, 7th on their board? Wow. That's incredible. Look, I think sometimes you can have a good idea and then it doesn't work out, and maybe you try to deviate 180 from it. The Raptors had a great idea. I think it works. Long, switchable defenders. You don't have to completely go to non-defenders to make your point. We get it. You know, he's not 6'9", fine. The Raptors have always valued size over skill. You know, this ratio is, you know, it's stood true the test of time, from Brian Colangelo all the way to Masai Ujiri. Can Grady Dick be a top 13 player in this draft? For sure. You know, I don't have any doubt that he can be that. I just don't think he could be a top 5 player in this draft or a top 6 player in this draft. And at 13, you want to bat on upside. I think I would bat on upside. And I think Jordan Hawkins had a little bit more upside. It's just an opinion. That's fair. That's fair. And I mean, look, it's a hell of a value deal too. Grady and Otto shooting combo off the bench. Yes, that's not lost on me for sure. Okay. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to grab a chocolate bar and just get myself some energy. Grab a drink to give my voice a rest, and I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Who's a better defender, Grady or Hawkins? It's Hawkins, and it's not even close, in my opinion. No more zones for Scotty. Interesting. The Timberwolves are sending San Antonio Spurs 2 second-round picks for what? We'll find out soon. Huh. That's interesting. Bro, we're going to have so many free agents next season. We're screwed. I think we already have too many free agents right now. Yeah. Okay. I will be right back, and we will browse through Raptors Twitter. We will browse through Real GM. We'll check out Real GM, see what people are saying, see the reactions, and we'll also see if the Raptors from their end have released any videos of Grady. I'm sure that they already have something up at this point, so that'll be interesting. Okay, I'll see you guys in 2 minutes. All right, we're gonna post a call-in number. Let's get some reactions on this as well while we figure out what to browse and what not to browse. Hang on, I'm just gonna get the link here. I'll post it in the comments. Man. One sec. All right, here is the link to call in. Okay, you can call in if you'd like, if you have thoughts about this. I'm open to hearing about it. Let's take a look at what has happened with the draft in my little hiatus here, and whether or not my favorite. Okay, Jalen Pickett going 32, first of perhaps. Reporting on Damian Lillard and the Blazers next in the stadium. Okay. Charlotte is acquiring James Nagy at 31 from Boston and sending number 34 and 39 to the Celtics. I was really high in James Nagy. Wow. Our boy Leo may actually get Rayon repair. Any chance we get a second round pick? I mean, yeah, there's always a chance. We got Solomon on. What's up, Solomon?
Hey, man. How are you?
I've seen better days. Just heard that Scotty called Grady Dick. That he was in town like last month or something, and they met and stuff. So maybe there's a good connection between those two. How are you feeling?
I'm good. How are you?
I mean, yeah. What are your thoughts on the pick?
I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest with you. So from my opinion, the Raptors have always kind of like prioritized defense, and we do have a lot of defenders, and we have a lot of prospects that are going to become really good defenders, but we have always lacked the shooting, you know? And I've honestly been wishing for the Raptors to take a swing on a more offensive player instead of just primarily going for the defensive, so we can get a better half-court defense, you know? Sorry, offense. Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it. I do understand kind of the vision we're going for, and from at least the analysis I have heard, I've seen, he's not the worst defender. Probably not to our standards, but
no, he's
I don't
not
know.
the worst by any means, but he's also not a pro. He's not a plus defender. I've seen him get blown by and at the college level, and you know, he's someone that you're going to have to hide on defense at all times. So yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if that is necessarily the case. Like I don't know. I feel like he could be passable to an extent.
Right.
Or he could be trained up to be passable. He would obviously not take on a major role at first, but I don't like. I feel from what I've seen, he has shown enough flashes for us to at least give him a shot. And I don't think with his size and everything, he would be the hardest thing to hide, as long as he can still follow the mechanics that we're trying to go for. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get it. And you know, I've mentioned this before that like bigger players do tend to be a little bit easier to hide on defense. So I get that,
Right.
and considerably better than drafting an undersized guy and then trying to hide him on defense. And maybe there was some concerns, like if they had a feeling that Jordan Hawkins wasn't going to project as a great defender because he doesn't project really well with the length or size or I think positional versatility has always been a really huge thing for the Raptors. And, maybe what swung them between Hawkins and Grady Dick here was that Grady could play 3-2 and Hawkins could pretty much be consistently just a 2 because on a 3 he would be stuck. And, maybe you feel like he's not quick enough to guard ones and he can only guard one position defensively. Maybe Grady can guard 2. I think Grady can guard none. So that's where I'm kind of like torn, whereas like neither player was great defensively, but I think Jordan Hawkins is slightly better defensively. Grady Dick's slightly bigger defensively. So I don't know.
Well, at the end of the day, like as you said, the NBA is a different ball game, and some people rise to the occasion, some people fall short, right? We have seen lots of prospects that in the past we thought were terrible defenders, but they proved us
like
maybe
who?
not. Who
exactly?
There
aren't a lot of people who come in as projected horrible defenders and then end up being great defenders. Typically,
exactly. I don't mean great. I don't necessarily mean great. I just mean like they end up being more passable than what they were projected. But one final point I wanted to just leave you with is we also don't know the vision of the coach, right?
We sort of do, yeah.
Yeah, we do know, but what I mean is like we haven't seen it in play. You know what I mean? With Nick Nurse, you kind of had a good idea of both his vision and how he'd likely make it happen, right? What I mean is the coach had good input on this decision, right? And maybe
that's
his
just
vision.
Not the way I feel like the Raptors work, like coaches picking players, etc. I think this pick was mainly a Masai Bobby Dantolsman, pick. They always have the final say, and Darko's humble enough to know that he's approaching this from an outside looking in. He's just coming in. I think they'll ask him for his opinion about a certain player. I'm sure that part of Grady coming back for a second workout was to meet with Darko Rakovic to get a sense for him, to get his comfort level in terms of communication and stuff. I have no doubt that he takes his career very seriously. There are no personality red flags. He was 18th on my board. He goes 13th. That's not like, oh my God, you know what I mean?
He was 18th. Wow. I was actually just praying we got him. I thought he would go like 11th, to be honest.
Yes, most people had him mocked 11th. Anyway, man, thanks a lot for calling in.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. All right, next up we got Kareem. Kareem, what up, man?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, man, I just wanted to, first of all, I wanted to say I'm in on Grady.
You're in on him, okay.
Yeah, him and Kobe were my guys. And, I kind of thought maybe the Atlanta trade with Siakam, maybe that's the reason why Kobe went 15th. But clearly that's it's not looking like it's going to happen. But, I really wanted to talk to you about the Siakam situation. Just what are your thoughts on that? Because I didn't hear your thoughts on that earlier.
Define the situation.
Just the fact that, he kind of killed his trade value. What were your thoughts on that?
It doesn't surprise me. He has all the control at this point, right? He can.
Yeah.
And that's sort of on them as well, waiting this long. You know, your asset kind of declines. This is sort of a written rule that, players lose a lot of value in the final year of their contract, unless, of course, there's an extension agreed upon beforehand. So, this agreement of like, okay, well, let's run it back. Let's kick the can down the line. And then now you don't have any options. And if paying this guy into his 30s, 40 million plus doesn't petrify you I don't understand what you're doing. You know, it should scare a lot of people. He's not worth that contract right now. He's definitely not going to be worth it 2 years from now. So,
Yep.
I don't see how you build a future there. Obviously, if Grady pops for you and Scotty pops next year for you, then you can say, okay, well, at least to compensate for the fact that you're overpaying one guy, you have two guys on very reasonable deals. But his second deal will run parallel to Scotty's extension, which means that at some point you may actually end up having to lose OG over this. And that's just not cool for me. Like, I would not be happy with that. So I don't know.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's funny. CBS Sports giving, the Raptors an A-. A lot of people are going to give this grade an A-. And, a lot of people were really bullish on the Raptors getting Jakob Poeltl too, and I gave it a D. And I'm not going to give Grady Dick a D. I'm not going to give it a D because that's just too many puns.
Yeah, we still got to see how it looks.
I would give it like a C. It's going to be a C for me. Like, I don't know.
I'm a little higher on him. I think there's some stuff off the bounce that he has. I think he can run a ball screen. I think he can do some secondary stuff. I really feel confident in that.
Okay.
And just he's so smart. Like, just the cutting and the rebounding. Like, guys like that. Like, I don't think some of the other guys are just willing to just not to stereotype him, but just like lay it all on the line. Like, he just seems like that type of guy.
Yeah.
But but we'll see. But yeah, thanks for having me, man. That's all.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Cheers. Fun. Okay.
Gotta make a move to a town that's right for me.
I'm gonna get demonetized just for that song playing. All right. I would love to see some AAU tape on him. I haven't seen it, to be honest, and I think I'm going to have to look at it just to get a proper perspective on him. Let's bring on Chris and Vince. Vince, Chris, what up?
Hey, fellas.
How's it going?
I'm good. I'm actually not that mad at the pick, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
The biggest thing for me...
Sell it to me.
Like, from the get-go, I just wanted shooting. So whoever... And I wanted a high-volume shooter from the get-go. It could have been Keontae. It could have been Grady. It could have been Jett Howard. I just wanted a high-volume shooter. That's all. Okay. So I'm not that mad at the pick. Obviously, Keontae was my guy. So I'm kind of upset that we didn't get him. But, like, we got a shooter, so I'm good. I'm all right.
This is the
I'm upset that we didn't pick Cam Whitmore, though. Like, do you know what he's done so far?
Medicals, workouts, not great interviews.
That's why I heard.
This is by far the funniest. This has to be Toronto Star headline tomorrow. That's hilarious. You seen this?
Yeah.
That's funny.
If we're being in terms of NBA size, it's average dick energy.
Okay.
It's average size dick energy.
It was so funny because I was at a bar, right? I was at the what's called the NBA restaurant that opened not too long ago. So like coming up to the pick, like I was talking to the guy right next to me, and then he brought up Grady Dick, and then he's like, "Yeah, I think we should pick Grady Dick." I'm like, I don't know. He is a shooter though, so I wouldn't be okay. But I'd rather if we're going shooter, I'd rather Jordan Hawkins. And then like it's so funny that it ended up being Grady Dick. And what's even funnier about it was like, obviously, you guys know I was a Keontae guy. So like last night, I decided to watch one more like Keontae IMG game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he's playing against Grady Dick's team. And like Grady Dick hit 5 threes that game, funny enough. He had a really good game. So I'm not mad at the pick. I'm not that excited, but I'm not mad either.
Okay. This is a little bit of Grady Dick from grade 9. That's crazy. Ball is life 3 years ago. That That's nuts. So he's always had a little bit of a pesky, pick the passing. Very curious to see what he looked like, 12th grade, right? That would be interesting to me.
No, the game I watched, he looked pretty good, and he was pretty good on defense in that one game I watched as well too. But I wasn't like paying attention to him. But like obviously he caught my eyes. He hit like 5 threes in that game.
This is the live reaction from the Raptors Republic watch party.
I saw that. Yeah.
People were very happy. That's hilarious. I was the saddest person on the internet probably with that pick, just because I was so high on Jordan Hawkins.
You're lucky I wasn't on the internet, because I would have been definitely the saddest person on the internet if it was me.
And I mean, it's funny because 3 of us had 3 picks, which is hilarious, right?
Right after.
Vince, you were the Kobe guy. I was the Jordan Hawkins guy, and you were the Keontae George guy, Christian.
Yeah, I was.
And those are the 3 picks that went
right after
14, 15, 16, which I think is hilarious. Because if Grady Dick ends up being like better than all 3 of those guys, then I think like we all have to sort of humbly accept that, okay, they saw something in him and we didn't. But I definitely think Jordan Hawkins is going to be better, man. I just feel it. I don't know.
Well,
it's a feeling.
It's like I think the biggest.
Welcome to the U.S. Marines NIBC
Sorry, I'm mute, but go ahead.
I think the biggest disappointment is not so much the pick itself as what the pick signifies. I think what it signifies is that they were just trying to pick the player who would best complement our current roster.
Exactly.
Right. And I think that's where I was just like, come on, like we need to start replacing guys. So that's why I was like so hoping for Kobe Buffkin or obviously Casey Wallace to replace Fred. Like that was the biggest thing. And when as like I don't think anyone doubted, like this guy's a dead eye shooter, right? He looks very good. Although I just looked at his numbers as compared to Brandon Podziemski, and Podziemski shot better from 3, and isn't that much smaller. I don't know. Maybe Dick is better on D. Pardon the pun. And but yeah,
pardon the pun is just gonna be like it's just gonna be all over the place, right?
Yep.
This guy, like, I mean,
the jokes write themselves, honestly.
They do,
right?
Yeah,
and I think we're just like I was kind of hoping for like I think we all like all fan bases get a little too hyped about trades on draft night, and
sure.
I think they seldomly happen. I think what do we get 2 or 3 trades today?
Sure.
And and we were just hoping that something would happen with Pascal. I think maybe the league is lower on him than what he really is. Like Pascal over the last 2 years played himself out of being traded because he was given the first option moniker. Like okay, you're the guy. Here you go. Put the ball in your hands. Let's play this fucking awful ISO bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm.
He played himself out of any value in a trade back.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's some Grady Dick stuff from high school. This is
Sunrise Christian. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean
it
a little bit of
looks like he was shooting. It looks like he was shooting NBA threes in high school. Like he's well beyond the line.
Well,
I mean, like one of the things that I really liked about Jordan Hawkins was he's a player that didn't seem to play with a lot of anxiety. I gotta be honest, I really, really felt that Grady Dick would be off the board by 13. I just felt like he was going to be a fit for Orlando at 11. They go with Jet Howard.
I wonder if the Raptors would have went with Jet Howard. That was because I feel like the only reason they went with Grady instead of Hawkins is the size. Like that's the only thing that comes to mind, right?
I think they would have gotten Grady regardless. I think Grady's just got a better floor game than Jet Howard. Like Jet Howard, doesn't he have like criminally low assist numbers? Or am I confusing him with someone else?
No, you're right. But Jet also has like a way saucier handle. He just his dribble creation stuff is a little bit better. I think he's a worse defender though, weirdly enough.
Yeah, he
You
is.
would
Oh,
you would expect you would expect the skinny white guy to be the worst defender in the draft, but Grady's not that bad a defender. He's disruptive. He's big.
Smart player. He knows where to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like I've talked about this before, but I have a bias towards white North American prospects. I've talked about this many times. I don't know if it's a stigma, if it's from watching guys like Luke Kennard, Luke Jackson, etc., just fail over and over and over in the draft, and we're just like, okay. Or JJ Redick, Adam Morrison. My God, like the list goes on and on.
Right.
I'm not, and it's just because athleticism sometimes does not necessarily translate very well to the next level from college. And so but you can't brush everyone with the same stroke, because Gordon Hayward was successful, right? He was very successful. There have been players like that. So is he more Gordon Hayward?
I don't.
Right. That's I don't either.
I'm hoping he's more Peja. Like that's my only hope. He's more Peja, maybe with a little bit more finishing at the rim. Like, fuck.
Look how deep that is, and that was off the dribble, right? That was dribble catch, like that was off the dribble. If he can be an off the dribble guy, and this one's right up against Keontae.
I think that's the game I watched actually.
High school?
Yeah, because I watched last night. Like I decided to, because like I said, Keontae was my guy, so I was like, let me watch one more high school game, and then end up watching the IMG against Sunrise Christian, which is the school that Grady went to. Like I said, he hits 5 threes in that game.
Yeah.
No, he's good. I don't know. I see like Kyle Korver. Maybe is that fair or is that too much?
I think that's.
I didn't want Kyle Korver. I want fucking Kyle Korver.
Oh man, I mean, Kyle Korver was a good player. Like a really good player.
Career 45% 3-point shooter, I think.
No, listen. Kyle Korver was he was a great shooter. Obviously.
What if Joe Wieskamp pops for them and they can bring Joe Wieskamp?
See, that's why I never considered him, because of Joe Wieskamp. Like, to me, I was like, we already have this at home. Like, so
in a longer, bouncier prospect. Like, I don't know. I mean,
that's why I never considered him, because I'm like too similar to Joe Wieskamp kind of. So that's why I never considered him. But hey.
I'm sure that since Grady has been mocked in the lottery since day one, that he's better than Joe Wieskamp. More than likely, he's like you look at some of every single one of these highlights that we're watching is a jump shot, which I feel like doesn't. Oh, okay, well there you go. He just put in a alley-oop at the basket, didn't dunk it, but like some of the highlights shows him actually like making some crafty plays on the floor, right? Like making some reads, giving some like fake passes and then dribble toward the rim, finishing at the rim. I think where
his basketball IQ is a lot higher than Joe Wieskamp's.
Yeah,
that's what I'll say. Like his overall feel and touch and everything is better. Just strictly if you put them in a 3-point shooting contest, I think they'd be like 1A, 1B, because Joe's a hell of a shooter. But and if you put him in an athleticism skill testing contest, I think Joe Wieskamp dusts him. Put him in a sprint, Joe Wieskamp, but like the feel like element of just how to play basketball, I think is really high with him.
And he's way younger.
And he's not way younger, but he is younger.
How old is
I think Joe Wieskamp's 23, 24-ish, right?
Okay,
I love the guy
off the dribble. Not bad. Right here.
I love the guy who automatically comped him to Klay Thompson. Somebody in your comments when he was drafted is like, Klay 2.0 book it. So like, you're like, bro, fucking Klay Thompson was like one of the 5 best defenders in the league.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So if you get Klay Thompson offense without Klay Thompson defense, like let's say you get 20% on Klay Thompson defense and 90% on Klay Thompson offense, is that worth the 13th overall pick? I think maybe yes, because I think if Klay Thompson's ultimate upside is worth a top 3 pick. So
did they really show him missing a dunk?
Yep.
Yeah, he got blocked.
That's on his highlight reel.
Highlight reel though.
They just want to show you.
Well, no, the follow up play is like he got it out of bounds and then he flexed on the guy right here.
I mean, you can just imagine him coming off a screen and just drilling
These are
28
all
footers.
so deep.
Yeah.
All these threes are so deep.
Bro, even your buddy, the Sacramento guy, like comparing, calling Keegan Murray Clay 2.0, bro. This dude is tripping. He called it Keegan Murray Clay Thompson 2.0.
Yeah,
Come on, bro.
That's nuts. Like, we need to put some respect on Clay's name for sure.
Let's say for
And,
some
like,
strange reason, let's say Grady starts for us. Does he beat I guess now Keegan's record now for most threes by a rookie?
Maybe.
He could. Yeah.
Well, I guess it depends. Like, Keegan started since day one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They might not. Yeah, he just might not get the opportunity, or like he actually didn't start from day one. Mike Brown started fucking KZ Okpala so that Keegan would like earn his way, and I think it was by game 3 or 4 that Keegan was starting.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to get that opportunity unless there's a trade.
Yeah.
Come on, DeJounte and Kobe Bucket for Pascal. Can we make this happen, Masai?
That's 2 guards. You're just moving off of Clay. I'm sorry, you're moving off of Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, get whatever you can in a sign and trade for Fred, even if it's a 2nd round pick. I would have been happy with a 2nd round pick in this draft. Could have got fucking Leonard Miller in the 30s, or Ryan Rupert. Has he gone yet?
I don't know.
He went to Denver, I think, 32.
Did he?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course he did, because Denver knows what the fuck they're doing. And they didn't. There are like so many missed opportunities. If they would have just shut this year down, they could have been like, who knows what they could have moved up to, and they could have had Pascal and wouldn't have to trade. They could have like moved up to 5-4-3-2. You know, maybe had their own Scoot or Brandon Miller or whatever.
Yeah. Bobby Webster and Grady Dick selection. Quote, we had him in his own group. The size, shooting, IQ stood out. He's not just a shooter. He knows how to play off the ball, knows how to make backdoor cuts. Congratulations. Webster said there were more move up inquiries than move down inquiries and conversations today. Were the Raptors close to trading for 3? Webster smiles. You'd have to ask them. Portland. Webster said there's a chance Raptors trade into 2nd round if one of their guys fall, but nothing major happening tonight. Wow. Okay, so look, I mean,
somebody on the market.
This just tells me the gang's back together, guys. I don't know what to tell you guys. That's what this pick tells me. Like, Masai got a shooter. He said he's gonna get shooters. He got shooters, so he got a shooter.
You have your star. I think you have your star in Scotty. I really do. I think you have that. So you want to start putting together pieces around him that work. This works. All right. This is a player that really works. You know, and it's not just, it doesn't just work one way. Like with Joe Wieskamp, it kind of just works one way. Joe stands in a corner, Scotty makes a play. I think here it could work 2 ways. And you know, if we're gonna believe Darko Rajakovic's propensity for turning guys into playmakers, can you imagine a Grady Dick turning into, let's say, an elite playmaker? Like, you're talking about an all-star. So there is that upside, even if the defense is never going to be there. If he at 6'8", you know, I think that's where, you know, I hate to say it, the Raptors said they were going to pick a Raptors type
prospect.
Did say
that. Yeah.
And it's so funny that my immediate thought process was, okay, start looking at all the non-Raptors type prospects. But if you think about like the thought process that it goes into, you know, wingspan, I think they've gone away from wingspan and now they're just thinking height.
Yeah, because his wingspan isn't that great. I think his
wingspan is not great at all. But also, like, how much of his wingspan is being hindered by the fact that he has super narrow shoulders?
Because I think his wingspan is just the same as
he's 6'7" with a 6'9", 6'8.5" wingspan. So let's say, for instance, that he broadens out and maxes out to a 6'10" wingspan by the time he fully grows into his body. I don't know how that would really work. I think if your shoulders broaden out a bit, naturally speaking, it should help your wingspan. But anyways, it doesn't really matter because he's a plus size guy at the wing, right? Like, I mean, the wingspan argument really comes in with guys like Dwayne Wade and Donovan Mitchell who have height limitations.
Yeah,
That's
guard.
where wingspan really starts to help them, right? But if you think about it, he has like when we talk about wing players like a Klay Thompson, he has around the same physical profile as a Klay Thompson,
He does.
right?
How much does he weigh? What's his?
I think
Do we know that?
200, 215.
Probably around there. So my point is, like, with a guy like this, the only argument that I could find against Jordan Hawkins, and this was the one that I was thinking about earlier, was okay, even if I do believe he's really, really good, defensively, I think you struggle with someone who's 6'4" with a 6'5" wingspan. Jordan Hawkins is the guy where wingspan would have counted for a lot. If he could have measured in with a 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" wingspan, then I think you could make a case that it doesn't really matter that he's 6'4". But I think at 6'8", you start talking about playmaking potential down the line as well, right? Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at his stats right now. He shot 40% from three. It's not a good sign that he only shot 44% field goal overall. That just means that if he's not shooting threes, he ain't doing
No,
shit.
because his large volume of his shots
Yeah,
came from three. That's why his that's why his field goal percentage is down. Look at his 2-point percentage.
I think he took like 6 threes a game.
He took what?
What's his 3-point?
I think he took like 6 threes a game.
Probably. Yeah, he took a lot of threes. I remember that.
2-point percentage is 48%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, but it's a lot of jump shots, a lot of floaters. No one's saying he's an elite finisher, but he's also not very strong. He's also not very developed. Does he go back to college basketball next year and become a top 3 pick? I wouldn't doubt it.
It's so crazy. He's the only like high volume 3-point shooter that I didn't look into, just because like I didn't think they would consider him really. Or yeah, pretty much.
I mean, like also you're kind of not the fact that you don't have anyone to blow by guys and actually put pressure on the rim kind of negates his value a little bit. The whole value of a guy like him or a guy like sorry, you said him, the white dude earlier played with LeBron, Kyle Korver.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, like these are complementary guys that feed off of guys who can get into the lane, put pressure on the rim. Then
Scotty and Pascal do that.
What's that?
Scotty and Pascal put pressure on the rim though.
I mean, I listened to the pod where you guys were debating Pascal and his value, and I was kind of torn right in between. No, I was in between you guys. I texted Rod. I said, Rob. I said, I wish I was mediating that argument.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I feel like the truth lied between you guys somewhere.
Right.
But like Pascal in like pressure situations, do you think he can get by guys? Like he doesn't. He's got to get into his bag. He's got to dribble so many times. Like, this is as first option, right? As the first option kind of guy.
Have you guys heard Grady Dick's interview yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
the thing,
let's hear
right
it for
before
the
you
first
play
time.
that, I want to say though, like I love the confidence that he has though.
We will see.
Like to wear that type of outfit, you got to be extremely confident. Like
that's
that
fair.
off,
That is fair.
you got to be extremely confident in yourself to pull that off. So I respect that.
You know who else has confidence though? Dylan Brooks.
He's a much better shooter than Dylan Brooks. I'll give him that. This much confidence in a good shooter is good. Someone said he looks like he's from Backstreet Boys. That's funny.
You guys know why he
looks like a fucking boy band.
There we go.
Did you guys hear why he
Ready, Michael Grange from Sportsnet. Congratulations.
Michael Grange.
What do you think you can bring to an NBA team, and how soon can you provide what an NBA team might need?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I can, really provide, and my biggest goal coming into this is making an instant impact early, coming into a team, especially like Toronto, and bring that shooting ability. The thing I take pride in the most, and I actually just got off, FaceTime with Scotty, and a player like him where he can kind of do a lot of different things versatile wise, and bring that kind of combo of that combined with my shooting.
Hey, June. Do you want to grab this first one?
Hey, Grady, Abdulhamid from the Canadian Press. I wanted to ask you, how well do you feel like you'll be able to mesh with the team, especially when you touch on being able to make an instant impact?
Yeah, I think it'll be great. It was a couple weeks ago. I was really working out with the team, seeing the city for the first time, and I couldn't think of a better place for me to get drafted to. Just the city and the people combined is just amazing. But yeah, like you said, coming into the team, I know my game personally the best, just obviously because it's my game, but I know what I can bring to a team, and I just want to come in, try to perfect any role that I'm given, by the coach, and really just not trying to be anyone who I'm not. And I think with that selfless kind of attitude and everyone kind of buying into a selfless attitude, that's going to make the team go that much further.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Hey, Grady. Eric Corrine from The Athletic. Congratulations. The Raptors have struggled as a shooting team the last 2 years. That's obviously what you're known for. Beyond that, what do you see being the things that keep you on the floor or give you a chance to be on the floor regularly next year?
Yeah, kind of away from just talent-wise, just my competitive spirit. I think that I can go out there and be anyone who's in front of me or who I'm going against, and I bring 110% to anything that I do. And like you said, with my shooting, away from that, just the versatility that I'm excited to show more and more of with the open space in the NBA compared to college, a whole different game. So I'm excited to kind of be in that play style, show my full arsenal.
Bro, you're not beating anyone else.
Hey, Grady, welcome to Toronto soon. Aaron Rose, SI.com. Are there parts of your game that you've been working on this summer? What are you trying to get better at as you come into the NBA?
Of course. I think the biggest kind of things I've been working on with the pre-draft process in California was really just kind of the pace of my game. Knowing that I'm getting my consistent shots up, but also knowing I need to keep working on the ball in my hands and being able to utilize that to get to my spots and look forward. It's really kind of going off live reads and knowing how to read defenses and all that live stuff. So.
Hey, Grady, Mike Gancher from the Toronto Sun. Wanted to ask you about your workout. It came about kind of late, if I understand that right. How did it come together, and what were the circumstances?
Yeah, it was one of my last workouts. I came in when the coach came in too, so got to meet him for the first time, and really just show them what I'm about, kind of just in the face of how I play, what type of player I am, and away kind of from the basketball court, just seeing the city for the first time. I've never been there, so just seeing the beauty of that kind of coming from Kansas is a lot different. But I enjoyed it. It's definitely one of my favorite visits at the time, and then kind of going from that, it's also a perfect place. I'm super excited.
And are you and Scotty? Did you know him before, or is this just you getting to know him now?
A little bit, yeah. We're in the same agency with WME, and he was in Santa Barbara where we did pre-draft last year. So when he was going through that, I was up there for a day. Kind of got to know him through that, and then his full high school. We never played them. He was older, but Montford, and then I was at Sunrise, so I knew connections through that. That kind of brought it about. But yeah, I got off FaceTime, and just a lot of jokes, a lot of laughter. So it'll be a fun time.
Hey, Grady, it's Doug Smith of the Toronto Star. How many times have you seen The Wizard of Oz?
That's exactly why I wore this. Thank you for noticing. A couple of times. I've seen the newer one a bunch.
The newer one? Okay. How about the original? But no, really. Kansas. I get the Kansas connection and everything. Like, why are you representing it so much in your outfit tonight, I guess?
Yeah, it's just the community of Kansas has done so much for me and my family. I've been here, went to the University of Kansas, and just everything that I do, I like to just represent my community, and looking forward to representing my community soon.
Hey, Grady, Adam Blascaris from Daily Hive. I wanted to ask you, how do you expect to adapt as a player who's probably been the best player on your basketball team or the number 1 or 2 option on your basketball team throughout most of your career? How are you expecting to adapt to a new role in the NBA next season?
Yeah, I think it's just my selfless mindset and attitude. I've always come into stuff, and honestly, I have the attitude that I was, the best in college. But when I got to college, that wasn't really the case at the start. Or, I mean, you could say what you want, but I think it's just when a team buys in selflessly, then it just makes the whole season a lot more fun. And then, like I was talking about with me earlier, I really just want to come into an organization, whatever the role the coach gives me, I'm perfectly fine with. It's just basketball at the end of the day. I just love to be on the court, so I'm going to do everything in my power to try to perfect that role and really just have fun doing so.
Hey, Grady, congratulations on the pick. Speaking of that workout, and you mentioned how Toronto felt like a good fit for you. Can you speak to did you meet Coach Darko in your workout, and kind of what were your first impressions of him and the Raptors front office when you came here?
Yeah, so I met him for the first time there. I'm towards the end of my workout, and just knew right then from there if I ended up, because obviously I didn't know where I was being drafted. So kind of getting the idea that if I ended up here, then it would have been a super fun time just with him around and his personality and my personality kind of getting along really well. So that's why I'm here sitting here so excited, and we're kind of ready to hit the ground running when I get there.
Hey, Grady, congratulations. Kayla Gray, TSN. By now, I'm sure you know all your TikToks are circulating online. For what you bring on the court in terms of your personality, what's one thing you want us to know about who you are off of the court?
I mean, you can kind of tell how I am off the court through those videos, but really just getting across that I'm gonna be myself in everything that I do. I'm never gonna go into something and try to be someone who I'm not, and kind of like walk through a tunnel with a stone face and try to be too cool for anything. I'll never be like that, and I'm never gonna lose that ever. So just go there, have a fun time, and that's when I have the most fun in life, is when I'm playing basketball and be able to show my emotion, and that's what excites me. A guy like Scotty, I think our personality get along really well with that. Maybe some TikToks along the way.
Anything else, Jen?
I like it.
I mean, at least he's talking about Scotty.
I like him a lot more after listening to this. Yeah, I mean, look, I genuinely did not expect us to have a chance to pick him. I didn't do as much research into him. I watched 3-4 games. I looked at the analytics. Nothing jumped out. I wrote him off pretty early. And if history has taught me anything, it's that he's going to be really good, because I wrote off Christian Brown and Walker Kessler last year. Oh my God. So
Are you reverse white boy hating, or not reverse white boy hating?
It's just a thing, man. I have like Adam Morrison, I have Adam Morrison, Luke Kennard, Luke Jackson, PTSD, JJ Redick. Like I just think like athleticism is such a but like what I loved about what I heard from him, I loved that he said that he's always going to be himself.
Yeah,
I love that he has a vibe with Scotty. I like the fact that he seems to be like really self-aware and confident. That's a really rare combination.
Especially for
self-aware.
Confident, very important, especially for a shooter. Like the fact that he's confident, at least from what we see, he's confident in the way he is. That's
for sure. I'm gonna bring on Tamberlin. Tamberlin, what's up, man?
Hi, guys.
How you doing?
Boys, sorry, real quick before you get into it, I actually got to peace out. I have so much work I got to do tonight. But thank you for having me on. Letting me vent, and like I went through the 5 stages of grief right alongside you, bro, all night. It was there. It was shock. It was depression. It was trying to negotiate with myself. Maybe they'll make a trade, and then finally acceptance. Ultimately, I trust their decision making. If they think he's the best guy, then I'll support him.
They still might make a trade.
Yeah, we still might make a trade. That's true, but I doubt it. All right, man. Thanks a lot, man. Cheers.
Have a good one, Vic.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Yeah. So
Bye. I hope you're not leaving because of me.
no. Tamberlin, what are your thoughts on this pick?
I'll be honest, I'm very much like you. I didn't really do a ton of research on him because I didn't think he fit the typical template of a Masai player. We do need shooting.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, another player
I
that
do,
didn't have great wingspan, but is doing quite well for himself is Josh Giddey.
yeah. And Kevin O'Connor said he has shades of Reggie Miller and Bojan Bogdanovich. I read another place that some compared him to a young Gordon Hayward. He's already FaceTime with Scotty tonight. Scotty called him. So that's a great sign. The two of them, he's quite a character. Like I've seen some videos of him tonight talking like Donald Duck and pictures of him that No Dunks put up that are hilarious. Um, there's the obvious that Matt and Jack are going to have to call him by his first name because if they use his last name, it could get dicey. I thought I'll tell you who I think is a huge winner tonight is the Wizards. Remember, I don't know if I told you or not, Rob, but I really like Bilal Coulibaly. And someone said to me, oh, he's a reach. And then he goes seventh. And
Yeah. I mean, I had
when
him 10th on my big board, but I had him third on my potential ratings. I think he could be the third best player in this draft. I just don't think he's going to hit that upside with the Wizards.
yeah.
But Tyus
Did
Jones
you
is a
see
good
my
player.
note, by the way, about
Nope.
Rupert? He went to the Blazers 44th. He didn't go to Denver.
Oh, I thought he went to. Okay, cool.
Right. So
Yeah.
I mean, I watched him while I was there. Yes, he went to the Blazers. I think it
Yeah.
was 43rd or 44th. He went to the Blazers. So,
So the Wizards end up with like 8 second picks, a first round pick, 4 first round swaps, Jordan Poole, Jones, Gallo. So they what looked like a terrible trade for the Wizards just getting off of Beal's contract actually turns out to be not bad. I think Schlank's done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rob, remember when I sent you that tweet in regards to the Indiana Raptors and Mavs trade? It was
no.
supposed to go to Indiana, and then
Okay.
Buddy Hield was supposed to go to Dallas, and I
Okay.
think we were supposed to get the 10th pick and the 7th pick. That was a rumor like a couple of days ago. I'm starting to think that was true, and I think that was Masai trying to move up for Bilal.
I wonder if Masai was trying to move up for Grady Dick.
I don't think so. Did you
I
think
think-
he was going to go higher than 14th?
13th, and yes, I did.
gonna go
I genuinely felt he could have gone 9th. I had his range starting at the Indiana Pacers at 7, all the way to, I think my soft range for him was 7 to 16. So he goes 13. Technically, he goes like worse than I was expecting. But I thought really like a fit was Orlando, Washington,
Atlanta.
Pacers, Atlanta. They all could have used him.
I for sure.
What the hell happened with Cam Whitmore?
Physicals, workouts, intensity, interviews, same
I
shit.
mean, Miller was also a huge drop. He was projected to go 12th.
Where did he go?
15th, 33rd to Minnesota.
That's
That
about
was a
right.
huge drop. Mind you, Omax moved up to 24, so that was good.
I mean, I'm not necessarily surprised that Leonard Miller went like as low as he
I
did.
thought he dropped, but I didn't think he dropped that far.
I thought he would go in the 20s. I thought he would go in the late 20s, maybe early 30s if someone got like really cold feet about his interviews. And it's kind of ironic because last year he was in the draft and this was his range last year. He goes to the G League Ignite, spends an entire year there, and he ends up in the exact same place a year later. This was my big board for anyone, who thinks I'll be ducking this right now. I'm not. My big board was Grady as a 19th prospect.
I had Black going higher too. Yeah. I had ones that I had that were different than most of the pundits. Is I had Black, I had Bilal, Kaysen,
And Kaysen was
Damn
really high on a
OKC,
lot.
man. Yeah, but he went to OKC. I had Buffkin, Walker,
Yeah, basically the
yeah,
same guys that everyone else had. But like, I mean,
and I liked Ryan Rupert a lot too as a dark horse.
yeah, I mean, I don't see why he slipped so far. Maybe he didn't work out as well. Maybe, you know, people got a little bit spooked by some very unappealing stats um overseas, but I think he has something. I don't know. And he's to bring on FA as well. And then I guess this will be I think we're gonna try to wrap this up in the next 5-6 minutes. Been going on for 5 hours. But yeah.
Is Grady even going to be in the rotation?
Yes. 100%
Yes. Yes.
No, but like,
Hey, Rob.
Porter's healthy though.
Yeah, even if Porter's healthy, they play different positions. Otto is like a 3-4, Grady's like a 2-3.
But we brought Trent back, so that's some minutes after 2. And if Fred comes back,
I thought the complaint last year was that we didn't have bench, right? So now we do.
Exactly. And I mean, I think Darko has shown a propensity. I mean, I have no idea if he's going to play 16 minutes, 15 minutes, but I don't think that this team would invest the 13th overall pick and then just not play the guy.
Okay.
I don't think
What do you think this means that they might still trade Gary?
Sure, they could still trade Gary. And I mean,
just because
I think they can play
too,
together.
Right?
So this is I'm going to try to sell myself on why the Raptors picked the guy that I had 18th over the guy that I had 5th. And I'll sell it on this. I think that the fact that Grady Dick is bigger, like that 3-inch gap, 4-inch gap really in height between him and Jordan Hawkins, has all sorts of ramifications projecting out as a defender and also as a playmaker. So if they see, and it's really difficult to project, right? Because you cannot know what a guy will be 3 years out, you know, after strength and training, whatever. I'm sure they were high on Jordan Hawkins. I'm sure that they were high on Kobe Buffkin. I'm sure they were high on Kaysen Wallace. I'm sure they were high on Bilal Coulibaly. These all seem like guys who fit with the Toronto Raptors. But one thing that I think separates him is if you can make him a playmaker. If he has shown you that he has the aptitude and the willingness and, he has the size also to be the playmaker, if you can refine that quality in him the way that you did in someone like, Desmond Bane, Devin Booker, right?
Well, Desmond Bane is the perfect example because of the coach, right?
Well, yeah, but also Devin Booker is the perfect example because of the coach, right? He also worked with him. He also worked with Mikal Bridges. All of those guys came into the league as, on par playmakers as Grady Dick. And they've all evolved. They've all developed this way, right? So if he has this sort of like 2-man synergy with Scotty, obviously this is not a 1-2 punch in the likes of Shaq and Kobe, you're not getting that. And maybe the upside, that people can sort of, I doubt it, but maybe maybe the upside that people can sort of sell themselves on, like what on a Cam Whitmore or Bilal Coulibaly, would be like, okay, I've seen this before. 2 elite wings with long arms and hypey, whatever. So I think it's always difficult when you haven't seen it before. But how much does Grady Dick have in common with, someone like, exactly someone like a Desmond Bane? I think there's a lot of commonality there. The difference is
the wingspan.
he can actually, Desmond Bane had negative wingspan. Desmond Bane was like, I think he was like 6'4",
not a playmaker at all.
Yeah, exactly. And he's developed into one. So if Grady Dick has shown you in the interview process and all the intel that you have on him that he's someone who's willing to really, really get better, and I don't see why not. I don't see why not. He strikes me as someone who would really, thrive in that. So I'm looking forward to Summer League. I think this is the type of guy who puts up really big numbers in Summer League.
Oh, yeah.
Can I cheer you up, Rob? Can I cheer you up?
Sure. I mean,
I'll give you a positive spin to think about.
Sure.
So I think our assumption, maybe it's a hope and not an assumption, is that Fred isn't coming back because they seem to be building around Scotty. If we look at the coach they hired and who they're bringing in,
yeah, what if they do a guy and
what if they do a sign and trade with the Magic, and part of that is Anthony Black.
Why would Fred want to go to the Magic though? That's the
Number
thing.
one, number two,
Well,
they
he won't, whatever. Like he can't control where he goes. He's not
Anthony
Bradley
Black
Beal.
is worth more than Fred VanVleet right now.
Well,
So
I know that. But that's why I'm saying it'll stir you up, maybe, because that would be great. Because I'm almost looking at it like, obviously, the media pundits don't see it this way because the way they talk about Fred is like he's some sort of amazing playmaker. When we both know that if there's only a second left
you
on the
you
clock,
see
that's
you
when
see
our
a
guys
fit
get the
between
ball.
Anthony Black and Scotty Barnes because I don't think
You
they're
don't?
I don't think they're a great fit together. No.
They're way too.
I think the Magic, they're looking at possibly trading Suggs or Cole Anthony.
That's exactly it. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
I
gonna
think they're
trade
looking
Suggs.
at getting rid of Isaac
Well, Cole
personally.
Anthony's a free agent.
They don't need to get rid of Jonathan Isaac.
Because they have 4-point guys now,
They don't
right?
need
His
to,
contract is not guaranteed.
Yeah.
They can waive him. I think it's a partial guarantee or non-guaranteed at all.
Well, look at the board, and who do you think that they could do a deal with for Fred? Out of
I
these
would
guys,
like
it might be interesting
I would like to
with the
explore
Wizards.
I would like to explore Jalen Suggs.
Really?
Cleveland just drafted him on the base.
Wow. Okay.
I don't see Fred going to
49ers.
A team like Orlando.
Why?
Because they're not good enough.
Good enough
I
for
think
what?
they're one of the top places. It has to be because they really want him. And if Harden stays in Philly, that takes away that option.
He also has a lot of familiarity with Jeff Weltman, so that front office is very familiar with
Yeah.
him.
I'm
Yeah.
still saying he goes to the Lakers. If he leaves,
What are they going to pay him with?
no, it's going to be a signing trade, just like it would be for Orlando. That's the thing I don't get with Orlando. Orlando could just
Russell?
sign him outright. Why would they need to do a signing trade with us? Couldn't they?
They could sign
Well,
him outright.
speaking of the Lakers, sorry to interrupt. Speaking of the Lakers, did you see that Rich Paul was tweeting out? Shams tweeted this out that Rich Paul was calling teams, telling them not to select a certain player in the second round to leave him on the board.
Not to select who.
Shams, hang on, I'll find it.
I'm guessing you signed to Clutch.
It's a clutch client. Everyone assumed the Lakers would take him, but I just
Is
checked his tweet.
Chris Livingston
Yeah.
from Kentucky.
Who?
Isn't that like as bad as tampering? Don't take my client?
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Clutch is getting out of control, man.
No, I think agents do that all the time, though.
That's exactly it. They do that all the time. Don't take
I
my
think
client.
Fred's
I don't
agent
want
did
to.
the same
Supporting
thing.
it.
I think Fred's agent did the same thing.
He did.
It's Clutch.
Just
His
because it's
agent's Clutch.
but just because it's Clutch doesn't mean that like I'm gonna hold it to any different standard than if another agent did it. A lot of agents have I think Clutch comes with like this immediate like air of like, okay, those are the bad guys, they do bad things, but I think they just do player friendly things a lot, and people view it as a bad thing because they always view it from the lens of the team. Granted, I'm not questioning the ethics of what they do, but I swear agents do this all the time. And Christian's right. Fred's agent did this too, like right around 45, 46, because right around this period, you do start to get offers, right? You start to talk to teams. You're like, okay, if your guy goes undrafted, I'm willing to give him a 2-way contract, or I'm willing to give him, a camp deal or whatever. And there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee if you get picked like 52nd or 54th or whatever that you're even going to get a 2-way contract, right? You might get an Exhibit 10 deal. You might get a 2-way contract. So if someone's willing to give you a little bit more term on it or more security or whatever, then and if you go undrafted and you're one of those guys who was like the 40th ranked player, but you go undrafted, well, then now you can actually pick your destination too. So not only does the team pick you, but you also pick the team, which means that you're probably
Right.
going to want to go to a team where there's actually an opening for you on the roster to play, because you're not going to have a ton of opportunity. I think, as I mentioned earlier, like the third 2-way spot opening up is going to kill probably the 15th roster spot for a lot of teams, especially teams that are carrying like major cap hits. I think there's a 90 or 92 game maximum on the number of games you can get from 2-way guys. So basically how it works out And I read like the whole freaking
I
CBA
think
over the
it's
last.
45 varsity games and 45 G League games.
I don't think so. I think it's 90 NBA games combined among all the
Oh, is it?
slots that you have. So now you have
Okay.
3 slots, if I'm not mistaken. So now you'll be able to rotate it between the 3 guys. So this is going to give a lot of young players more opportunities to actually play real NBA games. And it'll give teams a bit of a utility knife of like, okay, we can have a guard, we can have a wing, and we can have a big on 2-way contracts as opposed to just 2. And it sort of negates, because you're still only going to be able to play 10 guys on a given night. Having that sort of 18th roster spot, I think it cuts out your 15th guy. So a lot of teams already,
US,
they're, pardon,
USA Today says 50 games
50 games for what?
for two-way players. There are limitations to being a two-way player. Only players with 3 or fewer years of NBA service are eligible for two-way contracts, and players in a two-way contract slot are only eligible to be active in a maximum of 50 games with their NBA team, according to the G League.
Right. I don't know if the rules changed on the new CBA where you combined 90 games among the 3 players, or if I'm wrong, but I think I read that somewhere 2 days ago. So if I'm wrong, I'll definitely check it. But yeah. Anyways, regardless.
Did you already go ahead?
No, go ahead.
Did you already talk about the trades and stuff that happened? Or did you save that? Like Steph Curry and Chris Paul going to Golden
Yeah,
State
we
and
talked about that yesterday,
okay,
and we had a live about it and stuff. So yeah, I
cool.
mean, at this point, like I think I exit this night as a Raptor fan, like firmly in the middle. Like I fully see how, I think Grady's synergy also with Siakam. I know everyone's talking about his fit with Barnes. His fit with Siakam and Jakob is also incredible.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Like big playmakers and movement shooters. They are a synergistic match made in heaven. So this is one of the biggest reasons I really wanted someone like that. But now my concern is that the Raptors have one glaring weakness on the roster, which is someone who can get downhill, right? And you might have
Cuts
had a
and
chance.
drives.
You might have had a chance to address that with Kobe Buffkin,
Mhm.
right? But I don't know where you get that on your roster.
OG's gonna have to do more cuts.
Well, I mean that's fair. I mean, just because you cannot with the ball do it doesn't mean you can't do it without the ball. Also doesn't mean that Siakam or Barnes can't develop
Precious.
more of that. Precious, perhaps, more. But I think at some point, like almost every great team has someone who can collapse the middle.
Mhm.
So someone like a Jamal Murray. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, someone like Jamal Murray, they don't grow on trees, but I would like to see the Raptors, if they move away from Fred.
You don't think Scotty can collapse the middle? You
I
post up
think
Scotty on guard, you're collapsing the middle. You have to help.
I think Scotty's gonna come back with a vengeance, looking to make a point, especially after people like Bill Simmons are ranking him where they did. Rob, I caught that show of yours. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's
The hell was
interesting.
that?
People have gone so south on his stock. Um,
Well, he
and
might rise because there's a real push right now in a lot of the ESPN shows talking about how the Europeans are taking over the league with the faces of the league, and the top 3 players. The faces are LeBron, Steph, and Kevin Durant, who are all aging. So they're going to be looking. They're already talking about Edwards and jaws drop from Grace, and how they need more Americans to be the face of the league. So Scotty, if he has a decent year, could find
what a
himself
stupid
rising.
thing to say. I mean,
I know,
why
I
is it
know.
why is it wrong for a European to be face of the league? I have no problem with Giannis being the face of the league, or Nikola Jokic being the face of the league, or Victor Wembanyama being the face of the league. In fact,
I don't either.
there's 8 billion people on this planet, and 7.7 billion of them are non-American. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense that as the game has grown, that the face would grow to be international. Look, I think it's great. I think it's great for the league that there's so many players coming from all over. I think French basketball is on the rise. Serbian basketball is on the rise. I'm looking forward to seeing South American basketball on the rise and African basketball on the rise.
Africa, yeah.
I think it'll be great for the game. And every time, a new country comes into the development pipeline of the NBA, Basketball Without Borders and all of the stuff that's been done, the talent pool gets bigger and bigger. And at some point, the midseason tournament was designed for a 32 team league.
Mhm.
That's just what it was. So at some point in the next 2 years, you're going to see an announcement for Seattle and Las Vegas. And, 32 teams. And I think those 32 teams are going to be deeper and more talented than the 30 teams ever were. I think it's just, there's so much talent coming in, this draft is a great example of that. So I am, I don't think Scotty's going to be the face of the league anytime soon, but
No, but he
I
might
certainly,
rise.
he certainly should. And, just watching his workouts and stuff. And there was a disastrous TikTok by Aaron Rose, which came out about Scotty's post efficiency, where he said, Scotty's got the worst least efficient post score among guys who had 140 attempts or something like that, or 140 makes. And it was at 0.89 points per possession, and how that's so terrible. And it was just like, man, you start looking at the actual list and you're like, how creatively that bar of 140 was made, right? There aren't a lot of guys in the league who take that many post-ups to begin with, right?
Nobody
So it's like cherry.
It is very
like
cherry picked.
cherry
And then you
picking,
start
yeah.
looking at the guys above him and they're like mainly centers or like
Yeah.
really, really, really big stars. And you're like, should it be considered maybe a positive that he's operating in this area of the floor where it tends to be like stars tend to operate a lot? Should we account for the lack of spacing around him? Should we account
That's
for,
what I was
how
gonna
much
say.
worse he was, with the injury than without the injury? I don't know. Look, I think stats can be used in a multitude of different ways to present information in one of, several ways. And if I want to take Scotty's last season as a holistic view, obviously didn't have a great season, but I think that there's something about, growth, as Darko Rakovic said, growth is not linear. But one thing that really stuck out with me with Scotty was he was trying things that I didn't think were possible 3 years ago. When I first watched him, I didn't think that hezzy pull-up was possible for him. I didn't see that in his game. I mean, this is a guy that Sam Vecini called a zero-level scorer, and who's trying like complex dribble combinations and pulling up from 25, 26 feet and hitting 5 threes in a
Sam
game.
hates him.
It feels sometimes that he does, right? And
Well, not hate, but just
No,
he's
it
not
definitely feels like that
he's
sometimes.
not a fan at all.
I get that.
right.
He's-
And
Yeah.
it's just we as
I think
a
it's because like he's hated on him so much like throughout the draft process that like he feels like he has to like stick to it now.
Yeah, and I mean, I've
Absolutely.
called
It's
him
like
out so
Doug and
heavily on it,
Grange.
and I called him out so heavily on it, and there's been like so many times like he hated on. I think he hated on him during the draft process, calling him a zero-level scorer. Then last year when he started to struggle, he said he was he wasn't doing a good job defensively, and he said it's time to that Jalen Suggs, Scotty Barnes conversation just never ends, and it's just like you see what you want to see with players, right? Even the justification for putting Cade over him in his rankings. He said,
Oh,
Cade,
that drives me insane.
yeah, he was
that
saying like
people are
Cade was
ranking
going
Cade above him, and he hasn't played.
right. And I mean, like to put this into context, Jordan Poole got $100+ million contract, right? Like we can all agree that Jordan
140.
Poole, and he got $100+ million contract. He's been in the NBA for 4 years, right? Scotty's been in the NBA for 2 years, including 1 year where he apparently was terrible, right? Scotty has more win shares in 2 years than Jordan Poole does in 4. Does that surprise
Yeah.
you? Like
No.
to me, it's like it's so interesting that you can make stats do whatever you want with Scotty. It's like there is such a unique challenge for Brian and for his for his training staff and everyone that's around him to basically bridge all of these skills gaps that he has in his handle, in his package, right? Because they're just they haven't been there. And it's interesting because all the other stuff is there. So like we have these guys who are like, 16, 17, 15 that I'm watching, in EYBL. And I'm seeing some of these guys and I'm like, is there a 15-year-old out there who's highly ranked who might have a tighter handle than Scotty Barnes right now? Probably. Is there a 14-year-old out there who has like a nicer pull-up, like a nicer looking pull-up than Scotty? Yeah, there is. So it's kind of weird that he's so successful at the NBA level without these very elite things that are so crucial to an NBA scorer. And so right now it's all instinct. but those guys don't have his instincts for basketball, right? And so when you draft these guys, sometimes you draft a guy like a Keontae George, not to put too fine a point on it, or you draft a guy like Nick Smith Jr. and they have all these skills, but they don't have the greatest feel, they don't have the greatest awareness, and you're like, maybe we can build that up. Maybe we can get that. For now, they're going to coast on some of the skill stuff, the physical tools, etc., the athleticism, and we'll bump up the feel. It's kind of like OG Anunoby. He had a jump shot, sort of, coming out of Indiana. He had the physical profile to defend, and you figure, okay, we'll just teach him how to play make. We'll teach him how to, feel his way around the court. 5 years later, still doesn't know how to do it. Still doesn't have a sense.
Teaches him balance.
You see, I see things a little differently. Like the way I see it is like you really only need like your best player to have those instincts. That's the way I see it.
I don't think so. I think you need all your players to have those instincts. It helps that Steph knows how to move without the ball. It helps that Draymond understands, how to spot cutters. It understands that Clay naturally has this ability to curl off the screens and, sort of space. It helps to have 5 guys who just know how to play basketball. It's why Sean Livingston and Andre Iguodala works so well with that team, because they just knew how to play basketball.
Because I look at Denver, like I don't like a lot of those players. I don't see them as like high IQ, like high instinct players. Like Jamal Murray, maybe he's grown from that since he got drafted.
Sure.
Gordon,
A year on the bench.
I was never really a thing.
Okay, so I mean, like you're right. You're definitely right. Like there's a lot of players where if you're playing with Jokic, he's gonna put you in great situations.
CP, like that's not his thing either.
But
Leo, you don't get 10 assists a game if you don't have good IQ.
That's what I'm
Jamal
saying.
did really great. Yeah.
I mean, you could.
Well, I guess you could, yeah, but
Fred.
I mean, I think that's his growth. Leo, by the way, how do you feel about Sacramento getting
it's
totally
not Leo.
ignored?
Not on the line.
Leo's not on. It's Christian.
Oh, who's that? Who's that?
It's Christian.
Christian.
Oh, sorry. I
Sorry.
wanted to know how Leo felt about the Kings getting ignored across the board as title favorites.
I'm sure he probably is upset about it, given that he thinks Keegan Murray is the next Klay Thompson. I hope he's hearing this.
I heard that.
No, man. No, he's not. But you know what? I think, respect to Keegan and, breaking the 3-point record and all that stuff. I just think, certain offenses just.
Whose record did he break? It was Lillard's record, right?
I think it was Lillard's record.
Yeah, it was Lillard's broke. Yeah.
I mean, it's just you guys are taking so many more threes. The Kings play so fast. It's just an inevitability of numbers at some point, right? You just
Lillard
have
broke
to-
that 11 years
I
ago.
like his poise, though, I gotta say.
Keegan?
Yeah.
I
I
like
like
his
his
poise
poise
too.
a lot.
I like his poise too. He's really really good system role player type. I don't see him being a guy who can explode for 60 points or 50 points. Like it's
very
who
good.
knows? Who knows?
No, he's
I mean, look,
he's a great 3 or 4 on a team. I like him that
High
way.
level
I think
starter.
Christian Braun could be
Brown.
the guy that becomes really great from that class, but I liked him a lot from the beginning and was thrilled he got to play in the finals. And there you go, Rob. My Nuggets won. I mean, when I say my Nuggets, it's my Raptors, but that was the team that I picked when the whole thing.
That's amazing. Yeah, I did not pick them to win it, but I was
But
rooting
I
for them
watched
the entire
it.
way through.
I choked
I was
on that.
rooting on the Celtics mainly. So yeah.
If you guys had to predict the rest of the offseason, what would it be? What are the next moves for the Raptors?
I think they're gonna resign Fred VanVleet.
I think they signed Fred VanVleet and then
For 3 years, 90 million.
I don't.
also.
Yeah, and then they use the mid-level exception on somebody. If
They can't. They
What
can't.
do you
They
think of
can't. They
Maxey?
don't
No,
have the
I don't-
mid-level exception.
I don't
if
think
they-
Fred's back. I think the writing's on the wall with the coach hire.
I don't know.
Scotty's team now, and I just don't see Fred's ego being willing to accept that.
Well, money talks. Fred's not. Fred's all about money. Like it's always going to be about the dollar amount. If his market dries up, his market right now is Philly, right?
If Harden leaves, he's in Philly no matter what. That's my guess right out of the gate.
Yeah, but
I don't think he
what if they
even does a
keep
sign and trade.
What if they keep James Harden?
Houston really
Pardon?
and Orlando, but like I just don't see him going.
Oh.
I don't see him going for a non-playoff team.
Right.
Who, Harden or Fred?
Fred.
I don't think Fred gives
No.
a shit. He's won his title. All he cares is about his
I think
money
it's about the money for him. I don't care. I
and
don't think
market.
I feel like that's the number one priority, but like I still think he wants to be like. I just don't see. He doesn't seem like the type of guy that would. I don't know. I just don't see him in Orlando or Houston personally. But you never know. Money talks.
See, I think Pascal is more inclined to want to be as much as he can drive us crazy at times. I think he's more willing to be a team quote unquote player than Fred is. So if Fred leaves, I'm not as concerned. But my ideal scenario would be Fred leaves in a sign and trade, and we get something for him, and that they decide to move Pascal. And I like Pascal. I've always liked Pascal, but I want to see the Scotty era start and unleash him and let him grow and let the team develop around him and give Darko an opportunity to make this his team. So I don't know. That's my hopes. I just don't want OG to get traded. If only one of them leaves and it's OG, I'll be really pissed.
Yeah, so basically the way this can work is after signing Grady Dick to what is the expected value of, I think this is like 120% of what they can pay a 13th overall pick, then you're left with some options. Obviously you're gonna waive Thaddeus Young. I believe he has $1 million guaranteed on his $8 million. So if you're not gonna trade him over the next few days, you'll waive him.
Boucher's getting sure.
Boucher getting traded? I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. I'm not really sure what's replacing him at this point.
Because he's not. You got to open up minutes as well too.
For
right?
who?
For Grady. Not that they play the same position, but like, let's say if Porter comes back healthy.
Right, but that's a big if, and that's still an injury risk. So I mean, look, I think
First year for 13th pick is 3.4 million.
3.4 million.
3,436,900 first year.
That seems really low, but okay, sure.
9 million for first pick. 9.2.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Really?
Hang on. I was
No.
looking at 22, 23, 23, 24, 13, 3.78.
Okay.
And 10.1 for Victor.
So if that's the correct number, do they still have the mid-level, or if they resign Fred?
So that's the problem. So depending on where Fred comes in, where Jakob comes in, they'll either have like they would be right up against that line, right? Because if Fred's at 30 and Jakob's at 20 with the standard raises, even if you can say Jakob's deal is going to start at 17.4 and Fred's is going to start at like 28 or 27 or whatever it is, it still pushes you up right to the line because Otto opted in April. So you're going to have to do some clearing out room.
Were they under the limit this year, Rob?
Limit as in under the tax? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well
so they
under.
wouldn't be hitting the second apron. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, who if they do trade and you want Suggs, who else comes? Because his contract next year is only 7.2. So who else off that roster?
Well, I think the thought process here would be, you take back a contract plus something, like because they can combine assets. You can't combine anything. If you're doing a sign and trade for Fred,
Yeah,
you
you can
can't
only send
combine
one person.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can send you Suggs and an undesirable contract, maybe. I don't know if that's worth it to the Raptors. Depends on how high they are on Suggs. But if you want a Scotty vision, Scotty and Jalen Suggs are really tight. So, you want to
Yeah,
surround
that's
him
true.
with more people that he gets along with, that are going to keep him, on track and stuff. And I think Jalen Suggs is, again, very critical of Jalen Suggs all the way through. But I think the criticism has gone to over exaggeration at this point. People don't even talk about him like he's an NBA player. I've seen a lot of really good defense from him, man. Like his like he just can't stay healthy. But you could say the same thing about Cade. You can say the same thing about Cade. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. Neither one of these guys have been able to stay healthy. But I like Jalen
Suggs
Suggs,
played a
like
lot more
role
games, though.
players. Yeah, like I like his role player and transition play and defense. Just mainly defense. So
Not a bad
PBJ got traded to Washington. Who's PBJ?
Who? What?
Baldwin Jr.
Patrick Baldwin Jr.
I think so.
From where?
Wow, from Golden State.
Yeah, it'd be Patrick Baldwin.
That's interesting.
I mean,
FA,
I'm
what?
looking at Orlando's salary, and the only players that are up there are Jonathan Isaac at 17.4.
It's not a fully guaranteed.
Wendell, exactly. Fultz at 17, which also isn't guaranteed. Wendell Carter Jr. at 13. Gary Harris at 13, not guaranteed. And that's about it because they're not going to move Paulo. Everybody else is under 7.
So this guy, Chris Livingston, that Clutch said nobody should pick, is going to Milwaukee Bucks at 58.
Huh.
The last pick of the draft.
Interesting.
I still think it was for the Lakers and they shifted because someone else was still on the board. Personally.
What do you
But
guys think
I'm
of
biased.
It's not tampering. Like, just because he's LeBron's friend doesn't mean that everything he's doing is for the Lakers. Obviously, he's done a lot of things that are against the Lakers.
I know. I just have this like a natural or maybe inappropriate bias towards
Clutch
how
short.
they handle things because I think that things when there's leaks coming out, like Toronto never had leaks before this year, and Nick Nurse and Fred become Clutch clients, and all of a sudden there's all these leaks and
Not
things
just Nick
happening.
Nurse
And
Fred, OG. Who else?
OG's the other one, yeah.
Gary,
But
OG,
Gary,
Fred, Nick
Coloco.
Nurse,
I'm just saying,
Coloco.
like I find that Clutch does a lot of things that I just am not cool with, and
Yeah.
I feel like they try to get their clients like I feel like he takes care of the Lakers more than I almost feel like he pulls up to the boardroom with Rob Pelinka and has a seat at the table when they decide who they're going to go for. It's just
Sure.
And as I said, maybe it's an unfair bias, but that's just how I feel.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. We all have biases. I sort of admire Rich Paul a lot, I guess.
Well, no,
Just
it
as a
doesn't mean I
personal
don't
thing.
admire his business savvy. I just don't
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah. Okay. After finding an NBA team fit when shut down 2 weeks ago, Kentucky freshman Chris Livingston's landing spot, Milwaukee Bucks at 58. The Warriors are acquiring 57 pick from Washington and taking Trace Jackson Davis. The Warriors are trading Patrick Baldwin Jr. to the Wizards as part of the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade. That is interesting.
What do you guys think of all the undrafted players? Which should we go for?
I don't know, but
this guy
Isn't Ryan Rollins
this
in
guy
that
signed a
trade
contract
too?
with Toronto, 2-way contract. Marquise Noel.
We already signed one?
Yeah, Marquise Noel.
Cool.
Isn't Ryan Rollins in that trade too, Rob?
I don't know.
To the Wizards?
So we got our point guard.
Yeah, we got a 5'8" point guard.
Yeah.
Wait, who did you say?
Marquise Noel.
He's like 5'8".
The
I
5'8"
remember
point
from
guard.
the tournament,
Oh
he had
my
like
God,
19
him?
The one that got 18 assists in the.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Is that like the greatest shooter in the draft guy?
No. Is he?
The greatest point guard in college basketball is 5'8", the New York guy.
No, there is a 5'8" point guard in this draft who'll probably go undrafted. I think it's him, unless there's two 5'8" point guards.
I think we're
What's his
talking about
name?
someone.
What's his name?
Marquise Noel.
Marquise Noel, yeah.
Yeah, he went to Kansas State.
Yeah.
It might be it.
If his jerseys are purple, that's Kansas State.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good pick, man.
No, Marquise Noel McCormick?
No.
University of Miami?
No,
No.
he went to Kansas State. He's from New York.
Hang on.
He can really shoot the ball. He had averaged like 11 assists in NCAA tournament.
Yeah, he just signed a 2-way.
Oh yeah, he's tiny. The King of New York.
He can really play basketball. He's really good. Remember during the tournament, Rob, when I tested you that I wanted this guy in Toronto? Remember?
I don't remember, but you know, he has a nearly 10 box plus minus. That's ridiculous. That is like legit ridiculous.
Yeah,
Like he's one of the 10 best players in college basketball last year.
that is just if he was
I
like
remember
60,
this
that's
guy.
one top 5.
I'm sorry. The fact that he's 5'8", I'm already out. Sorry.
I'm not out. I've seen him.
Muggsy Bogues.
Sorry. It's 2023.
That's a fair point.
Muggsy Bones not making it.
Fair enough, but it was tougher. It was tougher to play in Muggsy's
Hey,
era
wait,
than it is now.
wait. Isaiah
What
Thomas,
about
bro.
yeah, and what
You've not-
about
You've not watched him
Alvarado?
play.
Jose
He's a
Alvarado.
dog.
Jose Alvarado is not 5'8" though.
The one game
Fair
I
enough,
saw was probably his
How
best
tall's Fred? 5'11"?
game when he had the 19 assists.
So,
But like,
okay. I mean, like he showed a track record for getting better. I just want to see his shooting. Let's see here. 3-point field goals. First in the Sun Belt. Let's see here. He's been first across the board. I think he is the best 3-point shooter in college basketball, dude. Hang on.
He's really good.
I think he's got really deep range. Okay, so I was listening to a scout talk about this guy, and I didn't note down the name because the minute he said 5'8", like Christian, I was also out, which is hilarious. And, you know, because I feel like I should know better, right? There's such a bias, right? 5'8", 5'9", whatever. I don't know what his wingspan is. What if he's 5'8" with a 6'2" wingspan? Does that make a difference? I think it does.
Yeah.
So anyways,
can't
this
be
guy,
hating on Fred this much and then be okay with
bro, I don't hate on Fred because he's undersized. I hate on Fred because he's selfish as fuck. That's like the total difference here. Like this guy's got a 43% assist percentage. He is not selfish.
He's really good.
Why doesn't he come up in the basketball reference college? That's weird.
Because you're probably spelling it incorrectly. It's MARKQUIS.
QUI. Yeah.
Noel.
Doesn't come up.
NOWELL.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Spell the last name. NOW.
ELL.
Oh, there he is. Got it.
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna share my screen just to be able to. share it.
35.5 from 3 on 6.9
how is he as a
attempts.
defender?
42.2 on 2-pointers. 17.6 points per game, 8.3 assists, 2.6 steals per game. Played in 36 games.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I haven't watched a ton of him play. I did watch a couple of Kansas State games this year, so you know I'm aware of who he is. I remember some really deep threes. If it's the same guy that I'm thinking about, like this guy can pull from just about anybody, anywhere.
He can pull from anywhere. Yeah.
He is the same guy who's like taking 30-foot threes, right?
Yeah,
Same
well,
guy?
the same guy. You remember during the tournament, both of us were chatting on Instagram that we like this guy.
Okay. Cool. That's interesting. I mean, 35%, don't get me wrong, is not overly impressive, but the way that he was guarded is very impressive. And also 89% as a free throw shooter is a very promising sign that this guy's got a very pure stroke. Let me pull up a quick like clip of him just so people can see who we're talking about.
Here's his March Madness highlights, Rob.
He's a true floor general.
I've dropped a link there for you. His March Madness highlights.
Yep. See it. I don't want to get demonetized. Let me see here.
Okay.
Yeah, if you start showing too much, okay, 1 versus
What should I
1.
search for?
Cam Reddish. Let's see here. Cam Reddish versus.
Just got back.
Hold on. Come on, StreamYard ads. All right. Let's see here.
Marquise Noel is a Raptors point guard. Marquise Noel is a silent killer.
I fully see a lot of Fred VanVleet already. It's not just because he's undersized.
Even his body.
Maybe body wise, but he drives. He can really score, and he passes the ball, pick and roll, everything. He's a true floor general.
No, I understand, but like you put any 5'8" guy, unless they are Allen
He
Iverson,
could be Fred's
basically.
brother. He looks like him that much.
Yeah, like that's my point. Like Cam Reddish is not.
He just that's crazy. He just blocked that guy who's like a foot taller than him.
Yeah. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna close this live off. It's been nearly 6 hours. This is crazy for me, but interesting night for the Toronto Raptors. Felt a lot of anxiety going into tonight. I feel better having exited tonight than I did at the moment that the Raptors made the pick. And hearing from him, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot about him. And I'm looking forward to Summer League. I look forward to finding out why I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. I'm a Raptor fan, obviously. I would love to be wrong. I would love if he's a top 5 player in this draft. That would be awesome. So yeah. Anyway, y'all, have a good night.
Marquis Noah scores with 59 points and 19 assists.
What?
He
Sorry,
scored
what'd you say?
59 points and 19 assists. Sorry?
But who did he do it against?
Against
And
Texas.
19 assists?
Yeah, against Texas in the tournament.
Yeah. Anyways, y'all, good night, y'all. Have a good one. Expect a video tomorrow or the next day on Grady Dick, and hopefully a little bit more in depth and well researched. But overall, interesting day for the Raptors. Please don't run it back. Yeah.
Yeah, please don't run it back. Good night,
Yeah.
folks. Thanks.
Good night. Good night, Tamberlin.
Night, Rob.
See ya.
Night,
y'all.
stream.
All right. Have a good night, y'all.